This is nonsense. I swear. Should be.
Well, it's showing Nick and you on the screen. Is he down there with you?
No, it's just me.
I don't understand what's going on. No, let me see.
All right. Curse this platform. God dang YouTube. People are mad. People are very, very mad. Oh, God.
Yeah, there you are. Wait, that's the old one. Oh, I see part 3 now.
Yep, there it is. Yay.
I found it.
Okay.
Yay.
Cool.
We were watching it on the TV here.
Yeah.
And, like, everything went black.
Yep. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, everything went
Okay.
black.
Yep. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
All right. Let me share this on the Discord and everything.
It should say part 3.
Yeah.
Got it. I want to have a time limit. Maybe.
No, there's the time limit's 12 hours.
It's so good.
We were only up to 7.
Well,
Okay.
I was wondering. I mean, it's got to be something you reacted to.
Maybe. I don't know. Voice is too low. Oh, for goodness sakes. Now they're saying my voice is too low. Oh, okay.
Oh, they can hear me. I'm on speaker.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so... Yeah, I took you off. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright, so I guess we're good. I don't know what caused it to get blocked. Yeah. Kate was calling me to make sure everything was good, you know, where stream died for a second. She was just calling to make sure everything was good. Am I gonna have to? Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably edit both parts, like they're saying. Yeah, I get y'all. I hear you. But yeah, we're back now, and we're good. All right. Sorry, Kate. Yeah, we're good. Hopefully everything will be good now. All right. Well, will do. I'll talk to you later. Yep, I'm still good. Still got plenty in this one, and I got the rest of them out there in the fridge. So yeah, I'm good. All right. Well, take care, and I'll speak at you later. All right. All right. Bye. Okay, so yeah, boy, this has been a shit show, hasn't it, everybody? I am just, wow. This seems like a bad idea. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, tell me about it. Ugh, okay, well.
The
go ahead and finish this
planet. So, this military force of a planet that has an atmosphere made out of radiation has never had an explosion. This race is more gun-happy than Charlton Heston's shooting gallery, and yet there's never been an explosion on this planet! Take a look at a kitten and somehow they make it blow up! These guys are crazy! There's never been an explosion! You expect me to believe that? This is stupid! This is stupid! 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 Stupid!
My reaction to YouTube taking down both streams. That's my reaction to YouTube taking down both streams. Right there. Boom. There you go. Yep.
Okay. The thought occurs to me that perhaps I'm just not in the right mindset for this movie. So, to fix this problem, I'm going to make the proper alterations.
Damn, Doug.
I like spaceships. So, in a very confusing and extremely jumbled climax, the humans split up and tried to attack different parts of the Cyclo's camp.
Your shootings triggered the alarm. 5 guards from the south, heavily armed and moving fast.
That's moving fast? What do you consider moving slow? Standing still? And we have our commando moment where every friggin' alien fires at this guy, but somehow they just keep on missing. Oh, if only we weren't on a planet where everything was at an angle, we could shoot straight.
This is me after watching
the sent in the
Borderlands
military to fight off those man-animals, but those handy fighter jets come in to save the day. So let me just clarify this. 6 fighter jets can take out these spaceships, and yet an entire military in the past couldn't stop an alien takeover? How is that possible? Well, according to conservative talk radio, it's because there's a Democrat in the White House.
Attention!
Attention.
This is Terrell, your chief of security. Exterminate all man animals at will. And happy hunting!
I'm a thespian chief of security. So one of the ships that was set out to blow up the base on Earth gets stuck, and so he has no choice but to blow up the ship himself.
I'm blowing the dome!
He's okay. I immediately regret this. So the dome comes crashing down, Johnny manages to fire Turtle's arm off, and the teleporter gets the bomb to the planet Cyclo, where it's blown up forever.
Damn. Okay. That's dumb. That's inconceivably dumb.
Buster, this planet ain't big enough for the 2 of us, so off you go.
So Cyclo is destroyed in probably the most idiotically simple of world destructions, as Turtle is put in a cage and used as leverage. They even get Kerr to join their team because, frankly, the Cyclos are fucking morons and anyone with half a brain wouldn't be on their side. Including the damn Cyclones.
Why don't you vaporize me? Leverage. If there are other Cyclo colonies out there, they'll send out their gas drones and exterminate us. But if they learn that it was your greed that destroyed their home planet, then all the credits in the universe won't equal to the bounty that they put on your head.
So rather than living in a world where they're trying to kill us, we're living in a world where they're trying to kill us, getting to this guy. This was a good plan.
Look at the bright side. At least you finally got your goal.
Oh, the irony! He got his goal, but is totally unable to use it! Did we emphasize that enough? The part about him having the goal, but not being able to use it? Because that's what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
He has the gold, but is totally not able to use it. God, roll the credits! Oh, fuck you, Roger Christian, whoever the fuck you are. This is an absolute ass of shit. I mean, this is bad. This is really, really...
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
The acting's over the top, the camera works a joke, the story is beyond idiotic, it's just bad. Bad, 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 bad. And like I said, how are we supposed to believe even for a millisecond that these dumbasses of a race are supposed to take us over?
I mean, I don't know.
Just you wait, critic, for soon we will conquer your primitive species just like we have for centuries. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, it looked like someone lit a cigarette on our home planet, and now the whole damn thing's going to explode.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, it's...
Yeah.
Well, is there anything I can do?
No, it's cool. Just let me work on my dying words. Oh!
My reaction, yeah. Basically...
My dying words!
Basically, this is the end of the last stream.
Oh!
and yeah, that's it.
You know I'm not gonna miss him.
JMT. Oh, hey, JMT. Hello. Oh, God. Dude, it has been it has been, I have been up for over, 24 hours now. It has officially been, I have been awake for over 24 hours. Okay, part 1's back up, thankfully. Yeah, -1 out of 10. -10 out of 10, dude. This is literally one of the worst films ever. You will not survive this stream. I've got over 4 hours left. If I can make it, I believe I can make it. I truly, honest to God, believe that I can make it. 100%. I believe that I can make it. Oh, God. Part 1 is up again. Yay! Yeah. Part 1's up again. And, oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, the absolute shitfest that is The Smurfs 2. Ugh. This is basically YouTube shitting itself here, during these streams.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it, so
good
you
morning.
don't have to.
I wish I could say good morning, but I know you can make it,
pun.
Nate.
I don't know. I just want to get this review over with.
The Smurfs 2! As if the first one wasn't bad enough.
Smash hit Smurfs movie. It only figured to do a sequel with the exact same people. The downside is it's lame, contrived, not funny, bad for kids, bad for adults, bad for anyone. Actually, let's make this easier. The upside is it made a lot of money. And of course, that's what matters most, so they threw more money at the sequel to make more money back. The result, once again, is an unpleasant bouquet of nausea under the guise of family entertainment. And seeing how the last time I did a crossover was with the Black Nerd, it only figures to extend him the same offer again. Hey, Black Nerd, how you doing?
What up, homie? Yeah, man, put me down for 200 on the Patriots losing, all right? Ain't no way they're asking
Andre.
victory this year. You know what I'm saying? When you gonna come back here with my bong, all right? I got to get high. Man, Black Nerd has to do a review of the new Power Rangers movie trailer.
JMT, don't joke about that, dude. I am struggling with a 24-hour stream. I couldn't imagine doing 72 hours.
There's a White Walker present. Well, if it isn't the nostalgia, bitch.
Hi, Black Nerd. I was reviewing Smurfs 2 and was wondering
and I get it. You thought I was gonna leave beautiful, sunny California to fly to your neck of the woods in the dead of winter to talk about a damn Neil Patrick Harris Smurf sequel with your punk ass?
Well,
Oh,
I don't know
God.
about my ass's punk
I'll be
qualities.
right
What the hell
back,
wrong with
y'all.
you, man? You think
Okay,
that's all
just
there
a
is to
second.
me? You
Hold
think I'm
on.
all just Smurfs and Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and Tiny Toon Adventures and shit?
I don't know.
I'm a grown-ass man. What about you? You sit around all day watching 80s and 90s kids TV shows and movies?
I don't know.
That's real sad. I feel bad for you, critic. I'm gonna pray for you. Maybe the next time you do a charity shout-out, it should be shouting out to getting you a life. I ain't got time for this. I got an underground gambling ring to take care of. Not to mention all those hot Nintendo Switches I'm gonna sell on eBay that fell off a truck. You ain't hear that from me. All right, man. Peace, loser.
Yeah, that's right. You better run.
What you say, punk?
Nothing.
Watch yourself. Oh, and by the way, call me when you do Smurfs the Lost Village review. I'll be right there for you, critic. I love you like a play cousin. I'm Audi 5000. Chain chop yelp. You punk ass motherfucker.
Well, I'll show him who's got a life. I'm reviewing Smurfs 2. The film opens with Smurfology. Isn't that the church Tom Cruise belongs to?
The evil wizard Gargamel was concocting a diabolical plan.
Definitely the same church. As the narrator gives the backstory of how their only female, Smurfette, entered their group as a creation of Gargamel to infiltrate them.
Papa saw the good in her. He turned her into a true blue Smurf.
What did he do to her in there? Is it the same treatment Link gets when he goes into that woman's house to regain life? Because if so, this would be more than a PG. But it seems like she still may have a little bit of evil in her.
She's got a dragon one.
Oh, Oh, it was all just a bad movie.
Smurfette, are you okay?
I heard you from my peeking perch outside your window.
Oh.
There. Everything's going to be fine.
Now I'm sure you were going to take a shower or something, so why don't you get to that?
Gargamania, the magical sensation that has captivated the nation.
The movie kindly reminds us that Entertainment Tonight is still on TV, and that Gargamel uses what little magic he has left to become a famous magician. This displeases his Bad Meow Mix commercial. I mean Pet Cat.
Get it.
Father's going to love this.
I just want to play.
These two characters are Vexy and Hackus, played by Christina Ricci and J.B. Smoove. I'm introducing them to you because the movie forgot. We didn't see them made, we know nothing about them. We're just stuck with these two characters that never ever got an introduction. Don't you hate it when that happens, Bill? That is so Bill. But there's big trouble brewing down at Smurf Village. Like Smurfette thinks everyone forgot her birthday, when really there's a surprise party being planned. Shit's getting real!
Occasionally, it's good to have a little alone time.
Yeah, so take a hike.
Yeah, we don't need you here. We're good.
So, no one remembered my birthday?
Okay, there's like 1 billion of you, and nobody invented Facebook yet. I think this would be quite common. Also, you nearly wiped out their village. You're lucky they didn't burn you like a Kentucky Fried Joan of Arc, and you're bitching that they forgot your birthday? If blue privilege was a thing, you'd be the Violet Beauregard of it. Happy birthday, dear Blue. Speaking of Blue, that's the cruel name given by parents Neil Patrick Harris and Jayma Mays, celebrating his birthday with the arrival of Harris's stepdad. But Harris hates him because he's reasonably nice.
You must all be his friends, which makes you my friends. You're all getting hugs.
Hey! You'll want him to leave. Just wait.
I don't like this at all. There's nothing like the embraces of two proud Doyle men.
I am not a Doyle man.
No, you're the rough draft of Niles Crane. Regardless, we had to hate each other for some reason, and I still don't really see a reason.
I'm going to present each and every one of you with a free corn dog.
Oh no, he accidentally gave someone allergic to peanuts a peanut product. Okay, now he's a bastard. We sympathize with Harris.
He shows up and he ruins things. That's what he does.
You hand out treats, hugs, and compliments in hell where they belong. So Gargamel says he wants to kidnap Smurfette to figure out how he can make Blue Smurf so he can steal their magical essence to take over the world.
And then
Of course.
the entire world shall bow before me.
Huh, that seemed like kind of a leap there. It used to be he wanted to eat them, then he wanted to turn them into gold, then he wanted to increase his magic, now he wants to conquer the world. Jesus, he's gonna run out of things he wants to do soon.
The entire world shall bow before me.
And after that, I'll take up skydiving. I don't know, I'm just making this up as I go. So he opens a doorway to Smurf Village through, I bet you've never seen this, a portal in the sky. I've literally done so many of these jokes, I have a punch card for a free sub. Oh, thank you. And he sends Vexy to kidnap Smurfette. Another sign of high-paid writing there. And then she says, "So long." Not bad for someone to just learn how to talk.
My powers of deduction lead me to believe that this is the work of Gargamel.
Yeah, who else would it be? You've shown no other characters or parts of your world. So while Papa assembles a team to go and save her, Harris is dealing with real troubles of his own. Like his stepdad wants to put a crown on the birthday boy. What?
You didn't bring the crown. Don't put the crown on him.
This is the way you do it, look.
Do you see what is going on out there? Oh, yeah, he's a terrific role model.
Well, this is inexcusable. What kind of monster would do such a thing? Hey, Tamara, what's wrong with you?
Naked shot for every
well,
cliche.
After being
I
estranged
don't want to
from
die,
my drunk,
dude.
abusive
I
grandpa
don't
for
want to
years,
fucking die.
he calls me up today and tells me that even at birth, he didn't consider me part of the family.
Oh, come on, that's nothing. This grandparent gave his grandchild a paper hat. A paper hat!
Fuck it.
So we also find out that he also gave away Harris's bird when he was younger because the stepdad was allergic.
When my dad took off, he left Zeus, and I love that bird.
Well, all the more reason to hate the bastard. Worst authority figure ever! But the portal opens up, and the Smurfs return to take credibility away from Harris once more. Welcome to hell. This is exactly what awaits you in the fiery pit. It's just this on a non-stop loop.
Clumsy, is that you? I'm blind.
It's the teeth.
Oh, am I kidding? Any part of this movie would be playing in hell.
What are you guys doing here?
Smurfette's been taken.
Wait, what?
What do you mean taken?
What other way can you interpret that? You got cast in a Liam Neeson movie. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'll call the dog sitter, you get Blue's passport.
So Harris and his family agreed to help them by going to France to find out where Gargamel is performing. And... Bill!
I have one from my book.
Bill, I didn't know you were here.
Mm-hmm.
God, seeing you again makes me realize I should forgive him for the bad things he said.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad we have this detailed history together.
Mm-hmm.
God, that is so Bill! Jayma tries to find out what room Gargamel is in, but the hotel won't let her. But she dresses up like Audrey Hepburn, so they will tell her.
No one wants to be on the
fifth floor.
Oh, boy.
I'm just astonished there's a Breakfast at Tiffany's homage and yet no Mickey Rooney dress up. Imagine how that would have gone.
Don't.
Oh, hell no, I'm not doing a sketch on that. I want to keep this channel.
Now get out there.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Blue's performance in this is... Well, he's a kid, so how do I put it lightly? He's the worst thing I've ever seen. After every moment, you'd swear he screams, "Yay, I said a line!"
Hi, Daddy. Smurf, Smurf, Smurf. Daddy always loses. Yeah. Are you an angel?
Oh, sorry, that was Jake Lloyd, but it was hard to tell the difference, wasn't it? Gargamel uses his magic to turn Harris's father into a duck and fling Harris around the room.
Daddy, fly! Daddy, fly!
You're not acting! You're not acting!
Not fooling around yet. Open wide as yet.
Oh no, throw the kid in there! That'll be more than worth the price of admission.
Put him down! Ass-whack, motherfucker!
What are you so cross about?
You always barge in and ruin everything. You're like a walking disaster.
You know, I really hope someone was just channel surfing and came across this scene. I would love for them to rationalize what's going on.
I'm pleased.
Yes, for
Look me in the eyes and say that.
I can't.
That's right, because it's not.
And yes, by the way, a good chunk of this movie, we had to deal with the stepdad as a duck.
That's a Vixter's a duck.
Okay, I need to know if you fit in a blender. What makes the scene even stranger is that he's got a little black stripe on his beak, so it looks like we're listening to Hitler Duck. I do not want to listen to Hitler Duck.
Wackler Duck.
No wonder the cartoon that preceded it was this. This, of course, just adds to Harris's anger of his stepdad.
I'm gonna strangle that duck. Vic's like a black cloud that follows me around.
He shows up.
Whether you want him to or not.
A lot of fathers don't even do that.
He's not my father.
Need I remind you, paper hats and being allergic to birds? Devil!
Hurry.
Whoa!
Look, Daddy!
Oh my God, every time that kid talks, cancer gets a little stronger. But that doesn't stop his stepdad from coming anyway and getting caught by the chefs.
Oh, yeah. It starts with the ducks, and soon no one's safe.
Really? Duck Hitler just made that joke. What's next? Hal Flipper? The literal goose step?
Damn it.
It looks like Smurfette is getting more friendly with Vixie, but unfortunately they already used their "I kissed a Smurf" joke in the last movie.
I'm sorry Papa Smurf didn't come for you.
And I'm sorry you were in that darn cat.
Ugh.
Maybe your place is here. With us.
Yeah. Maybe it is.
Yes, after being here less than a day and most of that day being used to torture you, clearly this is where you belong.
Why is she being nice to them? She's just identifying with their captors.
No, she thinks we don't care anymore.
Maybe it has something to do with us acting like we didn't care anymore. Yeah, if you knew her sensitivity was so great, like she clearly said here.
They know how tough my birthday can be.
Why would you be stupid enough to fake her out? Isn't it like half the day telling someone how much you hate them and then at the last minute just saying, "Kidding, love you"? Then again, maybe that would work, seeing how she suddenly thinks Gargamel is a caring father simply because he gives her a gift.
Mal, Neil.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything, but I am gonna freeze frame here. Do as you will, Internet. It's the Smurfs. Nobody will fault you. Smurfette also seems to get her first taste of real power when Gargamel gives her a tiny magic wand.
How do you know I won't use it on you?
Because, Smurfette, I am your father. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Agreed.
Well, at least he didn't do that.
Damn it!
I have to admit, I do kind of like seeing her go a little sadistic now that she can.
Sing the La-La song.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
She seems to enjoy doing evil, especially when it's inconsistent, like not breaking mirror glass but breaking window glass, as the Smurfs are launched out while Harris saves his stepdad.
Take to the skies, lads! Free at last! Free at last!
What are you, Martin Luther Wing?
But it wasn't Star Wars related.
It just feels good, okay?
Harris's dad catches the falling Smurfs just before he turns back into a human.
Where's Smurfette?
Too late.
Nice going.
You are Satan's anus with Klansman mustard! How dare you save the Smurfs from a falling building! Actually, I would hate him too.
What's up, everybody? Walter Benezek here from Awesome Comics, and I'm here with...
I gotta wait.
And...
Brian Porter.
And this week we're talking about Game of Thrones.
So it's revealed that all of Harris's anger towards his stepdad was for nothing. Oh, not because Harris was being a total heartless dick, but because the bird that was taken away from him as a kid wasn't because the stepdad was allergic, but because Harris was allergic.
Your mother and I both knew that it'd break your heart to think the bird had to go away because of you. Sniff my feathers. Truth itches, doesn't it?
Well, that changes what was obviously a legit reason to hate a parent. Why, that's almost as dumb as hating your family because they forgot to throw you a birthday party.
Just do a dad joke? Okay. I'll give you a dad joke. Oh my gosh. Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road? Because it got stuck in a crack. How can you tell when a mummy has a cold? He starts coughing. God, those are terrible.
Grandpa Victor?
What do you think was the first take? I mean, if they always have to use the best take for the film, what do you think the other takes were? You know, by take 43, I'd give up too. And because this film totally doesn't care that it wants the main theme to be daddy issues, exactly like the last film, we once again have another balcony scene between Harris and Papa Smurf, exactly the same as the first one.
I haven't done enough.
Gargamel just made her, but you made her what she is. No one asked you to, you just did. That's a pretty special kind of love.
Oh, well, still hate my dad. Off to botch this movie so bad they'll reboot it in a few years. But Gargamel finally shows his true colors and tells Smurfette that if she doesn't give the secret formula to changing the Smurfs blue, he'll let Vexy and Hackis die. Not seeing the downside here.
I'll give it to you. Just beat them.
Formula first.
One hopeful thought. A dab of royal jelly.
Weapons grade plutonium.
What?
A unicorn's urine.
Oh, come on.
A Smurfs movie with glowing reviews.
Okay, now you're playing with me.
The formula works, and he puts them in an evil machine to suck the life out of them to gain their essence. Hey, this might be a happy ending after all.
There she is!
Papa? Oh, Papa. I gave Gargamel the formula.
But she saved our lives.
So that's 2 stupid things you did. I so disown you. But they all get captured, and soon Gargamel is taking all their essence away. Oh, what? No onions? I'm still not over that. What was that about? But Harris and his stepdad reunite and destroy the evil machine, resulting in, I'll give credit, a very pretty visual. Even shit can accidentally look beautiful sometimes. And the Smurfs are safe once again.
Is this what happy feels like?
No, if it's in this film, it's not what happy feels like. Yeah, don't expect to be nominated for a Screen Actors Award anytime soon.
Yep.
That they grew up so fast. But that's what these Smurfs movies do! They take great talent and use them at their worst.
You gonna take a break
Patrick
after
Harris
this video?
is super unlikable in this.
know.
None of the actors are given any funny lines. Even Hank Azaria, whose voice is pretty funny and has good timing, still can't make any of this work. It's a bad follow-up to an already bad film, and I'm happy as hell it's the last one I ever have to watch for sequel month. I'm the Nostalgia Critic, and thank God it's finally over.
You can't.
I've got a headache and I'm trying to fight it off.
Just do 2 sequels for sequel month.
Oh, really? Let me check my rule book. That doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, here it is, right under Article 1.
Okay, the people deserve more, even if it goes beyond the month.
Yeah, but they're not getting it. Oh, come on, Bill, don't give me that look. Look, I know what you're insinuating, especially after all we've been through. Okay, fine, I'll do one more, only for you, Bill.
Isn't Bill wonderful?
He is. I love you, Bill. After next week, there
Is
will
it
be
a hangover?
one more sequel
Maybe.
review.
Which one?
Oh, you'll see. Okay, Bill, what the hell? I thought I knew you.
Well, there we go. Sheesh. God, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to. Guys, you are in for a treat.
Thought you gave up. Nope.
This is one of those special,
I haven't given up
films
yet.
that only
I
comes
haven't
around once
given
in a
up
while.
yet.
A film that should make me angry to my boiling point, but is just so awful, it's pretty much wonderful. It is a wonderful movie. I'm so anxious to get to it, I don't even want to waste any time, so this is Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Much like The Room,
This is
Troll
so
2,
awful.
and the endless library of Schwarzenegger movies, Dungeons and Dragons is one of those rare films that simply gets everything wrong. The casting is wrong, the writing is wrong, the story is wrong, the effects are wrong.
Where did I go right?
And this strange combination somehow turns out a beautiful, beautiful butterfly of absolute horribleness. It's a bad film of epic proportions, and we're gonna look at it today. Get ready to slap your head in confusion until it goes numb. This is Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So after we see the company that will ironically release Lord of the Rings 1 year later, we get some opening narration.
The Empire of Izmir has long been a divided land, ruled by the mages, an elite group of magic users.
Already I'm confused.
Those without magic are
Honor
little
Among
more
Thieves
than
was amazing.
slaves.
And already I don't care. It's pretty impressive for under 1 minute. So we get our first shot of Izmir as we venture into the secret lair of our villain. I'm sorry. Nothing funny's happened yet. I'm just preparing for it. I'm sorry, it's just... If you've seen this movie before, you'll start laughing around this part too. There he is!
Oh,
Jeremy Irons! Give him a round
Irons.
of applause, everybody! He's gonna bring us so much joy in this hour and a half.
Oh, my leg.
You're an attractive scepter, aren't you? Oh wait, I've seen this! Then Mickey Mouse comes out and steals his big pointy hat and... No, wait, no, I'm sorry, that's another over-the-top cartoon.
Any Wilkins coffee, Nate? No. No Wilkins coffee. No coffee at all. I haven't had a single drop of coffee this whole time.
Non-acting days, isn't it?
Release him.
Who's Jeremy Irons?
I think they got this dragon on loan from how
The
to train
dude
your
with the
CGI
scepter.
artist.
That's Jeremy Irons. The hammiest of hams in this movie.
Yes, I told you it could be done.
You have the power of the immortals.
You got a little something there.
You can control dragons.
Bruce Payne.
You don't like that, do you? Good. I could use every ounce.
The ham. The ham.
All right, now you're pouty. Give
Holy
me pouty. You're a
shit.
very pouty dragon, yes. Now give me sassy. Oh, you're so sassy, yes. Oh, you're a dirty little kitty, aren't you? So this delightful dish of ham and cheese is our villain, the evil sorcerer Profion. Sort of sounds like a heartburn medication, doesn't it? Are you tired of orgasming every scene you're in? Why don't you try the mystical wonders of Profion? It's magic in a tiny tablet. Side effects may include overacting, mugging, and inability to pick good movies.
I said follow me!
But his scepter doesn't work for very long, and thus they have to kill the dragon. No, I am the last one! The dragon's blood leaks into the river, which causes it to suddenly catch fire, because dragon's blood does that.
Gotta be some twisted magic experiment gone seriously wrong. I'd just love to find a way to give those mages some payback.
Oh, yeah. Ridley the Savior.
And these, I am sad to say, are our two main heroes. A couple of thieves named Ridley, played by Justin Whalen, and Snails, played by Marlon Wayans. I'll give you one guess how they casted him for the part. What's that? Chris Tucker isn't able to do it? All right, let's go to the Wayans wheel. After talking about breaking into the magic school to steal some supplies, we see that a meeting is going on between Profion and the big council of who gives a fuck. They discuss what is to be done with the controversial views of the Empress.
But we have all watched the Empress's growing up, and we have all heard her views on what she considers to be the injustices of the land.
But she is just a young woman. Young people speak from the heart, not the mind.
Ouch. Well, okay, let's hear from the side that's defending the Empress. Oh, that was her side.
So that government in Izmir will remain secure. Remove the scepter which lowers above our heads and destroy the threat of revolution forever.
Can I get an amen?
We will be forced to do whatever we must to protect the strength and the unity of Izmir. What say you?
Give us Barabbas! Barabbas! We then cut to the Empress, played by Thora Birch, discussing why her ideas are being tossed aside and why she's being called the Obama of the fantasy world.
All people deserve to be free and equal, whether commoner or mage. I know this within the depths of my soul.
Yeah, you can see her memorizing her lines for Ghost World right now. This role's just to work off a speeding ticket.
What can I do to stop Profion?
You must outsmart him. I must Brother Savril. With one wave of it, I will topple her.
Is this guy just on an all-Smurf diet? Seriously, what's with the toothpaste constantly on his lip?
See our friend Vilda. Persuade him to give you the scroll of which he speaks, and bring it here to me.
So we cut to the library of the magic school, and thus enters our hot nerdy chick for the evening, Marina, played by Zoe McLeland.
Sorry.
That's all right, my dear, but you must understand the seriousness of our task.
I know, it's just that I feel like I should be doing something more than shelving books.
I understand, Marina.
Yes, my Disney princess heart is just begging for something more.
I want adventure in the great wide somewhere.
Fetch me some manticore wing.
Oh, that's all the development I get, huh? Okay, up I go. So Ridley and Snails break into the school and look for something to steal.
Are you gonna jump?
You gonna catch me?
I'm gonna catch you.
Promise?
I promise. Now jump.
No, I'm betting that he's gonna just catch him and absolutely nothing is gonna go wrong at all. Oh, way to play with my expectations, good sirs. Well done, gentlemen, well done. I think that calls for a very affectionate wah-wah.
Put it back. Come on, just drag it. Put it back. Okay, what about a gold dragon? It's too big. Put it back.
But Marina finds the two and tries to capture them.
You're thieves trying to rob us. Expellicus comic reliefus!
That must be the only way she can get guys to come home with her.
I'd have to put a feeble mind spell on myself to want to take you home.
Snap. So they're literally roped into the situation as Slurpy Lip here tries to get some information out of the wizard.
If you don't tell me which scroll it is, I'll have to kill you painfully.
Never!
You know you got something on your...
So the bad guys are looking for a map that leads to a magic scepter that apparently can control red dragons. But Marina gets it in time and uses the portal from Sliders to escape, dragging the thieves with her. Come on, you just ran into that garbage. You can see it coming a mile away.
Can a body get a moment's peace around here? I order.
Hey, it's the missing seventh dwarf, Smelly. Do dwarves' helmets stop them from having epileptic seizures? Seriously, him and Darkheart should get together and be clucking buddies. They bring the dwarf with and escape through the sewers. But the captain of the guard says with great speed what he wants his men to do.
Post brigades at every sewer entrance and exit. I want them found now.
You know, sir, if you said your orders a little faster, we could get them done a little quicker. By the way, you got something in there. So the captain puts out a wanted poster for the Little Mermaid, but our heroes blend into their environment by wearing incredibly suspicious black clothes that nobody else seems to be wearing. Meanwhile, will you stop moving the camera, goddammit? Who the fuck's shooting this? A drunk George Jetson?
Stop this crazy thing out!
Alright, so the blue M&M here tells Perfion why the heroes got away.
It was a mistake. It will not happen again.
And here's why.
Well, I don't like the weird things in my head making me do the weird faces and things. Well, now it's going to the nether regions. Not a fan, not a fan. Doyle, maybe if I make some weird, creepy faces, the thing will leave my nether regions alone and I will be happy again. Now I'll never be able to wear a hat and I needed to cover my incredibly bald head and whatnot. For Lyman, I'm Mr. Clean.
The moment you deliver me the rod, I'll ensure that it vacate the premises. Now,
may I suggest?
Okay, we're borderline bad touch territory right now. It's not officially there yet, but it's dangerously close. Now we're in bad touch territory. Yeah, you should call a lawyer, guy. How much you want to bet that's the Christmas card?
Season's greetings from Perfion and Baldy. Please don't ask why his lipstick is smeared.
So our heroes take cover in the most non-suspicious tavern that the city has. Our main characters look over the map and seem to really get into it. Really get into it. Quick, go! Oh, hey, look, Chapstick here is about to sneak into the place. Do you think you can say your orders a little faster, seeing how time is of the essence?
Do not let them escape, or you will suffer a fate far worse than that which hath been inflicted upon me.
Don't make me pucker my lips anymore. So he enters the place and finds the people he's looking for. Wait? Wait for what? They're right there! Just snag them! Perfect! Get them! Oh, it's a good thing you waited those couple of seconds, or else it would have been a lot harder to let them escape! So Ridley and Marina get out of the map, and he informs Snail that he's agreed to help her find the scepters. Which is weird, considering how a few seconds ago she wanted them to leave, and now she can't imagine doing the mission without him.
But how could you do something like that?
I don't even get it. What was he indicating when he was pointing at them? Does he think they had sex while they were in the map? Is that even doable? I mean, granted, map sex sounds pretty kinky, but I would hold off. Alright, so if I got this right, they have to get the red scepter in order to control the red dragons. But first they have to find this ruby called the Eye of the Dragon, which opens the door that leads to the red scepter. But the Eye of the Dragon can only be gotten in this den of thieves, which is ruled by this guy. He won't give you the Eye of the Dragon unless you defeat this evil maze, which nobody has ever conquered. But before you can do that, you have to trade your rubies with the old man in order to upgrade your sword. Once you find the secret passage, you can then work your way through the forest, defeat the evil dragon, get the Triforce of Power, then yeah, you get the idea. So they follow this purple guy who has an eye vagina on his head and leads them to the Den of Thieves, where Riff Raff from the Rocky Horror Picture Show awaits them.
Have you ever heard of the Antaeus Guild maze?
It's just a jump to the left.
He has the ruby key they're looking for, but really has to get through this deadly maze in order to win it. I thought this was Dungeons and Dragons, not mazes and monsters. Yeah, tell me if this looks familiar. I think that's bad. Take a look at this scene. He can only step on the square with the red eye, where all the other squares will lead to his doom. Remind you of anything else? Remember, in the Latin alphabet, Jehovah begins with an I!
Yeah, well, they're all eyes! What the hell am I supposed to do?
How about this? The closing ceiling with spikes on it. Yeah, again, ring any bells? Well, on the bright side, I can't see them ripping off any more Indiana Jones, but oh, come on! It's like an exact replica! Are you even trying to be original? George Lucas must be rolling in his grave. But the soldiers once again come in to seize the heroes.
That's who you are, but be prepared for a lesson in pain.
There's only room for one overacting bald guy in this movie.
You must be joking.
I never joke when mages trespass in my guild.
By the way, you got something on your... But the captain captures Marina and the other three escape. They come across a tracker who's been working for the Empress, a saucy little elf named Norda.
Is that the elf you were drooling over? Well, I wouldn't put it that way. But yeah, that's her. Pretty, huh? They all look alike to me.
Whoa, hey! The sight of a dwarf I've never seen before. I mean, wow! So Norda tells the Empress the situation through, get a load of this, a magic mirror.
I have unfortunate tidings to report. It seems Profion also seeks the rod.
Seek Damodar out. We need that rod.
As you wish.
You know, she's prettier than you.
So we see that the captain is going to interrogate Marina, trying to get some information out of her. Once the questions don't work, he resorts to... this. Okay, this has to be the point where they knew their careers were over. Nobody could come back from a scene this stupid. You know, for a movie called Dungeons and Dragons, I've seen a dungeon and a dragon. Couldn't you show us something a little more meaty outside of earwax rape?
No, please.
Well, how about this? Ridley and Snails break into the place and try to rescue Marina. Norda and all her soldiers just stay behind and watch them. Why?
This task they must complete alone.
Okay, so Ridley and Snails split up, and eventually one of them finds Marina.
Hey.
I was crying. I was afraid I would see you again. But Snails comes across a quick rug and gets snatched by lip gloss here.
Just like you thieves. Always taking things that don't belong to you.
Well, that is what a thief does. Isn't that sort of like saying, you painters always painting?
Alright. Now, a man.
Oh.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? So, again, Snails runs as fast as he can, but the captain of the guards goes as slowly as possible. Hasn't this idiot figured out yet that doing everything slowly doesn't work in his favor?
You cannot be serious.
He finally catches up to Snails, but Ridley and Marina are there to try and save it. However, it turns out Snails stole the map and tosses it to them. Yay! Oh, thank heavenly Jesus, yes!
I know I should feel sorry for him, but you have no idea how annoying this character was. This is incredibly satisfying.
So Marina uses her magic dust to zap the captain and get them out of there, leaving the poor corpse of Wayans behind. We then cut to Profion and the Empress, whose dress looks like it's trying to eat her, as we see them take part in the most important debate in this movie.
Underacting versus overacting.
Profion, make your case for overacting.
I ask you one last time. Will you submit to the ruling of this council?
Yes, yes. Now, Empress, make your case for underacting.
And as Empress, this is how I decree Izmir shall be run from this day forward.
Well, that certainly was terrible. Profion, let me hear your overacting again.
Is now not the time we should act? Then down with the tyrants!
And Empress, you're underacting?
You would find the wisdom to see that the path I propose for Izmir is the right one.
Over?
Relinquish your scepter.
Under?
The man who convinced you to take the scepter from me.
Well, I don't see any point in choosing. You're both equally terrible!
A wonderful performance.
That's a lie and you know it. Meanwhile, at the Keebler Elf Tree, we come across an elf played by Tom Baker, who's healing all the soldiers. It wouldn't be so bad, except for some reason, all the soldiers can see during the healing process is this. After that, Ridley and Marina talk about the artist formerly known as Snails.
I'm sorry about Snails.
I'm sure you are.
He died for a good cause.
A good cause.
Alright, movie, just keep telling yourself you're trying to make us feel bad for Marlon Wayans. This is easier said than done. In fact, it's not even easily said.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong, mage!
Just because some mages are evil does not mean they all are. I'm not. I'm not.
Did she turn into a goose there?
I'm not.
I'm not.
And now, because you demanded, the all-quacking choir.
You know, for a mage, you're pretty smart.
All right. It turns out talking about dead people gets them pretty hot as they share a kiss with each other. Thus, we finally get to that cave where the red scepter is held, and Ridley uses the ruby to open the door. He comes across a skeleton holding it in his hand.
Why do you disturb the rod of Savril?
Save the Empire of Izmir.
Be warned. Anyone who wields the power of the rod shall suffer a horrible fate.
And remember to ride the Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland.
But unfortunately, Minty Fresh Crest shows up and takes the rod away. They all transport back to the Empress, where something about controlling and fighting dragons is going on. I don't know. Just enjoy Iron's overacting. That was good, but it's no... Can you even understand what he's saying during these scenes?
Get up, move that crossbow, Andamada. Destroy them before they reach it. Prepare to fire again.
I just shit my pants. Wait, I can work with it. My character would shit his pants. Yes, I just shit my pants.
So Joan of LARP sees if she can go up there and keep the dragons under control while the battle continues in the tower. Just look at this riveting choreography. Up, 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 down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, up, down. This is sounding like a cheat code to a Nintendo game.
And by the way, you have something on your lip!
Oh my god, how come nobody told me?
You can run, your ladyship, but you'll never run far enough.
Good God, man! Did you graduate from the Dr. Insano School of Acting?
Now a new reign of terror begins. My reign of terror. Let their blood rain from the sky!
I'm turning into a human vibrator!
My sister, my daughter, my sister!
Not so talented, eh, Mr. Ridley?
Oh, I don't know. I always thought he was the talented Mr. Ridley. But Ridley gets a hold of the scepter and destroys it, leaving the dragons to finish him off.
Oh my god, there was way too much ham in that actor.
Shit.
So the day seems to be saved, I guess. Everyone gives a cheer, our heroes remain heroes, and Snails is still dead.
Part 2 is gone, I knew it. Oop.
I'm gonna miss you, pal.
And then we end with this scene.
Do not question your gift. Your friend awaits you.
I don't get it either, folks, but who cares? The movie is over. And by God, wasn't that a lot of fun? How can anyone not enjoy this film? Its stupidity is at a spectacular level. I've never played Dungeons & Dragons, so I have no idea if it followed it well, but just as a film itself, it's an unbelievable experience. Bad films of this magnitude don't come around enough, and when they do, we have to enjoy them. So if you want a good laugh, rent it today and see what you've been missing out on. You won't regret it. I'm the Nostalgia Critic, I remember it.
Alright, let's see what part 2 is claimed on. Sorry about that, everybody. Not sure how long I was out for. Let's see. There it is. Aha! Blocked in some territories. Blocked in some territories. Blocked in all territories. Ah, it was for Alien Resurrection. Damn. Okay. Let's trim out those segments. There's quite a few of them. Damn. Okay. So there we go. About 10 minutes, about 15 minutes. Well, shit. So there we go. Sorry about that. God. Oh God, Mulan. Well.
This episode brought to you by HelloFresh. Delicious pre-measured. This episode brought to you by HelloFresh. Delicious pre-measured ingredients and simple chef-made recipes delivered to your doorstep every week. Also join us this Saturday on Twitch for a live charity stream. September 5th from noon to 10. Hope to see you there.
Are the clean bits going to be uploaded anywhere? I don't know. I really don't know. That's the thing. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I can do. Well, here's the thing about the D&D review. I'd seen it before.
Hello on the...
Here's the thing. The D&D review, I'd seen it before. So I guess that's why I was, like, falling asleep. Sorry about that.
Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it so you don't have to. Well, with the first Disney live-action remake coming out that people are actually saying, it can't work! It only makes sense to look back.
Except it didn't work. As a matter of fact, I would say it was worse than the animated one. Much worse.
At, in my opinion, one of the most interesting animated Disney films, Mulan. I say interesting not because I think the film is particularly fascinating, but because of the following it's acquired. Released in 1998, I was still in high school when this film came out, and the reaction people my age or older had was an astounding... That was okay. It's no Lion King, but the characters were decent, the songs were hummable, it's a totally serviceable flick. But the reactions from kids were quite different. Children loved this movie, and more importantly, it stayed with them. To a point where now those children are grown up, they're showing it to their kids, and they're having the exact same reaction. This has resulted in memes, fan art, merchandise. Don't even get me started on this shit. And once again, a very hyped up remake. The closest Disney comparison I could think of for this would be a Goofy movie. It's nothing epic, but it struck a chord, spoke a language that connected with a generation that loves to quote the lines and celebrate the film.
Taken the action
Mulan
to
has an even bigger advantage as it was a bigger hit than a Goofy movie. Not Frozen levels per se, but it turned in a decent payday. So why has this film grown such a unique but large fan base over the years, and why is it still going strong? What did people like me who saw the film as passable, but nothing special, miss that younger crowds gravitated towards? Well, let's get down to business and take a look at Mulan.
Oh.
Admit it, you're humming that song in your head right now. The film opens with an attack on the Great Wall by the Huns, and the Emperor of China, played by Pat Morita, says they must recruit more soldiers
Pat Morita, who is Japanese.
A grain of rice can tip the scale. One man or woman may be the difference between victory and defeat.
This brings us to Mulan, voiced by Ming-Na Wen, making cheat notes for impressing the matchmaker.
We are counting on you to
uphold the family honor. Don't worry, Father. I won't let you down.
Oh, if only I knew Chinese instead of English. Meanwhile, Mulan's mother and grandmother... Wait, both parents are alive in this Disney film? Oh, make a wish! My 10-inch penis, my wish came true! Try to help Mulan out by getting her dressed up and even giving her a lucky cricket. This leads to the song You'll Bring Honor to Us All. Hey, very nice! Execute her for touching a man's things.
Damn.
Trust my recipe for instant bride.
The song is a catchy tune, cleverly pointing out the ironies of enforcing gender roles. Ironically used in ads enforcing gender roles.
Mulan's meeting the matchmaker. Everything must be perfect.
But isn't this what she doesn't want to be in the movie?
I said make her perfect!
Fa Mulan.
Damn, I thought only Eddie Murphy would be using that language.
Present.
Oh, I really am too old for some of this.
You must demonstrate a sense of dignity.
As you'd imagine, clumsy 90s rom-com Mulan accidentally messes things up, resulting in some wacky slapstick. It's pretty standard, though I will admit, this did get a laugh. Damn it, I picked the extra flammable fan!
You may look like a bride, but you will never bring your family honor!
Why is it when that makeup is supposed to look funny on her, it looks scary? But when it's supposed to look scary on Ronan, it looks funny. Mulan goes home disgraced and sings Reflection, sung by Lea Salonga.
Can it be I'm not meant to
play
this part?
I'll admit I was shocked to rediscover how surprisingly short this song is. Where most emotional Disney ballads usually run between 2.5 to 3 minutes, Reflection is only 1.5 minutes long. That's not a ton of time to get an emotional impact. But even with that said, the song might actually be more poignant now than it was before. See, back then a lot of people saw this as just another wanting more song, which had become a little stock by that point. But when you really take in the lyrics of your reflection not representing who you are, and the increased awareness and identity around gender, sexuality, and online personas, it surprisingly grows in relevance. I get the feeling this song might actually make a stronger connection now with some people than it did when it first came out. In fact, I do have to admit a lot of these songs are better than I remember them. I think I was always comparing them to knockouts like Part of Your World and Belle, but these really do hold their own years later. I was impressed how much I liked them looking back.
My, what beautiful blossoms we have this year.
Her father gives a nice talk about, well, they're surrounded by flowers, so of course, late bloomers.
This one's late, but I'll bet that when it blooms, it will be the most beautiful of all.
And it might pretend to have a penis. That's very important.
Nah. Odd way to cut.
The news that a male from every household must serve in the army to defeat the Huns. Naturally, Mulan's father is too old to serve, but it's not looking like they have any other choice.
You'll die for honor.
I will die doing what's right.
But if you...
I know my place. It is time you learned yours.
As well as what it's worth. $30 is pretty steep, man. Mulan says screw this no girls treehouse shit and disguises herself as a boy to join the army in her father's place.
She could be killed.
If I reveal her, she will be.
They will murder her if they discover she's not technically a Disney princess.
Shh, don't say that so loud.
Mulan's ancestors, led by the voice of George Takei, have a meeting to discuss what is to be done.
Japanese,
which of course leads to the introduction of our comic relief, Mushu, played by Eddie Murphy.
Anybody who's foolish enough to threaten our family, vengeance will be mine!
So, from what I can gather, people are kind of split on this character. I don't know anyone who hates him like Jar Jar, but I don't know anyone who loves him like Genie either. He seems remarkably out of place. But to the film's credit, I think that's part of the comedy. He's animated well. I want to laugh at him. I just don't think he's given a ton of funny things to say.
Watch this here. Jump back, I'm pretty hot, huh? Well, maybe at the singe nobody proved no point.
In something like Shrek, he can get a little bit more risque, which I think plays more to Murphy's strengths.
I say we take the sword and neuter him right here. Give him the Bob Barker treatment.
This I see as Donkey Light. It's familiar enough, but Jesus, I miss the stuff that's bad for you. But to be fair, he does get a chuckle here and there.
I know.
I have to admit, I never really thought about the fact that he's responsible for a man's death.
Your misguidance led Fatih
What are y'all doing? Save a kitten. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean that's good. That's good. Y'all are helping them out. Getting her trained up on like what to do and everything. What?
Are you reacting to Mulan?
I'm reacting to Doug's like review of Mulan. Yes.
Oh. I just noticed. I just called to see what happened.
Oh, I'd seen that review already, and I got to be honest, I got bored and fell asleep.
Oh.
Haven't seen this one though.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, but I've seen Mulan, but I haven't seen Doug's review, so that's why I'm more at attention on this one than I was on the last one.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll let you get back to it.
Okay. Alrighty, well,
Alright.
speak at you later.
Okay, talk to you later.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that, everybody. Kay was just calling to talk about a kitten that they were gonna rescue and everything.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Not even sure how that happened. I was cat sitting. In fact, he's ordered to wake up another guardian to look after Mulan, but he accidentally destroys the statue and uses its decapitated head to fool the others. Meaning that's 2 murders he's technically responsible for. Where'd do ghosts go when they die anyway?
I'll make Mulan a war hero and they'll be begging me to come back to work.
He and the cricket go after Mulan, and we're introduced to the leader of the Huns, Shan Yu, voiced by Miguel Ferrer.
Nice work, gentlemen. You found the Hun army.
Who's Cuban?
I know this is an unpopular opinion, but this is one of the most boring Disney villains to me.
He looks intense, but they didn't really give him much to do.
He looks cool. He's voiced by a good actor.
No, bring
Before
Kate
studio
back.
that brought
She's not here. She's at work. She's not here. I'm sorry.
us some of the greatest villains of all time, he does and says the most generic bad guy stuff.
By building his wall, he challenged my strength. Well, I'm here to play his game. I'm ready.
Game, strength, challenge, ready. All his lines sound like evil Nike posters. I think of the manipulation, the backstabbing, the diabolical plans that made me hate the other baddies with such delight. All he does is say kill people, and his army kills people.
Tell your emperor to send his strongest armies.
Part of that might be he's not on screen very long. Had they shown him, say, planning his strategy, or explaining why he's fighting, or showing more of his abuse of power over his prisoners, or hell, even his soldiers, I'd totally be on board. But all of that, I guess, is done off screen. There's a scene where he finds a doll and says he best return it to its owner, and then later you see a village burn down. That's like Frollo saying find the gypsy girl, and then you just cut to Paris on fire.
Yeah.
It's not nearly the same.
No,
yeah,
it
he
isn't.
does bad stuff. I mean, that's a whole village of families burned to the ground, but it's like a documentary on a serial killer saying what he did, not how or why he did it. Oh, wait, right. He was enticed. Guess that's all we need.
The Emperor will stop you.
He invited me.
If you like this dude, cool, but he doesn't do anything for me. I think the only intimidating moment I got out of him was this scene.
How many men does it take to deliver a message?
One. You missed! Missed again, there you go. Meanwhile, Mulan practices acting like a dude.
Ha! I see you have a sword. I have one too. They're very manly and tough.
I'd laugh, but I've heard LARPers say that word for word. Mushu approaches and lets her know he's there to help her out.
My ancestors sent a little lizard to help me.
Dragon, not lizard. I don't do that tongue thing.
Hey, don't rule that out, man. A lot of lady dragons like that stuff.
Oh, come on, man.
Is he their son?
If I was my real size, your cow here would die of fright. For instance, my eyes can see straight through your armor. Ow!
Rated G.
Dishonor on your whole family. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
Stop.
But there's so much merchandise to be utilized from this.
Dishonor on me for falling asleep during the D&D video. Which, yeah, gotta be honest, not my best moment. Not my best moment at all. Sorry about that. Again, it's just I'd seen that review before. That's why I knew like once again, I think it's just once again over 20 hours of being up, and that's the thing that gets me. That's the thing that makes me fall asleep. Fuck me. Oh. I guess it's dad joke time. Here we go again. I'm mad. A couple of years ago, my therapist told me I had problems letting go of the past. That's not good. How can you tell if a woman is wearing pantyhose? If she farts, her ankles swell. Sheesh, even I rolled my eyes at that one. Knock knock. Who's there? Abby. Abby who? Ow! Abby stung me. A bee stung me. God dang it, that one's terrible. Jesus. Ah! You know, I was thinking, any salad can be a Caesar if you stab it enough. Jesus. This is actually a good philosophical question. If we aren't supposed to have midnight snacks, then why is there a light in the fridge? That's actually a good question. I actually like that one. Oh, God. Alright. Where? Oh, man. You know what the hardest part about learning to ride a bike is? The pavement. Where do the mice park their boats? At the Hickory Dickory Dock. God, that's terrible. Alright. One more. How do trees get on the internet? Just like everyone else. They log on. Alright. Enough of my shitty dad jokes.
It's strange that this film decided to go with one prominent character for the comic relief, as when Mulan walks in to join the army, the laughs happen quite naturally. This is a pretty funny army. There's a short, anger-prone dude played by Harvey Fierstein, a lanky show-off played by Getty Watanabe, and a calm giant played by Jerry Tondo. They all get a fair amount of laughs. Even Murphy sneaks in a good chuckle.
I ain't worth my time, chicken boy.
Chicken boy, say that to my face, you limp noodle.
Let's see... Nope, went right under the radar.
Yay!
Mulan trying to fit in as a boy is also pretty entertaining.
I didn't know Faju had a son.
He doesn't talk about me much.
Ugh.
I can see why.
This is good comedic writing.
It is!
The first third of the movie has a hint of a rushed feel to it, with the story, characters, and even length of the songs hitting sort of the bare minimum requirements for a film like this. But I'm starting to think that was done just to reach this part of the movie. Not only is Mulan training and just interacting with the army throughout the majority of the film, but it feels like the movie suddenly turns on
Disney
when she
will be
does.
mad.
The energy is
I know,
high,
right?
the comedy is tight, the slapstick is well timed, and Donny Osmond sings a song. I can't believe I'm saying that as a positive either.
Let's get down to business.
This is hands down the breakout song of the movie. Where the others get decent hits on YouTube for a Disney musical, averaging 20 mil or so, Make a Man is currently at 122 million. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised. It's just a fun song. It's catchy as hell, it's orchestrated nice, and it's a training montage, man. You can throw some Rocky clips in there and nobody would have a problem. I like too that Mulan isn't naturally a fighter. Nothing about her background or environment would indicate that she would be. In fact, if anything, it makes her risk and sacrifice all the more meaningful. She's going into a fight not knowing how to fight. She has to learn like everyone else, which allows growth for the character as well as growth with the army. And once again, it leads to some great laughs. The face that launched a million profile icons.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
In another very funny scene, Mulan tries bathing in the lake when, of course, some of the other soldiers get the same idea. Leading to probably my favorite line in the entire film.
There are a couple of things I know they're bound to notice.
I know it's a kid's film, so I won't say what it is, but it rhymes with newbies.
And I am Yao, King of the Rock.
And that's just what he's called.
Oh.
Mushu bites one of them to get Mulan away, and she overhears Captain Shang, voiced by B.D. Wong, being chewed out by the Emperor's advisor, voiced by James Hong.
For what it's worth, I think you're a great captain.
That young man fills me with hope, and some other emotions that are weird and deeply confusing.
You know, they actually... that's actually the funny thing about Shen. The actor who portrays B.D. Wong is gay. Like, B.D. Wong is gay, and he's been out for a long time. They actually discussed that Shen, in this, when he thought that Mulan was a dude, he basically was just questioning himself. And I think B.D. Wong said in an interview later on, he was just like, he said it took a lot of his like concentration as an actor to not just give into the idea of just like, oh yeah, Shen's gay, and he just never like committed to it because he was afraid of being judged. I think that's actually kind of funny. Oh God. Yeah, so Shane, that's the thing. We don't know. We don't know. Oh God, that's the funniest part about this. Is just we don't know. Oh, and we never will. Sadly, it seems.
Mushu dresses up as a messenger, which I'm honestly shocked hasn't become a parade character at Disney, giving orders for the army to head out. This leads to the final song of the film, and probably the weakest, Girl Worth Fighting For.
Yeah.
Think of instead a girl worth fighting for.
It's not bad, I guess. It's just between the over-the-top instrumentals and the comedic singing, it can get a tad grating.
My family ways and turn of phrase are sure to thrill her.
Best choice for singers since Return Jafar said, let's not give Gilbert Gottfried 1, but 2 songs.
Hashtag girl power.
That's totally a chick, right? Yeah, but it's cool. One of our pickers is actually a dude.
How long did you know? Huh. For soldiers, it sure took us a while to notice that. Maybe we shouldn't sing any more horny songs.
My father should have been here.
They come across a burnt village as well as a burnt army, with the dead general being Shang's father. Despite the pain, he decides to move the army forward to try and stop the Huns when this occurs.
What happened? You just gave away our position!
No, that's a good question. What did happen? Did it go off on its own? Did Mushu trigger it? This leads to a big action sequence, and it's never made clear what sets it off. It doesn't ruin too much, I guess. It's just odd that it's never clarified. I mean, is Mushu now responsible for 2 beheadings and an army's demise? He's almost as evil as he was in Mulan 2. Almost. Mulan gets an idea to cause an avalanche with one of the cannons, wiping out the majority of Shen Yu's army. And for a film that visually plays it rather safe, these are some pretty cool shots.
Yeah.
That's some Disney frying the Coke logic there. Alright, he does get the laughs when it counts.
Yes.
Also, what's his death toll up to now?
Enough.
Mulan saves the day, but a battle wound causes her to pass out. The doctor takes a little too good a look. I never thought I'd see the day when I was disappointed to see breasts. The law requires Shang to kill her, but he lets her live for, you know, saving like a bajillion lives. Fair trade?
Yeah.
I should never have left home.
I usually hate these third act moping scenes where people take something the wrong way and you know the hero's gonna win them over, you just have to slump through it. But Murphy is pretty good at being affectionate here, while also working in a giggle or two.
What? What do you mean you're not lucky? And what are you, a sheep?
Next you'd be telling me half the actors in this aren't even Asian, or that the cast of Aladdin aren't Arabian.
Or that some of the main lead actors, including the Emperor, and including like several like people in this, aren't they're Asian, but they're not Chinese. They're Japanese. And yeah.
Cancel Disney! Yeah.
Nah.
Let me know how that goes.
Ugh.
Of course, Shang Yu is still alive, and he gathers what's left of his men to capture the Emperor during a celebration.
The Huns are alive. They're in the
A
city.
woman!
You don't belong here, Mulan. Go home.
One day I'm gonna marry that man.
Please, you have to help.
They don't listen to her, ending up in the Emperor being kidnapped. The logical solution? Or, a solution?
Be a man.
Got an extra dress for me?
Yeah, so I get the idea. They're switching it up too, like Mulan
Let's cancel
did,
Disney.
And it's cute, but
it's okay.
I think this is when it hits you. You've been watching a comedy the whole time. It's a comedy with serious moments, but it's a comedy. I would have liked a more serious climax for the Battle of China. You think of Aladdin battling a magic snake, Ariel battling a giant sea witch, Simba battling his uncle. This is a big dude battling a teenager while some guys make kissy faces and drag. Also, a firework is what kills the villain off, after an impression of Batman or Rambo, and I don't even know.
Who are you? Your worst nightmare.
It's fine, I guess. I mean, those other climaxes have funny moments too, but did you think a movie advertised like this?
Endangered the lives of thousands of men.
And with a poster like this, was gonna end like this? Can't you at least give me one badass move?
Not quite.
Alright, that was pretty sweet. Mulan saves the day, but, you know, tits and all.
She's a hero.
She's a woman. She'll never be worth anything.
Except again, hopefully $30.
Enough.
No, once again, Doug is making this with zero, like, hindsight of what happened with the live-action Mulan. And it hurts even more when he references it. God, was it not worth it. Holy shit. Where's part 2? It got claimed. It'll be back.
The Emperor has some choice words, though.
You stole your father's armor, impersonated a soldier, dishonored the Chinese army, destroyed my palace.
But it was damn good flying.
You have saved us all.
They all bowed to her before Return of the King made a cue, and she celebrated as a hero. The Emperor even does her the favor of playing matchmaker for her.
You don't meet a girl like that every dynasty.
I'd tap that.
She returns home, and her father couldn't be more proud. But her grandma's upset she didn't bring home some ass.
If you ask me, she should have brought home a man.
Excuse me, does Fa Mulan live here?
Woo! Sign me up for the next war.
I tap that.
Would you like to stay for dinner?
Mushu is allowed back as a guardian, and a pop song plays us out.
Mushu! Whenever you feel your world is crashing down on you.
Again, not exactly circle of life or part of your world, but maybe that's not exactly what this was meant to be. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think this was going to be closer to what the live-action film is building up. You know, more epic and serious and really embracing the Chinese culture.
Yeah, really embraces the modern Chinese culture by filming on a concentration camp. No, literally, it's a concentration. They filmed battle scenes in a concentration camp. It's literally where they're keeping, like, their Muslim population, the Uyghurs. That's where they're keeping them. Oh my god. Oh.
You know, without Eddie Murphy jokes. But as I'm learning more and more, I should accept Mulan for what it is and not for what I want it to be. And Mulan, honestly, is a lot of fun. If you accept it more as a comedy adventure, which I think a lot of people do, I think it not only holds up, but the emotional moments hit a little stronger. As a serious film, there wouldn't be nearly enough of the character struggle or dramatic pacing, but as something a little lighter, you could argue this is just the perfect amount. I'll also give credit that while I never saw the Disney heroines as weak as some others do, I can't really think of one that wielded a weapon before. There is something cool about a Disney princess lineup, and one of them is holding a sword. I can see more and more why this film caught on with kids. It has a lot of energy in its animation, songs, and comedy. It doesn't skip over the dramatic moments either, they're just not focused on as much. Even though it was never one of my personal favorites,
Fucked
I will
up, right?
say
What have
I
I
do
missed?
remember a lot of
Plenty,
it.
Jordan.
Whenever somebody quotes a line, I do
quite a
always
bit,
know the
but it's
context,
okay.
despite not watching it a ton. I think kids and adults over time have really learned to warm up to the charm of it. Whether you're moved by it, empowered by it, or just watch it for some laughs, it doesn't look like this film is going to be dying.
Well, here's the thing. It's not like Disney filming a movie at Auschwitz. It'd be like Disney filming a movie at Auschwitz while it was still in use. That's the thing. The concentration camp that they filmed on in China is still currently in use. Oh my god.
In popularity anytime soon.
What next video?
I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it, so you don't have to.
How the fuck are you still awake? I really don't know.
Say that to my face, you limp noodle!
Hey. You watch your tongue, Eddie Murphy. Oh, God. So, yeah. How am I still awake? That is a good question. I would like to know that myself. Although I did temporarily nod off for like 10-15 minutes while I was watching the D&D review, and the main reason I nodded off was because I'd seen it before.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia
I'm sleeping with my eyes open. Yes, and I'm sleep talking. Isn't that right, Steven?
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it? So you don't
Kids.
have to.
That one's
We
one of
put
the
up with
next
some
ones.
pretty weird shit in our childhoods, didn't we?
Yup.
We had midget bears that made people feel better by shooting out their radioactive stomachs, premature reptiles that studied ninjutsu while eating processed Italian food, and an alien whose nose, quite frankly, should have been censored. Yet with all that strangeness going on, there are still a few select moments that stick out in the totally messed up department. These are known as the mindfuck moments. The times when not only are you looking at total craziness, but it's constantly being thrown at you and simply will not let up. It can be just a few moments, or it can sometimes be the length of the entire movie.
Pink elephant
Either
from
way,
Dumbo.
there's absolutely
Oh my
nothing normal
gosh.
about it. Now, I've already mentioned the Tom and Jerry movie in another review, and trust me when I say that aborted atrocity doesn't have to be mentioned again.
Thank
But
God.
there are still 11 other choices that deserve to be looked at and feared beyond reason. So, in this special surreal edition of the Nostalgia Critic, I'd like you to forget about your calm, logical reality and enter a world of crazy, insane, fucked uptivity. This is the top 11 nostalgic mindfucks.
Yeah. This shit, like... This shit doesn't make sense. Oh.
Number banana. Toontown from Who Framed Roger
Oh my
Rabbit.
God,
This is
yeah.
every kid's dream come true and every adult's worst nightmare. A
Yeah.
world crawling with
So
completely
sugary
insane
sweet it
cartoon
gives you
characters.
fucking diabetes.
At first it sounds cool, but when you really get down to it, a lot of your favorite cartoon characters are fucking assholes.
This little kitty went to market.
Wait, you know...
Every other second, something's either shouting, exploding, or trying to kill you. It's like a weekend at Ted Nugent's house. Plus, it's probably the only time you'll see Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse together. That alone is pretty surreal.
Yes.
Yeah, so how's Pixar saving your ass this time, Mickey? Suck my enchanted ball sack, you hunk of shit.
It was always bright and colorful, but it was also manic and totally out of control, making a simple daytime stroll a freaking fight for your life. Operating on cartoon logic, that is to say, no logic, Toontown definitely knew how to make us all grateful to be living in the real world.
Tunes gets him every time.
I'm a carrot.
Doug.
Number balloon. Cool World.
Oh, God.
This is a horrible movie. It makes no
Yes,
sense, the acting
it
is
is.
horrible, and nothing about it is funny or dramatic. But boy was it fucked up, creating a city of faces, a million violent residents, and just to make it as surreal as possible, Brad Pitt.
Nah, I'm just gonna leave it alone.
You're dealing with shit here that's way over your head.
I will say this, though. The art style by Ralph Bakshi, dude, some of these backgrounds are like straight nightmare fuel, but they are impressively drawn.
Alright, I can take the madness and chaos of this world, but Brad Pitt? For some reason, that's just too far! He's surreal enough just being with Angelina Jolie. He doesn't need any help from this movie.
I've heard it bores me.
Much like Toontown, Cool World was always loud and obnoxious. But rather than being bright and colorful, Cool World was dark and grainy, creating one of the coolest hellholes ever put on film. Unfortunately, it does its job a little too well.
It's
by the
rough
time
back.
this movie was
What do you
over, I
expect?
ran for the exit like the screen was on fire. And judging by the images, it was hard to tell
Hey,
whether
this
it
movie
was or
couldn't
not.
even finish it.
Place should be erased.
Still, even for all its nonsensical anarchy, Cool World did have, well, nonsensical anarchy. And I guess that is something to be admired.
Yeah.
We may not be real to you as yet, but we will be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Number Z. Dragon's Lair 2.
Oh,
Time
wow.
Break. Now, I know it's kind of cheating putting a video game in the mix, but Dragon's Lair 2 was a fully 2D animated adventure, and was still enjoyable to watch even if you weren't playing it. Unlike the first arcade game that simply put you in different rooms in different situations, Dragon's Lair 2 actually moved like a story. Well, sort of.
Kind of,
There
sort
were
of.
actual levels instead of just obstacles, but they still didn't make that much sense. Like, the first level is just escaping your angry mother-in-law. How strange is that?
You better fight my daughter or
There's another level where you're...
Oh, man. The kitten they were trying to save passed away. Oh, man, that sucks. I'm sorry, I just, fuck. And, it sucks. Yeah, that sucks so fucking bad. Yeah, sorry everybody, yeah. I'm alright, Bleach Bandit. I'm fine.
Confused for Alice from Alice in Wonderland.
was brilliant, the slight tones the Kyra in the waveful mimsy were the burgles and the moonlight.
But the strangest level of all has got to be the Beethoven level. You start off at the size of a mouse as you're fighting off a cat in Beethoven's house. Sounds basic enough, but look what happens as time goes by. What the hell? Why is the piano flying? Why is the cat breathing fire? And why did Beethoven suddenly turn into Elton John? We never get an answer for any of this, but to be honest, the answers will probably just confuse us more. The Dragon's Lair games were not only intense to play, but they were a trip to watch, making no sense whatsoever. But given the director's other projects, I'd say we've come to expect that. And in this case, actually enjoy it.
Porcupines are gone.
Next number. Number Toaster. The Paraphernalia Wagon from Grinch Night. The Grinch had a number of spin-offs after How the Grinch Stole Christmas, including Grinch Night, The Grinch Grinches the Cat in the Hat, and probably the most controversial, How the Grinch Killed Horton. But this was by far the strangest of them, as all the Who's down in Whoville are afraid of the Grinch coming down from his mountain and into the neighborhood. So it's up to a small boy named Euchariah to stand up to the Grinch and try to distract him. Why is he coming to town? Because the wind has changed. Why is everyone afraid of him? Because he's the Grinch, I guess. Okay, so this plot made absolutely no sense whatsoever, and given the stories of Dr. Seuss, that's saying a lot. On top of that, it's a very dialogue-heavy special with very little action or visuals.
Euchariah said.
Grandpa Josiah?
And Grandpa Josiah said.
Yes, Euchariah?
And Euchariah said.
Call the Grinch Alarm Center.
And Grandpa Josiah said.
Excellent suggestion.
And Euchariah said.
Shut up! That is until the Grinch opens up his paraphernalia wagon, or as I like to call it, hell.
I'm fine, everybody.
Unlike the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, though, all the creatures and visuals have structure, and are pretty impressive to look at if your 5-year-old mind can take
I just wet myself.
Logical? No. Crazy? Nah. Fucked up beyond all recognition? You bet your friggin' ass. Grinch Night is one night on the town I think we'd all like to forget sooner than later. Now on to our next wait a minute, this isn't right. Much better. Number Love. Raggedy Ann and Andy, a musical adventure.
Oh,
now, I know
no.
what you're thinking. How can a movie based on a prissy little doll have anything resembling a mindfuck moment? Well, just watch some of it.
I'm coming!
Is this endless eating all there is to be?
The reason that is because I love you.
What the fuck? This was a weird freaking movie with bizarre characters and strange settings. It came out in the 70s, what a surprise, and was the first film to ever be based on the doll, so nobody really knew what to do with it. So they decided to do anything they wanted to do with it, adding the strangest images ever to be associated with the character. I think the strangest parts are probably involving a blobbish creature called the Greedy.
Because without a sweetheart, I never get enough.
And 2 naked dolls that do, this.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? What did you do and why? Tell us what you saw, dear Raggedy. We're so curious, we could die. Whoa!
Raggedy Ann scares me! Most kids were freaked out by this movie, which caused a whole generation of kids to be scared by this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't really a good film, and it was a huge flop at the box office, it was certainly creative, and gave us a whole shitload of things to freak our minds over. If you can believe it, the same guy who animated Toontown was also the director of this screwed up little fable. I know, quite a stretch, huh? I never thought I'd say this, but after seeing this movie, Raggedy Ann is just plain fucked up. What if it isn't Mr. Puppy? Hello, Mr. Puppy! Oh my god, a gorilla! Number. The opening to the Beetlejuice cartoon. I'm convinced this show had the coolest opening ever. Not only were the images out there and deranged, but the music sounded like a group of Christmas carolers singing on a fucking tilt-a-whirl. Look at all these weird creations that just continue to fly out at you. If Tim Burton had never done acid, I'd hate to see what happens if he does. I remember the show itself being okay, and you could definitely call it a very strange series, but it's this fucked up opening that always got your attention. I could honestly just watch this a dozen times and probably be just as satisfied as watching an episode. It was kind of like a Disney ride. Designed by the Manson family. Creepy, kooky, mysterious, and spooky, the opening of Beetlejuice knew how to creep us out as well as hype us up. Number 11. The Hallucination from Beavis and Butthead Do a Man. I know neither the show nor the movie was intended for kids, but that didn't stop us from watching it anyway. And boy, did it lead to one of the biggest trip-out moments ever.
Yeah.
It all starts when Beavis and Butthead are stranded in the desert, as Beavis takes a bite of a cactus that causes him to start hallucinating. And what follows is the best damn hallucination ever!
Now, it's pretty well known that Beavis and Butthead have never been very big in the artistic department. But when they got the designs of Rob Zombie's illustration work, the rest is mindfuck history.
Fire!
And as soon as it's over, of course, no one ever mentions it again.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, okay.
Why
Actually,
not?
a lot of these mindfucks are essentially big-lipped alligator moments, but as long as they entertain and mess up our perception of normality, it's always welcome. Number Gutenberg. Willy Wonka's Tunnel from Hell.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know I put this on a list already, but this scene is just so goddamn strange, I had to mention it again. I mean, what is up with it?
Now I am gonna be sick.
The rest of the movie is so charming and magical, and then all of a sudden we're transported into Satan's warp zone. What was the point?
I think I'm gonna be sick.
There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living
Now I am
there,
gonna be
you'll
sick.
be free if you truly will. Number Pi. This is Halloween from The Nightmare Before Christmas. This is by far the best part of the movie. It's the best song, best visuals, and best out of your fucking mind moment. Every second something is flying at you, and in a world where everything is designed to scare, chances are you're gonna come across some freaky moments. This world is so surreal that bats actually have strings attached to them. Whoa, that's just crazy! All the creatures of Halloween are in the opening and are all recognizable, except for one. What the hell is that guy? He looks like a chewed up reject from Where the Wild Things Are. I mean, what's he doing there?
I am a genius.
While the whole movie is of course a classic, it's the song sequence that we remember the most, because it has the most freaky ass shit coming at us. A few years ago, this film was released again in theaters and presented in 3D. I'm having a hard enough time watching it in 2D. I don't need 3 dimensions to tell me how fucked up this is.
Aren't you scared?
Whether you're scared by it or not, This Is Halloween definitely rates a 9.5 on the what the fuck-a-meter.
Agreed.
What? Number Piano. The Pink Elephants from Dumbo. Again, this is a perfectly normal kids film that suddenly takes a trip down LSD land in the middle of the movie. The scene starts out with Dumbo getting drunk. I just realized how strange that sounds.
Yes.
We see him start to blow bubbles with his trunk as the bubbles start shapeshifting.
You see what I see?
Pink elephant.
And then, chaos! A parade of pink, black-eyed demons come dancing out of nowhere and decide to have a freak-out.
Pink elephants on parade, here they come, hippity-hoppity, they're here.
How much time do I have left? 3 hours, I
I
think.
actually love watching this movie when little kids are around because they never know if they should be enchanted or horrified.
I am not the type to faint when things are odd or things are quaint.
Chase 'em away, chase 'em away, I'm afraid, need your aid, pink elephants on parade.
I'm not pissing myself with fear. But why?
The scene just gets more and more surreal until the final gangbang of consciousness takes place.
Everything like takes off at once, and anarchy. Elephant.
Was it good for you? Totally out of nowhere and totally making no sense, Pink Elephants was a bubbly brain bash that no amount of alcohol can make you forget. And the number theory of relativity nostalgic mindfuck is...
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
The opening to Pee-wee's Playhouse. Somehow Pee-wee keeps making it on my top 11 list. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in this slot, it's definitely called for. The show starts off in the middle of a forest, and at first, it's kind of relaxing. The music is very mellow and nothing much is really going on, and you see what your house would look like if you were the richest stoner in the world. But just as you're starting to relax... Is the window talking? It goes into mindfuck central, where literally
Literally everything in the house can talk. The chair, the clock, the window, everything. The only thing I never saw talk on the show was the floor, and that's because I don't think it ever had anything to say. We also hear the song sung by a woman, or at least I hope it's a woman, who sounds like she just sucked a year's worth of helium.
Get out of bed. There'll be no more napping. It hoits when I breathe.
And if you think this little checking out of your sanity doesn't last very long, think again. Most TV shows have an opening of about 30 seconds, a minute at the most. Pee-wee's Playhouse has an opening of 2.5 minutes, never once showing a single solitary credit. If an introduction where everything talks, chipmunks are singing, and Lawrence Fishburne wears a cowboy suit isn't considered the ultimate mindfuck, quite frankly, I think it's time you get an intervention.
Cowboy Curtis and Zombie the Genie.
And those are the top 11 nostalgic mindfucks. Well, I think it's time to return to reality.
Reality? What's that?
I said I think it's time to return to reality. Come on, guys! Hey, knock it off!
All right, Doug.
Right.
Do it.
Thank you, terrifying logo. I needed that. Hey, how come you didn't come out when I mentioned the pink elephants? Oh, it's because I mentioned the S at the end, isn't it? You only come out when I say the word elephant. Elephants. 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 I have my fun. I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to.
Oh my gosh. All right. Oh God, Mrs. Doubtfire. Well,
this
here we
episode
go.
brought to you by Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit. This episode brought to you by Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit. Also brought to you by Shady Rays, fit, style, and performance sunglasses without the big brand price.
Kids WD, I think it is next.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to. It's time for that story everybody can follow and understand about a father who loves his kids so much he dresses up like a woman for them. In San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, that tracks.
Hard to believe it's been 30 years since this comedy blockbuster came out. Mrs. Doubtfire is one of those movies that should be formulaic and gimmicky, and yeah, okay, it is, but it also added some new elements both comedically and dramatically that helped it stand out. It's a film that's by no means perfect, but the improv of Robin Williams, smart directing of Chris Columbus, hilarious cast, good writing, and amazing makeup effects helped the film stand out even all these years later. I'm really not kidding on the makeup effects either. I remember when the trailer of this first dropped and people really thought it was just gonna be about a quirky housekeeper. But then when they show Robin Williams with the mask off, people howled with laughter. It was one of the best trailer reactions I've ever seen. But does the film itself earn such a positive reaction? Well, let's take a closer look. This is Mrs. Doubtfire. As the credits roll, we see Daniel, played by Robin Williams, partaking in a job as a voice actor.
Salutations, snack.
Yipe.
Yay! And okay, these are nitpicks, I won't dwell on them long, but it is funny how voice acting has really exploded the past few decades, and I think people know now this is not exactly how it works.
911, 911.
Cup of garlic, a twist of parakeet. Eat your heart out, Julia Child.
Daniel, we need to record 5 seconds at a time. Were you just gonna do like 8 takes of the entire movie? Maybe. Also, while there's tons of cartoons in the past where characters smoked, this is the decade where they legally had to put PSAs in cartoons telling you not to. This would never fly.
The fact that Pudgy the Parrot has a cigarette shoved into his mouth is morally irresponsible.
This is a cartoon, okay?
Come on, it's Chuck Jones. Remember when he had Porky and Daffy smoke cigarettes made out of lead paint?
If you want a paycheck, you stick to the script. If you want to play Gandhi, then do it on somebody else's time.
Why did I think directing people like me would be easier? No, really, he's Launchpad. Look it up. He ends up quitting the job and picking up his kids from school. It's his son Chris's birthday, played by Matthew Lawrence, and though his mother said he can't have a party due to bad grades, Daniel throws him one while she's still at work.
Mom said you couldn't have one because of your report card.
Mom's not gonna be home for another 4 hours, is she?
And with the amount of time a party like this would take to set up and clean up, I'd say you have 5 minutes of actually being able to party.
Miranda Hillard, please.
The nosy neighbor tattletales on them, though, forcing Daniel's wife Miranda, played by Sally Field, to come home early.
It's illegal to possess animals of a barnyard nature in a residential area, man?
What if you're married to one?
So I'll be honest, I actually think Field might have a harder performance to pull off than Williams.
To an extent, yes. Because she's having to play the straight-laced one against Robin Williams's craziness. And I love Robin Williams. I don't ever think that I'm like playing again, like I'm going against Robin Williams here. He's one of my favorite comedic actors of all time. Here he definitely is like he's playing typecast. And Sally Field is basically having to like placate by basically just trying to humanize him, because if you don't have her to balance him out, then it's basically a two-sided thing. But yeah, I get what the critic's saying here.
Yes, Williams has to be funny, charming, and sympathetic, all while wearing a ton of makeup, but let's face it, he can and has been practically doing that in his sleep. Field has to be the responsible one you're still supposed to sympathize with, hilariously high-strung without being the villain, in a marriage where the love has dwindled but she still loves her family, and all while being a supporting character, not the main character. She could have easily been a whiny stick in the mud that everybody hates, but you understand every step of what she's going through, finding real humanity in her dramatic moments as well as her comedic moments. Often the best scenes are when she has to flip-flop in between dramatic and comic within a millisecond. It's actually kind of amazing to watch.
Oh my God. The whole time you would... The whole time?
Don't get me wrong, Williams is fantastic, but Field should not be overshadowed by him.
No.
This is truly a different, but still impressive performance.
Very much so.
We love each other.
I give Sally Field all the credit in the world for not only holding her own, but standing out in her own way that doesn't take away from Robin Williams, but instead enhances his performance, but also highlights her own performance. The balance is impeccable. I am thoroughly impressed. It shows that she's definitely an Academy Award winning actress, and she's worthy of that. 100%.
Don't we?
I want a divorce.
With that said, the two of them do decide to divorce, meaning Daniel has to leave and Miranda gets temporary custody of the kids because of his unemployment.
This is all my fault.
God, no.
I should have never had a birthday, Dad.
Oh, don't blame yourself. That's on your mother and me. Oh, you mean the party? Yeah, well... He says goodbye to his kids, Lydia, played by Lisa Jacob, and Natalie, played by...
Oh, God, Mara Wilson.
No one worth mentioning. Okay, in all seriousness, Mara Wilson is totally fine in this. She had to play a believable, cute little kid, and she does that fine. Honestly, the cuteness could have been exploited a lot more when the kids find out the secret and they decide not to tell her because she's too young and would blow their cover. Most movies would jump at the opportunity to have her know and give a lot of funny reactions, but the film is smart and knows it has to play it real sometimes. And all the performances, including the kids, reflect that. The divorce, for example, is handled really respectfully.
Yes.
You really feel like these two used to be in love, but just aren't right for each other anymore.
Well, our problems would be
Sad to
waiting
say,
for us
that's
right here when
how
we
it
got
goes.
back.
Who will move?
Please don't joke.
Okay.
I'm not gonna act like this is the first family film to have the main characters divorced, but it really wasn't that common until the mid to late 90s.
You know, Matthew Lawrence talked about when he was on set for this, he was so excited to work with Robin Williams. He was excited to work with Robin Williams, and he was just so ecstatic that he got to work with one of his comedic heroes. And he said that whenever Robin, was on set and everything, he was, Mr. like happy and all Mr. Up, like all up and just like making it to where he can, everyone feels so welcomed and so warm and just so happy around him. And then when Robin went to his trailer, no one really saw him that much. And Matthew had his script and wanted to go do a private read with Robin because he wanted to get comedic stuff from Robin. Like, he wanted to learn from Robin. He goes in there and he's expecting Robin to just be like, "Oh, hey, Matthew, how you doing?" Just, you know, his normal energetic self. But instead, he goes in there and he finds Robin Williams just like this, sitting at the table in his trailer, and he's literally got his head in his hands, and he's just like, he's on the brink of losing it, just having to put on this face around everybody else. And Matthew Lawrence goes in there, and Matthew just like is shocked to see this. He's shocked to see Robin Williams is just so dejected and just so lost in himself that he asks him what's wrong, and then Robin puts his head up and he says, "Matthew, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You have to see me like this. You're at an age where I feel like I can tell you this, so I'll tell you. Don't do drugs, kid. Don't, because I did it, and though I'm clean now, but it changed me, and I'm not complete anymore. I don't feel complete anymore." And Matthew, later on, when he heard what happened to Robin Williams when Robin died, Matthew said that for Robin to fight that demon in his head off for that long had to have taken such strength and such just such mental fortitude to fight that Matthew just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Robin fought it for that long, and he knew that like Robin was an emotionally compromised person, and once he learned that, he understood that he had like when Robin went to his trailer to get away from that, it's what he needed to keep himself sane. Robin was just like, and just the fact that it's been 10 years now since he passed away. It was officially 10 years not too long ago, and it was just, oh man. I just can't, like, the struggle that he went through, I can't imagine. Like, just having everyone expect you to be one way. You act that way out in public, you act that way with everybody, and then you have that moment of, like, where it's just you, and that vulnerability, it tears you apart. It tears you down so quickly. Anyway, sorry.
A lot of people were legit surprised they didn't get back together at the end, but also appreciated it wouldn't have felt right if they did. On that note, have we gone 20 minutes without a supercut of wacky Williams improv?
I do voices.
Yeah!
We've come to this planet looking for intelligent life. Oops, we made a mistake.
Yeah, this wasn't quite as played out as when directors would instruct Williams to hold their film hostage with wackiness. And it does lead to this great line.
Mr. Hillard, do you consider yourself humorous?
I used to.
If I was blue and amazingly censored, you find this hilarious? He gets a job packing boxes at a studio, and the kids aren't too blown away with his living situation.
How do you like it?
Nice.
It's okay. Detestable.
Dude, he has a place in San Francisco. That's worth like 9 of you kids.
I'm placing an ad for a housekeeper.
Oh, sounds like shenanigans. I'm in.
Hope you didn't eat.
He alters the number and decides to troll Miranda with bogus inquiries.
I have 2 girls and a boy.
I don't work with the males, because I used to be one.
Again in San Francisco, that would get you more jobs than hang-ups. After driving her insane, he finally calls with a housekeeper she can warm up to.
For the past 15 years, I have worked for the Smythe family of Elborn, England.
Are you the homeless lady from Home Alone 2?
Yes.
Could you tell me your name?
Oh.
Mrs. was accidental.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Daniel.
Damn it! Robin was a huge fan of John Belushi, and when he heard about what happened to John, it hit him pretty hard. Yeah.
He goes to his brother, played by the always great Harvey Fierstein, and Jack, played by the always great Scott Capurro. Because he was amazing as Bede. I don't know, I just didn't want to feel left out.
Oh, it was such a shanda. I should never buy Gribbinus from a moil. It's so chewy.
Whenever that makes in the TV version, you can tell the censors had no idea what that meant, because if they did, that would never make it in the TV version. He makes his first appearance as Mrs. Doubtfire, and for a 30-year-old movie, that makeup is still pretty convincing.
Yes.
Apparently it fooled so many people, Williams went to sex shops in character and got adult toys, and nobody recognized him. I think he just liked leaving people with the question of what this lady's sex life was like.
Hello, Christopher.
Jeez, you're big for a lady. You could play for the 49ers.
This was clearly not written for Robin.
No. Robin Williams, 5'7". Yeah, I was gonna say, what would he play? Like running back? I mean, Barry Sanders was 5'7". He's probably the greatest of all time. Slot receiver? Maybe.
Robin Williams.
Are you wearing bug spray?
Oh, I admire that honesty, Natty. That's a noble quality. Never lose that.
He
Because it often disappears with age or entering politics.
The film is very smart to know that the appeal isn't just Robin Williams playing an old lady, but that the old lady truly does feel like a real person. As they show at the end, even if it was never revealed Williams played this role, Doubtfire would still be a very likable character.
Yes.
Most projects where someone plays the opposite sex stop right there, because that's usually all that was required to be entertaining back then. So it's pretty cool that Doubtfire has a real identity outside of just, it's a middle-aged guy playing her. Still, that of course adds another layer of comedy, as he always, in character, tries to find a way to get what he wants.
I don't see why we can't spend the extra time with Dad.
Well, maybe she's right, dear. Maybe their father would be a more appropriate person.
What's the average height of an NFL player? 6'2", 6'3", I guess. I mean, when you're talking about like the people, like the most people who are on the field, I mean, we're talking about like linemen and linebackers. You know, linebackers, and the linemen are at least like 6'4", like from like 6'3" to like 6'7", and weigh in excess of like 260 to 320 pounds. I mean, Jesus.
I also hear he's still open to being open, if you know what I mean. Doubtfire's hired on, but Daniel forgets the court liaison is visiting that night, so he pretends to be his sister.
There's a Mrs. Sellner here to see you. Oh, is she here? Yes, dear.
This is classic farce sitcom-y stuff, and there is quite a bit of it in the film, but despite its corniness, it is still well done.
Mom!
Again, not to beat a dead horse, but in San Francisco, those kids would be like,
oh, hey, there's my home ec teacher. I'm gonna ace that final, Mr. and Mrs. D.
I'll be right there, Mrs. Sellner.
I think most people also know that type of makeup doesn't just peel off and on like cheese on pizza, but again, it makes for some good laughs.
Miss Helen?
Hello!
Speaking of which, the lights were so hot, the cream really was melting off his face and into the tea. And because Columbus shot with several cameras at a time because of Williams' improv, both these reactions are genuine.
Oh God, the cream and the tea. Oh, would you looky there? Are you still going? Yes, I am. Oh, I dozed off for like 15 minutes during the D&D the Dungeons and Dragons one, but it's because I'd seen that review like about 5 times. But yeah, I'm still going, man. Oh, glutton for punishment. I'm still, as Elton John would say, Doug, I'm still standing. Oh God, yeah, I'm still here, and I have less than 3 hours. Love the Jägermeister. Ah, yes, my best friend. The one that keeps me company, keeps me warm at night. I tell you, it has gotten me through some very dark times during this 24-hour stream. I tell you, Doug, it has been quite the time. God. Also, can't forget the Hypnotic. Ah, yes. The Blue Meanie always keeps me sane. Oh man, And also all my props. Yeah, been dressing up like a freaking maniac. Hello, hello, everyone. Yes. Oh God, But yeah, been sitting here talking about Robin Williams and everything like during the production of Miss Doubtfire and all that. But yeah, I'm still going, my dude, and it's been fun. It has been a lot of fun, and I got less than 3 hours to go. And I got to be honest, I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm actually here. Well, might as well finish this up. But yeah.
Close-ups of the cups were the only thing shot later.
1 drop or 2. Would you like another one? Oh, there you go. You've got your cream and your sugar now. It's a little cappuccino.
Thank God it is so funny, because if not, that would be a legit Silence of the Lambs mask.
Oh my God. Hello!
You stand there with your sunglasses, in the sun, wearing your glasses, when suddenly this happens.
Look at there.
You live in Chicago, you know what I'm talking about.
Tremendous.
Don't let
Look at
sun
those
snow be
aviators.
the death of all that is good. 'Tis the season of giving. Get the perfect gift for the special
You
someone
look like a
yourself or
hitman,
both.
Doug.
Our friends
Jesus.
at Shady Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades and quick swap snow goggles that won't break the bank. Snow
Time to start
goggles,
donating
I
to
like
add
saying
more
that
time.
word. Shady
No!
Rays' independent sunglasses
Gamer Brony,
company that
no!
offers an unrivaled
I've already
product that's just
I've
as
already
good
got
as any
like
expensive
okay.
pair we've worn. Durable
I've already got
frames,
all of these
world-class
left. I'm
optics
not
for
going to be able to
all
finish
outdoor
in the
adventures.
24
With
hours.
an extensive array of styles
Holy
and colors,
shit.
you're bound
Looking
to
like
find
a
the perfect
bearded
pair of
Agent
Shady Rays
47.
sunglasses.
Yes,
If you're into
I can
winter
see
sports,
that.
their quick swap snow lenses move easily between full sun to low light environments. I personally love how resilient their sunglasses are. Whenever that deadly sun snow starts, I know they're not going to get that messed up, and they're still going to protect me from the sun peeking through those clouds.
I actually
where it's like,
here in the next
you know, half
actually
the
after
sky's
this
clouds and
review's
half of it's
over,
sun. It's like
after this review's over, I'm actually gonna take the dogs out again because I gotta take them out for I gotta take them out here in just a little bit.
a blue sky, but there's snow. I mean, I feel like you've all. No, actually, a lot of you probably haven't gone through this, but for like the couple of you that think I haven't gone crazy, this is very convenient.
Then
It
do
is the
48
future,
hours.
my
Dark
future, but not
Dragon.
Sun Snow's
I
future. But
am
that's not all.
barely
Shady
holding
Rays
together at
offers the
48
most insane
hours.
protection
Like
in all eyewear.
legitimately,
Every
I
pair
am.
of sunglasses is backed by
I
lost
24
or
hours.
broken
I am
replacements. If you lose or
legitimately
break a pair,
just
even
oh.
on day one, they told us they will send you a brand new pair. No
Will you do
questions
Reefer
asked.
Madness?
So you don't have to make
Maybe
up
get a
Sun
will
Snow
handle
like I did.
pictures.
Am I
We'll
lying
see.
or am I not? You go to Chicago to find
So how are you
out.
feeling?
It's a good place. I'm here.
I'm
Wear your
feeling
Shady Rays with confidence because
I
they
guess.
have your back long
I'm
after
feeling
you
all right.
purchase. Shady Rays is also committed to making a difference in communities across the U.S. through their Impact Program, teaming up with nonprofits to help people live healthy, courageous lives through some of their most challenging times. Yeah, it's a pretty serious one.
Nathan Hamilton, how much time do you have
But why
left?
start now? If you don't love your Shady Rays, exchange for a new
2 hours and 44 minutes.
pair or return them for free
I had an
within
idea.
30
A
days.
Icarus
There's no
marathon.
risk when you shop.
No.
Their team always has your back with personal and fast support. And now exclusively for our viewers,
Dude,
Shady
y'all are
Rays
already
is
like
giving
trying
out
to
a
get me
very
plotted
merry
out to
deal
do
for the
another
season.
one of these.
Go to shadyrays.com
I am,
and use
like,
the code
I'm
Nostalgia Critic
24
for
hours.
50% off 2+
like
pairs of
24 hours
polarized
in right now.
sunglasses. Try
Or
for
no,
yourself the shades rated 5
21
stars by over
21 and
250,000 people.
15 minutes
That's
in right now, and
shadyrays.com
I'm
and use the
already
code
just like,
Nostalgia Critic. Now on to the next bit.
Commercials!
Yes.
Jesus.
Thank you, other me. These are commercials. It was random.
I was not expecting
Hungry
that.
Random? Feed that hunger with Factor. This holiday season, you might be looking for nutritious, convenient meals to keep you energized
Oh,
on
Factor
jam-packed
5.
days. Well,
I
remember
actually
that
ordered from
Factor
Factor.
thing I just brought up?
I've ordered
it comes
from Factor
back into the story.
before.
For
And,
Factor is
yeah.
America's #1
It's
rated
not bad.
meal
It's not
delivery
bad.
service. It can help you fuel up fast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared,
interested in some of the new games
dietitian-approved,
coming out?
ready-to-eat
Yeah.
meals delivered
Of
straight
course.
to your door. You'll save time,
I
eat
keep
well,
looking over
and stay
here
on
because I'm
track
used
with
to
your
this
healthy
camera being
lifestyle
on,
while
but
tackling
I
all
have
your
to use this
holiday
one now
to-dos.
because the camera
Skip
or the
stress,
battery died in
beautiful,
that one.
of meal prepping over the holidays with Factor. Choose from 35 plus
Madden
weekly
Echoes of
flavor
Wisdom.
packed, fresh, never frozen,
Black
never
Myths,
frozen menu
Sun
meals
Wukong,
that
or
support
Black
a
Myth
healthy
Wukong, I'm
lifestyle
definitely
and meet
interested
your meal preferences, all delivered right to your door
You gonna do
and
some
ready
more
to eat
wrestling
in 2 minutes.
reactions?
Not 3, not
Z
a million,
Panda?
but 5.
I don't
mean
know.
2.
That's the
Sorry,
thing.
not
It's
this
like
hard.
it's hard
Looking
to
for special
it's hard to
occasion
do
meals
wrestling
during the
reactions
holidays. Level up with
because
gourmet plus
WWE,
options prepared to perfection by chefs
basically
and ready to
everybody
eat in record
claims
time.
those.
Enjoy
and-
premium ingredients
and
like broccolini.
Well, Nate,
and yes,
goodbye.
that requires
Bye,
several
Caleb
takes for me to
Fox.
say right.
Thanks
Leeks,
for
truffle,
thanks for dropping
butter,
by.
and asparagus. When you're too busy running around to plan lunch, Factor has you covered with lunch to go. Effortless, wholesome meals like grain bowls and salad toppers that are
Don't
ready
forget
to eat
to
when
have
you're
a
on
cup
the
of
go.
coffee.
No microwave
I'm
required.
good, man. man.
Which is good.
I'm in
sure
the
you
home
retire
stretch
hauling
now.
that to work all the time. I mean, I haul my microwave with me
Oh,
everywhere I
yeah.
go because I'm stupid.
Like I said,
But
I'm in
you
the
won't
home.
be
I'm in the home stretch right now, so I'm feeling good.
This November by getting Factor and enjoying eating well without the hassle. Simply choose
What's
your meals
Kate
and
and Nick
enjoy
doing?
fresh,
Kate
flavor-packed
is
food
currently
delivered
at
to
my
your door.
mom's,
No prep,
like,
no mess.
working
Head
over
to
there.
factormeals.com/nostalgia50 and use the code
Nick is asleep
nostalgia50
right
to
now.
get 50%
So,
off.
yeah.
That's code nostalgia50 at factormeals.com/nostalgia50 to get 50% off. That's Factor, Sun Snow, and
Nate,
me
I
being
respect
stupid.
your dedication.
The most important
This is
words
awesome.
you will hear all of this 5
Well, thank you.
seconds.
I'm glad that you like what I'm doing. I hope I haven't
tried it. Just
I hope I
put you on
haven't
the
like
try to say what
severely
you're
like
that's
disturbed my health or anything
instant
like that.
satisfaction like Factor.
Oh, Starling. Bye bye, Starling.
Wyoming.
Take care.
Doug plays Spider-Man 2 every Friday on
Hey.
Twitch. We also have content 5
Hey.
days a week. Hope to see you there. Danny seems to do well as Mrs. Doubtfire, even, oddly enough, being a more disciplined parental figure.
Homework time.
After Dick Van Dyke.
Don't fuss with me.
This part always confused me a bit. If he was this disciplined before, maybe there wouldn't be as many issues with the marriage, but maybe the idea is that he learns discipline by playing a character, though it doesn't look like he's really learning anything. I don't know, it's not a big deal, it just never felt like an idea that got fully fleshed out. Oh, speaking of getting fleshed out.
God, it's hot in here.
You know.
That scream is perfect. Wait, where's part 2? I missed something? Yeah, it got claimed by Fox because of the Alien Resurrection review. Jesus.
Getting fleshed out.
God, it's hot in here.
You know this would be done with CGI today, and Williams easily could have gotten a stunt double under all that makeup, but he had the cojones, or tatas, to do this stunt himself. He even started swearing up a storm, causing Columbus to laugh until he shouted, "God damn it, I really burned myself," making Columbus feel terrible. Despite that, he did again, leading to the film's funniest visual and arguably one of its funniest lines.
My first day as a woman, I'm getting hot flashes.
That's another one of those moments where you say a robot made it up, because there's no way a human could make up something that good. He ends up ordering
Every
it.
now and again,
Thinks it was
Robin
made from
Williams'
scratch,
improv is
delighting them
just
all.
perfect.
I just want to
Spot on.
apologize for being such a pain today. It's just I'm still kind of messed up.
We all are, sweetie.
Again, the film finds a good, believable balance between drama and comedy, always walking that tightrope of being too sitcom-y, but never quite crossing it. While the scenarios are silly, the reactions seem genuine, and it never loses track that for all their problems, the family really needs to feel like they're going to be okay by the end, especially after so much crazy shit goes down.
Oh, this must be the famous Mrs. Doubtfire.
We're introduced to Stu, Miranda's client, played by Pierce Brosnan, who next to maybe Jane Curtin and, I don't know, James Caan, might be my favorite straight man in comedy. Not just because his reactions are so great, though they are, but because Williams constantly kept trying to make him laugh with his improvised lines on camera, and he never cracked.
That is hilarious. The fact, okay, here's the thing. You know who was great at playing the straight man because of how often people tried to break him, but yet he never broke on camera? Will Ferrell. I know it's weird because Will Ferrell's usually the one trying to break everybody, but when he was on Saturday Night Live, everyone tried to break him. Everyone. And everyone else in the scene would be dying laughing, and he'd just be standing there just holding it together like, yeah, just perfectly. And I just couldn't believe it. But yeah, you know, it's weird that a comedic actor could hold it together like that, but Pierce Brosnan does a great job here. I like Pierce Brosnan.
She's got the crabs, dear, and I don't mean Dungeness. I hope you bring cocktail sauce.
That straight face of looking at Williams dressed as an old lady, doing a British accent, insulting you, and constantly acting not insulted is pretty hilarious to watch.
Will you excuse me, dear? Call of nature.
When Chris discovers the truth about Doubtfire, seriously, how did he forget to lock that door?
Yeah, exactly.
The jig is up, and he confesses the truth to his kids, who in some ways are happy to know he's still around, but in others...
Come here, Chris.
No, it's okay. Don't want to hug you or anything. Not just yet.
I need at least 3 serious Boy Meets World episodes to process this. At first I thought this reaction was a little odd, but the more I think about it, this kid's folks got divorced, a new lady is around all the time, the lady is a man you just saw pissing, and that man is your dad.
I'm kind of shocked he can stand on two legs and talk after all that.
Yeah, that's a bit much to be taken in, man. I mean, look, I know that there's a lot of people out there right now, you know, like gender and like, transgender ideology. I know there's a lot of people nowadays who are more comfortable with it, but you know, back in the '90s, this wasn't as out there as it is nowadays, and it'd be understandable. Like heck, even nowadays to a certain degree, it'd be understandable to be a bit apprehensive to just lean into something like that. And yeah, Robin Williams is still a legend. I agree. What was the movie? Tootsie. That was Tootsie, Ronan Ryder. Tootsie was this had so much potential as a horror/thriller movie. It could be, but here's the thing: Robin Williams in like suspense horror film. Like 1 Hour Photo. He was good in that, but at the same time, it's just like, it's against character for Robin Williams to do that. But I respect him. Like he was great in Insomnia. I thought he was really good in Insomnia.
You can't tell Mom, okay? Because if she finds out, I'll only be able to see her through plate glass.
Yeah, this does start to tap into how truly screwed up all of this is. Again, this is supposed to be a quirky comedy, but when the drama is done this well, it does make you think about how scarred everyone is going to be afterwards. For example, in the original script, the scene at the pool was supposed to reveal Stu was really a bad guy. But Columbus smartly pulled back and said he wanted to reassure this family was gonna be alright, as well as smart enough not to be taken advantage of without Daniel's help.
Still 3 kids. 3 terrific kids, and I'm crazy about them.
Oh, what about their real father?
The guy's a loser.
Therefore, he just makes an insult about Daniel, resulting in this classic line.
Some angry member of the kitchen staff. A terrorist, they ran that way. It was a run by fruiting.
And weirdly the name of a lot of beers.
A run by fruiting.
But yes, changes like this does make Daniel feel a little bit more stalker-ish. I mean, tell me you haven't seen those horror trailer recuts
yes,
of the match just
I've seen those.
Too well.
I've seen those, and yeah, it could work as a horror thing, but...
What helps balance it out, though, is that there is a very clear moment where Daniel not only realizes his divorce is final, but that it truly is best for him and Miranda.
He never knew, but so many nights I just cried myself to sleep.
He talks to her realizing he was causing pain for so many years without even knowing it.
Daniel never liked to talk about anything serious.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to think Daniel could do anything, except be serious.
Well, we're dressing up like an old lady to see his kids, Countess? Okay, I see your point.
Yes.
At the studio, when he thinks nobody is looking, Daniel performs an educational show that, of course, a big-time producer just happens to eavesdrop on.
Very impressive.
I didn't know anybody was watching.
Yeah, this took place at Christmas. This would be a Hallmark rom-com.
Yeah.
I think kids would like it. They'd be entertaining. They'd get some information, too.
And I should know. I had a show before I took over the studio.
It would be too far against Robin's type.
He wants to meet up to talk about his ideas, but derpy derp, Miranda's birthday is that night, and he's advised not to cancel.
I can't cancel. I'd be blowing a huge opportunity.
Take my advice. Don't cancel.
Oh, don't worry, though. They're both scheduled at the exact same restaurant. Oh, how Urkel and Myrtle get out of this one.
Oy
Again, this could be too corny if in lesser hands, and they do partake in a lot of the usual tropes, but it really is the reactions of the cast that make it work. From the producer trying to somehow yell under his breath.
Why in God's name are you dressed like a woman?
To Brosnan and Field's subtle facial expressions.
I have to go take my medicine now.
Well, we have water at the table.
I can't take it orally, dear.
Oh.
I had to grow up with this on VHS, and thank God widescreen has become the norm because missing half of these looks really is missing half the comedy.
How are we doing over here? Okay?
Oh, yes.
Each table encouraging him to have another celebratory drink adds to the confusion of why he would sometimes go to the wrong table.
I'd like you to meet the host of your new show. I'm a hip old granny. Hip-hop, bebop, and yo-yo make a wicked cup of coo-coo.
Okay, not every Williams improv was gold, but he had like 10 of these.
Rumple foreskin, baloney bop, bit of the old cunning linguistics. She's got a power tool in the bedroom, dear. She hasn't chipped her teeth.
So we can miss one. He had spiced to Stu's dish, knowing he's allergic to pepper, but didn't quite know he was that allergic.
He's choking! Somebody help! We need a doctor!
Oh, no. I killed the bastard.
Again, I don't know if you're supposed to see Daniel as 100% a good guy here.
save the day, though, by giving him the Heimlich, but he does also expose his true identity.
The whole time, the whole time you were...
The whole time?
Don't talk to me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I have to go.
Not since Ramesses and Prince...
The processing of all the emotions just going on in her head, just like you could see the wheels turning, just like this. Oh God, this. Oh God, I gotta go.
Oh, touch me. Don't touch me. I have to go.
Again, Sally Field kills it in this role, dude. She does so good. Oh, God.
Not since Ramesses and Prince of Egypt have I seen like 10 different expressions in seconds that were all...
I'm surprised her head didn't explode. Yeah, exactly.
This will affect the court hearing.
I'm suggesting a period of psychological testing and perhaps treatment for your peculiar and potentially harmful behavior.
I mean, to be fair, if you read all that, wouldn't you give a similar verdict?
Potentially.
Daniel makes a big speech that, again, is very close to Patch Adams' schmaltz, but I think the fact that he does have to face the reality of his actions does balance it out.
Yeah.
Whether intentional or not, we do buy that his actions are coming from the heart, but his methods are coming from a place of absolute insanity.
Well, tell people about it.
What I like, though, is after he gets a show based on Mrs. Doubtfire, Miranda and him meet up to put aside the past and figure out what's best for the kids. Showing they can have a better understanding of each other than the courts can, as long as they truthfully address who they are as ex-partners.
That split-second change. Yeah, exactly.
But I know somehow
it's like,
you...
the whole time? Oh my God, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I have to go. It's so good.
And I will be all right. We'll get through this. But the kids, I don't want to hurt our children.
Apparently both these two had been through divorces at that point. So they could have played a big part in this conversation with such a bizarre backstory feeling legit believable.
Yes.
Daniel, the kids need you.
I need them.
Yes.
They agree to share custody as Miranda gets her kids ready to view their new babysitter.
Come on, guys. Come on. Get up. Let's go.
I was hoping it was Mrs. Doubtfire. They're, of course, ecstatic to have him back, and the film ends with Doubtfire on her show talking about the difficulty, but also the importance of divorced parents still raising their kids with love.
Some parents, when they're angry, get along much better when they don't live together, and much better mummies and daddies for you.
Remember, like I said before, this wasn't as common back then. Most family-centered comedies had the couple reconciling, so...
Yeah, This happened before my parents got divorced. And here's the thing. When... The worst time in my life was late 2000s, late 2000 to early, or to like all the way to mid to like late 2001. That stretch of a year right there was just absolute hell for me. Because my parents were in the midst of like it started out with them fighting, and then the divorce, and then when they got divorced, well, I blamed myself. When I blamed myself, I basically was just like, it made me very emotionally vulnerable, and something very bad happened to me. I've gone into it, and I don't want to go into it again, but it had a very profound effect on me, and I didn't know how to process the fact that my parents were getting divorced. I didn't know what to think. And it wasn't until later on that I realized that my parents they loved me, but they didn't love each other. And that's a very hard thing to accept. That's a very hard thing, especially for a kid that's literally just starting to hit puberty. I was 12 years old when my parents, when it officially started. And I just blamed myself. I thought everything was my fault. I thought, and yeah, it's just something that, I really, very badly blamed myself for. And yeah, I thought everything was my fault. I literally thought everything that happened was my fault. And I learned later on that my family, my mom and my dad still loved me. And they were going through their own stuff as well. My dad was trying to find a new job. He was trying to find a new place to live. my mom was dealing with like a whole slew of just new problems that came from being now a divorced mother of two, and again, it was just so much for my family to handle at that time. And while I know that there's people out there who be like, well, you got to stay together for the kids, like, no. If the pain of you all being together is not only noticeable, but it is ever present and unavoidable, if the pain is unavoidable, it is best to just move on. It is best to just do what is needed so that both people can try to find happiness, and both of you work, and both the parents work together to try and help the kids together. Getting that ripped apart at that age, just it literally just had such an effect on me. I still to this day, look back on that, and I just really wish I would have been able to handle it better. But again, as a kid, literally like 12 years old, I didn't know what the hell to think. I didn't know what the hell to do. Who does at that age? Who knows, yeah. Anyway. It's not always black and white. Yeah, exactly. There's so many complications, and the answer is never as simple as just like, oh, that's the solution. It's never that simple. Never, ever, ever. And to pretend that it's that simple is just, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for that to be the quote-unquote reality. It's not healthy to pretend that that's the answer. And I know for kids, it's hard for kids to understand that, because kids, we aren't they aren't emotionally mature to handle a lot of stuff, but trying to walk them through it and help them understand it, that's the first step, I think. But yeah. Anyway, but let's go ahead and finish this up so I can take the dogs out.
Making this choice to keep them apart, but also in a way that shows everything will be okay, was kind of a big deal.
Just because they don't love each other anymore doesn't mean that they don't love you.
To this day, when I hear someone's divorcing, especially someone with a family, I do think of these words and this imagery, and wonder if the kids who grew up with it think of it too.
Now, there are all sorts of different families, but if there's love, dear, then you'll have a family in your heart forever.
Unless it's a celebrity divorce, in which case you're screwed. And that was Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah, it can be a little hammy here and there, but it can also be very funny and very touching. While it certainly has a lot of overused tropes, it's a comedy that should be celebrated not just for what it does, but what it doesn't do. It doesn't get the couple back together, it doesn't make the other love interest the villain, and it doesn't only rely on a man dressing up as an old lady to be funny. For all the familiar beats it had, it also tried to bring in some new elements that matched the heartfelt tone, but also got mean enough to be pretty damn hilarious. The acting is full of charming and even believable performances, and the clever dialogue mixed with Liam's clever improv makes for a lot of great comedy. All these years later, it's still a solid film with some solid laughs. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? So you don't have to.
Rumpelforskin, balloony bop.
My God. Okay, so let me go ahead and get the mobile rig ready. And then I will proceed to take the dogs out. And I think that'll be enough time for Kate to get home and to take care of things. Hold on one second. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, come on, sync up already. We're not for that long. I think it's been 24 hours already. Incorrect. I started streaming. Oh, shit. I almost made a mistake there. Sorry. So, here we go. Alright. I started streaming at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, August 13th. And, yeah, it is currently Yeah, it's currently been 21 hours and 38 minutes. So I have another 2 hours and 2 hours and 22 minutes left to go. All right, so here we go. Mobile rig. Hey, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now that's a good view right there. Like, oh, or oh. Yeah, but all right. Let me grab the. Oh, now a smoke break. Come on, Nate. You're a professional. You're walking the dogs. I'm a walking the dogs. All right. So here we go. No smoke time. I ain't smoking. I already smoked my stogie. So I'm good. Let's see. All right. Oop. All right. Hello, Asher. Oh, look at that boy. Look at Ashy boy. Here we go. Hey, Asher.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, huh? You doing good? You doing good, buddy?
Hey, buddy, there you are. Sorry about that.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Yeah. Hey, Asher, you got anything to say to the people?
No, I know, buddy, I know. Who's a good boy right there? Oh, he likes the back scratchies. He likes the belly rubs. He's a good boy.
Ain't that right, Ashy? Okay. All right, Frodo. You ready to go outside? Of course you're ready to go outside, Ashy. That's a given. Come here, Frodo.
Good boy.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Good boy. Good boy. Frodo. Frodo. Good boy. Good boy.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, buddy. All right. Let's get you all sorted. Here we go. Get your harness on you. Come on, bud. Oop. Oh, I know. I know, boy. Come on. It's okay. I got you. I got you, boy. And there's one. And there's two. There we go. And let's get this. Get you all buckled in. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a good pair of good doggos right there. That's a great pair of doggos. Look at them. Look at them boys.
Come here. Frodo. Frodo boy. Frodo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at these boys. Look at these boys.
Oh, okay, boys. Let's go outside. Come on. All right. There's a good boy. Hold on, Frodo. Hold on, boy. Get you. There we go. All right. Come on. All right. Oop. Hold up. Hold up. Patience, my young boy. Patience, young Padawan. Oh, come on. Dang it. Oh. Oh, God. Come on, Ash. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Well, there we go. The good boys. The good boys are done. Come on. Let's go. Come on, boys. Come on, Ash. Let's go. Good boy. Good boy, Ashy. There we are. All right. Come on, boys. Go in. Go on. Hold on, hold on. Let me grab the camera. Hold on. All right, boys. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh. Look out, buddy. It's okay. I got you. I got you, Frodo. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here, big boy. Who's that good boy right there? Who's that good boy right there? Huh? You's a good boy. There he is. There he is. I know, buddy. Hey. I know, buddy. Come here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I know. Oh. You tired, Ashy? Go on, boy. Come in. All right. Well, show us the dogs. Well, there's the dog. There's Ashy boy. And there's Frodo. Frodo back in his bed. He all comfy. Oh, buddy, it's okay. I'll check Discord memes when I get back downstairs. But yeah. Let me get this all settled. Hold on one second. Oh. Okay. Heading back downstairs now. Well, there we are. All right, let me get this here. There we go. Okay. And we're back there. Let's see, let me get everything plugged up here before I disengage everything. There we go. Okay. Crap. Let me, Jägermeister. Yeah, it's a Jaeger. Jaeger. Hold on. I love seeing loving pet owners. Bless your heart, mate. Sammy, I love I love those dogs, and I love our cats. Basically, all the pets we got, man, I love them to death, dude. I love them to death. They're good babies. Let me use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Let me. Come on, where you at? There you are. Jenner Zamera, in order to answer your question, I am actually I'm a little hyped for Alien Romulus. Although, I have been worried in the past about certain ones, about certain videos and everything, but, oh God. Well, here we go. Well, if this is going to get claimed by Disney, this will be the one to do it. Oh, God. Well, I guess, let's see, let me... But I'm pretty hyped for it, but which Alien movies are worth watching? 100%, I will say Alien, the first one, 1979, and Aliens, 1986. And I think 100%, that's it. Those two right there are the only ones I consider personally worth watching. Covenant, Prometheus and Covenant. Prometheus is mid, but then Covenant just made it that much worse. Because it basically just took everything that is just, ugh. It took everything that Prometheus was building up, and it just completely just took a big fat shit right over top of it. I've only watched the first. The first one's great. The first one's a great, like, suspense horror one, but the second one is a tremendous action horror movie. Anyway, sorry, let's go ahead and get into this. This is Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time. Here we go.
This episode brought to you by HelloFresh. Delicious pre-measured.
HelloFresh.
This episode brought first step every week. Also brought to you by DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember, so you don't have to. We've talked about Cinderella on this show before. We've talked about Disney DVD sequels as well. So it only figures we talk about the Cinderella DVD sequel that involves time travel, hypnotism, evil doppelgangers, cat people, and human-eating pumpkin monsters. That's actually pretty fun. With a title like Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time, you have to know you're gonna get something pretty crazy and unconventional. But unlike other Disney DVD sequels, it kinda works to its advantage. I'm not gonna pretend this is a sequel that needs to exist or structurally works on all levels, but it is one of those films you cut a little slack because what it does succeed in is so imaginatively wild, and what it doesn't succeed in still succeeds better than most of the others who tried it, including its previous sequel. So, have I gone insane, or is there some really legit, enjoyable, and creative ideas behind what should have been Disney's most embarrassing DVD sequel? Which is saying quite a bit. Well, let's go back in time to 2007 to find out. This is the weirdest but arguably coolest Cinderella sequel, Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time.
This perfectly perfect day, there is magic in the air.
Okay, sit down, come on, don't be like that. Come on, you act like a grown man watching fairy tales is weird. Okay, so admittedly, the film does start off kind of lame. Giving you the intro you'd think a generic Disney DVD sequel would give you. Cinderella, voiced by Jennifer Hale, in a bouncy song with a pretty dress and cute animals singing along. Even the fairy godmother's spells don't seem to have a curfew anymore. Aside from the animation looking really sharp, if you're like me, you'd probably turn this off pretty fast. Things turn around though when Cinderella's stepsister Anastasia, played by Tress MacNeille, stumbles across the fairy godmother's magic wand. Well, not stumbles across, the godmother literally throws it to her. Isn't that like a cop losing his gun? I feel like she'd be more cautious over such a dangerous weapon.
Our troubles are over!
Anastasia takes the wand to her stepmother, Lady Tremaine, played by Suzanne Blakesley, and her sister Drusilla, played by Russie Taylor.
A stick.
Ooh, let's beat her with it.
Not gonna lie, that version of the film would also be very entertaining. They quickly figure out the power it possesses when it accidentally turns Lucifer into the reason I don't do shrooms anymore. And the godmother tries to get it back, but she's accidentally turned into a statue. It's from this point on, the film pretty much belongs to the villains. Like the original, the filmmakers know the importance of a good villain. Lady Tremaine is one of the great Disney villains, and this film takes total advantage of the fact that they have her in this. It's like they said, take the evil from this one smile and utilize it in every single shot. Anytime she's on screen, you can feel the animators fighting over who draws her. She looks so fucking badass in every moment. Though I will admit, even her heightened wickedness can't make this sound cool.
I call upon all the forces of the universe. Bippity boppity boo!
Some words are just so Disney, even a Disney villain can't toughen them up. She turns back time, and honestly, all they have to do is show a clock going backwards. But no, we have to emphasize to all the little kids, happily ever after horribly never happened. The imagery here is great, with everything being taken away from our heroes and being brought back to the moment when the glass slipper arrived at their home. It's almost like they can feel their happy lives being ripped from them right before they forget it even happens. What a twisted idea.
Get ready. This is your second chance.
With take two this time, Anastasia tries once more to have the slipper fit her foot. Why do I feel like next to Ka and Tinkerbell's butt, that's a highly searched image? Tremaine uses the wand to make the shoe fit, and... Okay, maybe two images from this movie are highly searched. Like before, Cinderella escapes from the attic, but it's too late. The prince's new bride has been found.
Whatever you think happened last night was a dream.
Yeah, remember that lame opening few minutes? Most of the film is this. And just to be clear, a magic spell doesn't put everything back to the way it was later. This is officially canon. For all intents and purposes, this movie is how Disney Cinderella now ends. It retcons a lot, but knowing that a Disney fairy tale goes this mean against the proven formula, I'm sorry, I gotta admire the balls this movie has.
Oh, and clean up that broken glass.
You know, we never do see her and Frollo in the same room. They really let the pain sit with you, too. I especially like this shot where you don't even see Cinderella's face. You don't need to. The heartbreak of the moment is already felt so strongly. It's like that minute of her crying after her dress was destroyed stretched out to an hour 15 movie.
I found more than just a storybook romance.
She sings another uplifting song about going after her dream, but even that has kind of a cryptic subtext. She's trying to convince herself that she's not crazy, that there was a fairy godmother and she danced with a prince.
Was it nothing more than a dream?
When you think about it, it's the feel-good, thank God I'm not a fucking
stop
loon
it.
song. So even when it seems
come
like...
on. Frodo, like, that's the thing. We're trying to house train Frodo, and we're trying to wait until he's fixed to, like, let him out and, like, be all about the house and everything. But we take care of him, and we make sure that he's in good health and everything. But make sure he's all good and all that. But, yeah, sorry.
Like Disney, there's still a bit of a dark edge to it. She realizes she can convince the prince that it was her at the ball that night, so she tries to sneak in through the servants' entrance. And yeah, LeFou is the first gay Disney character, my ass. Oh, movie, don't act like you didn't have a pro-gay vibe from the beginning.
Oh, God.
Meanwhile, the prince, get this, has more than 3 lines.
She was the one. You think there's only one woman in the whole kingdom who wears a size 4.5?
I actually remember the king pushing the whole shoe thing originally.
You'll try this on every maid in my kingdom. This slipper may fit any number of girls. That's his problem.
Maybe the time-changing wand didn't like that part, I don't know. Anastasia is brought to the prince, but he clearly doesn't remember her.
Am I in the right room? Well, there seems to be, a little mix-up here.
I'm the voice of the Little Mermaid prince? I should really help ruin those sequels.
Damn.
Tremaine uses the wand to convince him that he did fall in love with her, and also that he should marry her right away. Oh no, Lucifer, hide! He's one of the only animals who can't talk. What the hell are you worried about?
Your Highness. Hello.
Cinderella does meet up with the prince, but he has no memory of her at all. Again, this is a wonderfully mean moment.
I'm gonna marry her tonight. once you dance with someone like Anastasia, you don't want to waste any time.
Yeah, pull the Gallagher.
I'll let you go.
It was me.
That face you make when you realize the remake of You Has You actually like being locked in an attic. Cinderella gives up trying to convince the prince, but the mice let her know that Tremaine is using her wand to hypnotize him. Would that also explain this weird hand thing he's got going on?
Well, just now when I touched her hand, I felt nothing.
Yeah, this is where the movie gets a little dumb again. I like the idea that something convinces him that Anastasia's the wrong woman and Cinderella's the right woman, but he has this theory that when you touch a woman's hand, you immediately know you're in love. If it was like touching her hand broke the spell and brought his memory back, that'd be one thing. But even before the spell is cast, he says you can tell you're in love by just holding her hand.
Well, once again, it's an electric feel that you get. There's an electric feeling that you get. Also, I just noticed the dog. Look at that dog. That dog is just like, I am here for the treats and nothing more. I hate these people behind me. Thank God they feed me well. Otherwise, I might be a bit perturbed.
You said the first time you touched her hand, you just knew.
You know it's love when you touch someone's hand.
And when our hands touched, that's when I knew I'd found true love.
You knew that just by touching her hand?
With all the problems people bring up with the Cinderella story and all the ways they try to update it in this one, this is one of the stranger additions. And as we clearly established before, this series is for foot fetishes, not hand fetishes.
Oh.
I know it's gonna sound weird, but this film is too good for something like this. I don't know, lady, you've tried to kill me 3 times. Whoa, 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 the hand says we're in love! Let me get that axe you were asking for.
Don't ruin this. Go get him, Twinkle Toes.
It's pretty funny that Anastasia just keeps the slipper on throughout the entire film, making her already awkward dance moves even more awkward. The king takes her aside, though, and gives her a surprisingly tender moment. He reveals that his wife was a terrible dancer too, but it's the little things that brought them together, like a shell they found on the beach the first time they met that he's passing on to her.
Isn't it lovely? We found it while walking by the water the day we met.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
How did the king become the character I'm emotionally invested in the most?
My God.
The film also surprisingly makes
This movie directed
Anastasia
by
a
Quentin
sympathetic
Tarantino?
character.
No. No one's dropped the N-word yet.
This is especially clever because this is actually a holdover from the previous god-awful sequel. Anastasia was made a lot nicer and her and Cinderella actually got along. Even the head of the servants is technically from the last film as well. Where a lot of series simply like to write out sequels they don't like, I much more appreciate accepting the challenge of working with previous bad films. But oh snap, shit's getting real!
Clean this up.
Cinderella breaks into her stepmother's room to try and get the wand, and by God, if this isn't a fucking suspenseful scene!
Keep out of the maid's way, girl. Isn't that right?
Bitch behind you!
Cinderella.
You know, the servants here are subpar, and you've always been good at that. You want a job?
Maybe. Maybe that could work. Did a drawing on Discord in your honor.
Look at him. He
Kyle
used to be
Scott,
such a good boy, but now he's not.
Hold
Because
on.
he stopped eating HelloFresh. Yeah, that's what happened. He used to eat
Oh,
HelloFresh
gosh.
every day, and then he stopped. Now look at him. He's not there. He's not the same. He's not the same. Look at him. Look at us. It took you new, and now he's gone because he's not eating HelloFresh.
Where'd you put it at,
fresh,
Kyle
pre-measured
Scott?
ingredients and mouth-watering seasonal recipes delivered right to your door. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Oh man, you can get better value with HelloFresh. HelloFresh is over 30% cheaper than shopping at grocery stores, with pre-portioned ingredients that ensure you won't spend money on excess food that ends up going in the trash. What happened to you, Douglas? What happened to you? Not eating HelloFresh is what happened to you, you fool. HelloFresh offers the flexibility you need to easily customize your order on the app within minutes. You fool! Easily change your delivery date,
I don't
food
see it on here,
preferences,
Kyle
and plan
Scott.
size.
Let me see. You said under general chat? Oh, general chat 3. Gen chat 3. Okay, hold on. Oh, God. Kyle Scott, Jesus, that's terrifying. I'm gonna have to make that like part of the thumbnail. Holy shit, that's terrifying and awesome at the same time.
Or skip a week whenever you need to. And you know what's so great?
Also, who wants to hear a dad joke? I know I do. What do old people call happy hour? Nap time. What else? Come on. You know you're getting old when your joints become more accurate than the National Weather Service. Oh God, I feel that. I feel that so bad. Here we go. Sign next to the red traffic light. This light never turns green. Oh God. Sign in an office building. Sign in an office building. Toilet out of order. Please use other floor. Please use floor below. Ugh. Oh, that sucks. Potty emergency. Oh God. Everything is funny as long as it's happening to someone else. Yeah, that's kind of true, actually. Sign on a road in Massachusetts. Entrance only. Do not enter. Oh, God. Sign at a car dealership. The best way to get back on your feet, miss a car payment. I mean, that's right. I mean, he ain't lying. Oh, man. Let's see. What food stays hot in the fridge? Hot dogs. What do you call a cow that doesn't produce milk? An utter failure. Alright, that's enough. I've tortured y'all enough with my shitty dad jokes.
Tremaine discovers Cinderella snuck in, but her and the mice grab the wand and run away. You'll find the cat is consistently the scariest thing in this movie.
Yeah.
Tremaine sticks the guards on them, and she's unable to use the wand before she's caught.
Poor child. No. Obviously out of her mind.
You'll see she's taken care of?
Personally, Your Highness.
We know just the beating stick to take her out with. She's placed on the first ship leaving the kingdom, but in weirdly the most catchy song in the movie, the mice let the prince know what's going on. He follows remarkably well. And this is why I shouldn't drink hand sanitizer. Well, if you can't trust mice, who can you trust? Thus, he sets off to find Cinderella. Don't worry, he explains it to his dad.
You're about to be married! But the talking mice say she's the wrong girl.
For some reason, that doesn't sound as bad as you think.
Fucking hand sanitizer!
I forbid you to take another step down these stairs!
Okay.
Okay, zippy animation on the prince is kind of disturbing.
The servant girl. Where is she?
This horse eats balls. He's told about the ship she's on, and he swings in just in time to save her.
Remember me?
No, I was dancing with a boy named Aladdin. See, how does it feel? They touch hands, which equals love. What if she had her gloves on? Would it count then? Leading to him immediately proposing to her. And I hate to admit it, this is a pretty cute joke.
Will you marry me, Cinderella?
Actually, it's Cinderella.
Did you actually me? Wedding's off!
Damn it.
So they're reunited, they turn the ship around, and plan their grand wedding. All's well that ends 20 minutes left? What the hell could fill 20 minutes left? Oh, the craziest shit in the movie!
Yeah.
Yes, there's a second climax that, once again, probably isn't needed, but sweet Jesus, it's some of the best stuff in the film. Lady Tremaine uses the wand to transform Anastasia to look like Cinderella, banishes her inside a dark, gooey pumpkin that lassos a horse with thorny vines, and is driven by a human version of Lucifer who's going to plunge it off a cliff. If a dream is a wish your heart makes, this is a nightmare acid gives you from a dealer pissed off you didn't pay full price.
Lucifer?
Yes, I think I actually am now.
Yeah.
Guys! Hold on!
This is like if Tim Burton tackling Disney properties turned out to be a good thing. I don't think anyone could predict a second DVD sequel to Cinderella would have anything like this, but man is it wild. Even Lucifer's laugh is enjoyably psychotic. How did they combine the Disney Headless Horseman laugh with the walk-in Headless Horseman laugh in one voice?
Bad kitty.
Damn it.
Cinderella escapes in time and makes it back to the palace to stop the wedding. Oh man, it's pretty cool that in these climaxes we get one of the prince saving her and one of her saving the prince. Like they really do help each other out back and forth. Though let's be honest, it really is the mice doing all the work. I can't wait for their tell-all story.
Oh god.
You will not interrupt your wedding. Wait.
I don't.
Anastasia finds she can't go through with it and confesses to everything. Tremaine tries to force a third climax, but that literally backfires and the film finally starts to wrap up, with Anastasia changing back and even the fairy godmother being restored back to normal. The king is like, I'm done. I'm gonna talk to Dishware so I can be put in an insane asylum.
There you go.
They're finally married. Anastasia's presumably given life, but not beheaded. And a lovely screensaver of the castle plays us out. And that was Cinderella 3. I can't act like it's warranted, but it sure is entertaining. Yes, it technically messes with the original, and yes, there's some big elements that straight up don't work. But what does work is so creative, dark, twisted, yet often still charming. The animation looks great, which compared to other DVD sequels is refreshing. The villains, who are often the best part of a Disney film, are given a ton of screen time. And I legit wanted to know what was gonna happen by the end. Is it crazy? Yeah. Does it feel like it was made as a cash grab? You can never escape that. But for a film that should have been dead in the water, this team really worked hard to come up with something that was original, likable, and very imaginative. I can't act like this is one of the great sequels, but I can say that it far exceeded most people's expectations. For a film that should have been as soulless as an empty shoe, there was surprisingly quite a bit that filled it out.
I agree.
I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? So you don't have to.
Bad kitty.
All right. Well, and now we're on to this. The longest video that is left. The longest video, which is Kids WB Nostalgia. Yeah, Kids WB by the Nostalgia Critic. All right. Who's ready? I am. I hope y'all are.
This episode brought to you by DoorDash, the app that brings you food you're
The
craving
dash?
right now, right to
The dash of the door?
your door.
Hey, Walter. Oh, gosh. Malcolm Tamara. Oh, gosh. Been there. Not quite. Okay, if I'd have done that, my, Kate would have killed me.
Did we really used to get up this early just for cartoons?
It's not just cartoons, it's Kids WB.
Don't you mean Vortex?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Hey, where the hell is Critic? Isn't he supposed to be kicking this thing off?
Yeah, let's just start without him.
everybody!
Is that Critic on the TV?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you all? It's a constant party here at Kids WB.
Critic, how long have you been in there?
Hours, days, maybe weeks. I don't know. I've lost track of time because there's always a party here.
You've just been partying nonstop?
That's the Kids WB life. Yeah, everyone's always jumping, screaming, throwing confetti. Thank God no productions are being filmed at this studio because they wouldn't be able to record shit over all the noise.
So you're telling us that you've been partying this entire time and it's had no effect on you?
Kill me.
What?
Kids WB all the way, man.
My God. Kill me!
Before every studio tried to have a streaming platform, then they tried to get their own TV channel. And in 1995, Warner Brothers launched theirs. Though not always giving the highest of television quality, well, depending on your definition of highest, WB did have a few hit shows that are still talked about today, as well as one of the world's most annoying mascots.
Everybody, the Michigan Rhine.
I guess Bugs Bunny was too associated with children to be the mascot, so they went with the Looney Tune that many considered most adult at the time.
Hello, my
Michigan
baby.
J. Frog
Hello,
from
my
One
honey.
Froggy Evening.
Hello, my ragtime gal. Likes the W. Everybody likes the WB.
Not only did his literal song and dance routine get old quick, but he weirdly sung about depressing stuff. You ever actually listen to what he sings? I swear I'm not making this up.
Hello, my baby, you're in the red, you're wanted by the IRS. Your love life is in a rut. Enjoy what you got, it isn't a lot, it's certainly not money. Bills continue to pile, go bankrupt in style, just pay the electricity.
Michael
Is this
J.
a cry
Frog
for
is
help,
still
Michigan?
cool.
You gonna throw yourself at Doc Hopper soon? I think The Simpsons summed up this character best.
I need a drink.
But launched at the same time as their adult programming was their children's programming. Kids WB ran on the WB network from 1995 to 2006. They showed less of their frog mascot because, well, only adults should be that annoyed and depressed, and instead had stars from their usual programming, both animated and live action, introduce the lineup. Not gonna lie, it is a little funny seeing a future Oscar winner hype you up for cartoon animals.
If you enjoyed those commercials, then you'll really like the Bugs and Daphne show.
Let's be honest, WB was the parents' house for the cast of In Living Color to get back on their feet.
In some respects, Kids WB left an even bigger impact than their adult shows because it combined what worked on other networks like Fox Kids and combined it with some new styles and ideas, both from America and from Japan, introducing a lot of kids to their first animes.
Hey, what do you got there, a rabbit?
It's a Pokemon.
There's a ton of shows we grew up with and are ready to talk about, so let's get cracking. Because here, the party never stops!
Critic, are you sure you're okay?
Jesus, get me out of here! Nobody should party this much while just randomly turning to the camera announcing the schedule!
Well, how do we get them out?
I got an idea. Critic, read the text message that I'm sending you.
Coming up next, me on the couch. Oh, nice. This is... Tamara, I sent you an email about not wearing the same thing as me. God damn it, now I gotta change it. Go, say the thing.
This is Kids WB!
WB?
You can call me Ed, and you can call this Kids WWWB.
Matthew Lawrence here to tell you you're watching Kids WWWB.
Please don't go.
It's great having you here.
Nick Freno, da-da! And this is Kids WWWB.
What does the WB stand for? We're back!
He's been compared to Elvis Costello, but I think Huey has a far more
God.
bitter, cynical sense of humor.
Oh my God.
Hasn't let the fact that he's a big-time movie star go to his head.
What the hell is even that?
Now keep in mind, we're not going to be able to talk about all the shows.
Just the ones we grew
I'm
up
not
with.
falling asleep.
Or the ones that left the biggest
I'm just trying to get this.
So let's not
like,
waste
text
any
message
time.
thing.
I'm literally saying this just to waste time.
Let's look over the shows that we've discussed before. Okay, so I've talked to death about what I guess you could call the Spielberg-Ruger collection, sometimes with Tom Ruger and others who worked on the shows. So I'm gonna do a bit of a lightning round here. Animaniacs, for the most part, was the same here as it was on Fox Kids, but there was a feeling it could go a little further. A lot of kids' programming had to work in something educational, hence why you saw so many PSAs back in the day. Animaniacs was the same and worked with it beautifully, teaching information with brilliant songs, but when they didn't have an amazing songwriter from time to time, they did have to sneak in an obvious moral, despite them making fun of obvious morals with the wheel morality. Kids WB seem more relaxed with all that, allowing them to push back at forced messages, which honestly can be kind of refreshing by today's standards. I like the recent reboot fine, but their hammered-in messages clearly wanting to save the world does comically clash with the writing on Kids WB.
Yeah.
Why can't our elected leaders just pass laws to strengthen pollution regulations, promote renewable energy, and hold fossil fuel companies accountable?
Let's take the car. We'll have to stop and fill it up, though. That pig sucks gas like it's water.
There's plenty more we can be doing to reverse climate change, like wasting less food and water and switching to energy-efficient appliances.
I think I'm gonna go chop down a Christmas tree and put it in my house to decorate.
We've actually been significantly less naughty ever since the mysterious disappearance of Hello Nurse and Minerva May.
A handshake is how we say hello.
Would you like to see how we do it?
Good night, everybody.
I think because they were officially on the Warner Brothers network, they may have been encouraged to make fun of Disney a little bit more, as I swear more parodies popped up, but I could be wrong. Animaniacs was and still is a staple of quality. Their side characters, Pinky and the Brain, got their own series that ran for 3 years. A damn decent run for an animated spin-off. The classic Mouse and Mouse duo proved to have a lot of possibilities and introduced new plans to take over the world, as well as new characters to foil them. They were eventually given another spin-off, Pinky, Elmira, and the Brain, which, I'll be honest, isn't as bad as it sounds. It's not great, but it's better than it has any right to be. I did an episode on that too if you want to check it out. Freakazoid was the first new Spielberg show to premiere on Kids WB, and I think you could argue was the beginning of troll humor in children's cartoons.
Yeah,
It leaned much more towards the writers just writing whatever odd jokes were on their mind and not really caring if it tied into the story or if it even had a story. The humor felt a lot more experimental, sometimes working, sometimes not, and sometimes changing with time. There's jokes that I didn't think were that funny when I first saw them, but humor evolves over the years, and when I look back, some of them actually are a little better. Again, if you want more detail, you can watch a video I did on it with the people who actually made it. Needless to say, I definitely recommend all these shows.
But what about the shows that Tom Ruegger worked on that didn't have Spielberg's name above the title?
Oh, I see, like when Spielberg erased the guns from E.T., he erased his name on the top of some of these shows?
No, I mean like Road Rovers.
That's not a show.
Stop saying words.
Oh, it's all too real, my friend. Road Rovers was very different, and undoubtedly a furry awakening for many.
Don't listen to him, my darlings. He knows not what he says.
Oh my God in heaven. I can't... Furries, furries, every fucking where. Furries, furries. I wish I were dead.
The series follows the adventures of a team of 5 superpowered anthropomorphic dogs known as Kano Sapiens. It was the next in line of the wide and varied TMNT clones ready to cash in on the popularity of anthropomorphic crime-fighting superheroes.
Hey, Ninja Turtles ripped Street Sharks off, okay?
No, Walter. No.
But they did.
We are not having this conversation again, Walter.
But it's awesome.
Except it's the 90s, so the cash-in is extreme! It was fine for what it was, with hijinks and action distracting enough for a then 6-year-old like myself.
The name is Mr. Puffy Lips, but you can call me an ambulance.
Featuring the talents of Michael Richardson, another one of my inspirations, along with Jim Cummings, Tress
Hey, we're not
McNeil,
all that
Frank
bad. I'm just joking. That's the thing. Here's the thing. I joke about it. I've had bad experiences with furries, specifically at certain conventions, which... Fuck you, Flash. You know who you are. If you're watching this, you know who the fuck you are, and you know what the fuck you did. But I don't have a problem with furries. I really don't. I mean, whatever y'all want to do in the privacy of your own homes, stuff like that, and whatever y'all want to do at conventions and stuff like that, as long as it's consenting, I don't care. It's all well and good. I'm just... Any good experiences with furries? Yeah, had a few. Some that were a little bit less... Some that were not as awkward. Mostly it was when I was running, like, the green screen photography booths, and they really wanted me to, like, do... There was one, I swear to God, I swear, he wanted me to put him in a schoolhouse. Not just a schoolhouse that had kids in it that he wanted to act like he was sneaking up on. Yeah. needless to say, well, I ran into that, and I also ran into a dude who literally tried to get... This girl did this video package thing where, you know, she's dressed up as this character from League of Legends. I can't remember the name of the character, but she was, like, spinning around and, like, showing off and all that. And she paid for, like, a full video package and everything. So I gave her the video file and all that. And then this one random dude came up after she left. He was like, hey, you know, she wanted me to buy another one for her, so, you know, I'll pay for another one for her because, you know, she wanted another one. I'm like, I'm gonna go ask her and make sure that she wants you to get another one. So, no. I mean, like, we came to the convention together. I was just, you know, I just want. I'm like, dude, I'm not giving you like her thing. Like, that's hers. She paid for it. I'm not gonna just give you that because, you know, unless she consents to give you that, I'm not giving it to you. Yeah. Glad to see Nate is still... Yeah, massive red flag on that. Massive red flag. So yeah, I've had good experiences with furries, but also at the same time I've had pretty bad experiences. Ones that very, very make me strongly question the sanity of some people. But that's all I'm going to say about that.
Walker, Jess Harnell, and many others, this show had quite an entertaining cast. The jokes and plot had enough charm to complement the camp of its premise. The humor is very dad-based and works well for the bouncy energy one would expect from a pack of dogs.
Ach, Tom, who's the babe?
She's not a babe, okay? So back off.
Ooh, Tachi, Mr. Tachi.
It was insanely short-lived, only spawning 13 episodes, coming to an abrupt end due to the events surrounding a lawsuit over its idea.
When will dogs stop suing people? You don't know what that is.
Coming to an undisclosed conclusion, the future of the franchise remains a mystery. For what it was, though, it was a fun little adventure that's grown a little bit of a following. If it ever came back in the future, you bet I'd definitely check it out to see what they've been up to.
Okay, but how about some superheroes that wear capes and aren't dogs?
You anti-K-Nites!
Tamara, calm down! Jesus.
Superman the Animated Series expanded the DC animated universe by being the first additional show to take place in the same world as Batman the Animated Series. It was also the first time Supes got his own animated program since the self-titled cartoon from 1988.
And how was that show?
It...
Thanks for impersonating me, Dad.
Exists.
Which... Yo, Jenner, that's the thing.
Superman was significant for many reasons, including the introduction of non-Superman exclusive heroes and villains from the comics, like Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Lobo, Darkseid, and many more. This laid the foundation for what Justice League and Justice League Unlimited became in the mid-2000s. Well-known actors like Malcolm McDowell, Gilbert Gottfried, Ed Asner, Lori Petty, and Michael Ironside all popped up
you didn't mention
to fill
Michael
many of
Ironside
these
as
supplementary
Darkseid.
roles across its 54-episode run. The Man of Steel was powered down for most of this show, making him more vulnerable to attacks from his enemies. He wasn't able to simply solve a problem by moving an entire planet, much less an entire city. I really appreciated that, and I think a lot of the bigger stories were better because of it.
But could he spin the Earth backwards, yet not be fast enough to catch 2 missiles?
Or kiss someone, erasing their memory?
Or not be anti-K-Nites? What's that?
Where are you getting those?
Hey, where'd Chaplin go?
Yeah. Tim Daly's Superman/Clark Kent balanced his more human, genuine side with the classic truth and justice pomp and circumstance without going too cornball on his delivery.
What do you do in your off hours?
I think that's a question for another time.
I also love Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor as Kal-El's antithesis.
Yes.
He's right up there with Michael Rosenbaum among my favorite versions of the character.
Yes.
While the show was as bright and colorful as it needed to be, it got darker as it went along, with episodes like Apocalypse Now, Brave New Metropolis, and Legacy, which are some of my personal favorites, covered in a top 5 video we did a few years back.
Yeah, Dan.
Savor your moment of triumph, Superman. But remember, victory has its price.
True, there's like 5 intense moments that almost match the intensity of the robot scene from Superman 3. Look at the comments, man. I'm not alone!
This show hasn't quite endured as much as Justice League or BTAS, but it should not be forgotten. This was a solid interpretation of the Man of Tomorrow that featured some great character work, strong stories, and surprising yet earned darker moments. Its impact on the world of Superman is important, and if you've never seen it, I suggest giving it a shot for a faithful and layered incarnation of the Big Blue Boy Scout.
Yes, but nobody ever thinks about if Superman was a worm.
I do.
Yeah, how is he?
He's okay.
That sums up my review.
Earthworm Jim.
Earthworm Jim is one of the most unique game franchises ever.
Uh-oh.
With its surreal humor, imaginative visuals, get out of here, and enjoyable gameplay. It's hard to find another series like it. So when they made a cartoon series on it in 1995, everyone had the same reaction. It's good. I feel bad saying that because it gives the impression it's not worth checking out, but it is. Just don't expect something as batshit insane as the game. But, you know, still a little insane. The very loose story centers around the space traveler Earthworm Jim and puppy sidekick Peter, trying to defend the galaxy against all sorts of strange baddies. That's about all there is to it, and honestly, sometimes it doesn't even follow all the way through with that. Kind of like Freakazoid, they focus more on just throwing strange jokes at you, but the jokes are pretty funny and memorable.
I'll solve this problem with my 4 hyper-intelligent brains. I'm hungry. I'm cold. I'm itchy. Where are the girls?
Well, I wish Jim had more of a southern voice like they hinted he had in the game. Dan Castellaneta does a fine job playing him as an Adam West type with the voice of Genie having just eaten Homer Simpson.
Yeah, I know that Doug TenNapel has had some spotty history when it comes to certain things, but you can't argue with the fact that he did create a character that no matter when you think about him, it's always memorable.
Quick, little buddy! Whip me! Whip me! I beg your pardon? Use me like a whip! Oh, right!
The dark edge and over-the-top animation is replaced with brighter imagery and a more restrained style, but the out-of-nowhere tone shifts and story abandonments just to do something silly does make it unpredictable. I just have to respect a kid show that quotes Dune whenever it can.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total oblivion.
I respect quotes from Frank Herbert's other works.
Like what?
Star Wars.
If you're looking for something that's not 100% Earthworm Jim, but say 60% Earthworm Jim, then check the show out. Because it's better to have 60% Earthworm Jim as opposed to 3% Earthworm Jim. Yeah, sorry, I really hate this game.
Groovy!
Thankfully, games have nothing to do with our next show.
Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord in heaven. Oh. It's my birthday. Nate just turned 18. Happy 18th birthday, Bryce.
Talk about while I watched the South Park episode making fun of it.
Boomer.
Yeah, Boomer!
Oh, God. Real quick. I want to point something out. Oh, shit. Crap. See this? See this? This was my childhood. And this... Oh, God, I cannot tell you how many hours I poured into this damn game. Yeah. This was everything to me. I remember I actually had the original gray brick one for a long time, and I had a copy of Blue, and I really wish I still had that, but when I got this, and I got Special Pikachu Edition, I was like, yep, that's it. This is what I'm going to be playing for the foreseeable future. And still holds true to this day. But there is no getting around the fact that this franchise is very, very easy to make fun of. Chimpo, come on! I got to bye. Yeah, I know. It's impossible. My copy of Yellow was borrowed by a friend. Oh, Bjorn. Okay, I'll give you the abridged version of what happened to my... not only my Game Boy... Not only my copy of Pokemon Yellow, but also my Game Boy. My Game Boy got repossessed because my school made it to where you couldn't have them in class anymore. You couldn't have them at lunch. You couldn't play them. You couldn't do anything. So I remembered I forgot to take it out of my backpack because I went over to my cousin's house and I took my backpack with me and I put my Game Boy in it. I forgot to take my Game Boy out, and thus, when I unzipped my backpack and I took my science book out, my Game Boy slipped out and hit the floor, and my science teacher heard it, came back, he's like, "What's that?" And he grabbed it, and he's like, "I'm going to take it down to the principal's office." And he takes it down to the principal's office, and there's like, "Well," and the principal's just like, "Well, Nathan, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to, we got to set an example, so we're going to keep this until the end of the school year." I'm like, "What?" And my mom was so mad at me over that because I lost my Game Boy and everything. Well, cut to like about 2 or 3 months later. I'm in ISS, some dumb shit that honestly I had nothing to do with, but yet my friend roped me into it because he was my friend, and I was sitting right next to him when he was doing dumb shit, and they just wanted to blame me for something, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I'm in ISS, and I find out that there's a kid in there who basically got in trouble because he brought his Game Boy to class. Not only did he bring his Game Boy to class, he brought it to class and he played it in class before the teacher came in, and the teacher repossessed it, and he was going to be getting it back at the end of the school day. And I'm like, well, that's kind of bullshit because mine got repossessed until the end of the school year. So I was like, well, that's kind of like upsetting to me. I look on the desk, on the ISS teacher's desk, and guess what? It was my Game Boy. It was my Game Boy that had my name. Here's the thing: my mom wrote my name on the back of the Game Boy cartridge, and on like the Game Boy like color cartridge, like the Pokemon Yellow cartridge, and on the back of the Game Boy. And she wrote my initials in the battery bay under the batteries. And my name had been scratched off. My name had been scratched off by somebody, and apparently, when I pointed this out, I opened it up. I was like, "This is my Game Boy," and they were like, "Well, I mean, where's your name?" I was like, "Yeah, they scratched my name off. My name was right here." It's like, "Well, we can't prove it." And then I open up the battery bay and I take out the batteries, and it had my initials, NJH, in the battery bay. Then all of a sudden, it was just like, "Oh, so this is your Game Boy," and I go to the principal's office, and my mom came down, and my mom started raising a fist, like, "How come he had my son's Game Boy? How come he had that? What the heck is going on? I thought you had that and you were repossessing it until the end of the school year." And then the principal was just like, well, I'm not sure what happened. And my mom, like, pitched a fucking fit on them. And here's the thing. My mom pitched such a fit, not only did I get my Game Boy back that day, I got out of ISS. I was supposed to have ISS for 3 days. I only had it for half a day because of that shit. It was crazy.
Really not.
Pokemon Mania.
Should be Pokemania.
I thought you were watching South Park.
I thought you shut up.
Swept the world in the late 90s and early 2000s. It has continued to be a cultural phenomenon for decades after its initial release. Premiering in February 1999, it follows the journey of young Pokemon trainer Ash Ketchum, who leaves his home to be the very best like no one ever was.
Bow, 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 to catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause.
South Park got one of them shoe. Ha ha.
Ash wants to be a Pokemon master. Pokemon are pocket monsters, creatures that
So
can
you
be
wanna
caught
be a
and
master
trained in
of
battles to
Pokemon?
evolve
Do
and
you
become
have the skills
stronger.
to be
In
number
order to be a
one?
Pokemon master, Ash must first
We
defeat
are
gym
in
leaders to earn their
in a
badges in
Pokemon
order to
world,
compete in the Pokemon League tournament.
wanna
Every
be
trainer begins
the
their journey
greatest
with a
master
starter
of them
Pokemon. Ash's choice was the adorable and iconic
Pokemon.
Pikachu. Add to the mix Ash's friends Brock and Misty and the flamboyant Jesse and James of Team Rocket to make
But it
a
turned out
memorable
good in the
cast
end,
of characters. The show was initially licensed through 4Kids Production,
You ever had
which
any of the
infamously
Seeker colors?
changed many
No, I
cultural
didn't.
references
Never had
and
any
made
of
some
those.
bizarre editing choices. I mean, who could ever forget those jelly donuts?
Have a donut. That always cheers me up.
These donuts are great.
Onigiri or rice balls. Call them something else. Those aren't jelly donuts. Oh.
Jelly filled are my favorite.
However, it did give us one of the greatest theme songs ever, so pros and cons.
The power that's
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all.
He said small penis. These writers are so young and hip.
Pokemon was extremely successful, hitting millions of viewers every week. It was the perfect combination of cute monsters, collection, and adventure that...
I have literally been streaming for 22 hours and 44 minutes. I am almost on the last hour of doing this reaction series. I've been streaming since 6 p.m. yesterday. I haven't stopped. I passed out like about a couple hours ago because I was watching a review by the Nostalgia Critic I'd seen before. I'm doing this 24 hours of the Nostalgia Critic, and I passed out once. Oh, man. Cascade badge. Rachel Lillis, man. The fact that she was only 46. By the way, for everyone who doesn't know, Rachel Lillis was the voice actress for Misty in Pokemon, and sadly she passed away here recently at the age of 46. Way too young to go. Way too young. And I remember it was Veronica Taylor who made the announcement, and met Veronica Taylor once. She was an absolute peach. She was so sweet. She was so cool with talking with us. And yeah, Rachel Lillis, rest in peace. It's really, yeah, she was 46. It was breast cancer, sadly. Yeah, she voiced Jessie too. That's right. Yeah, she. Once again, man, it's sad when they go early. It is super sad when they go early.
Kids were looking for. Pokemon extended far beyond the show. However, the anime was often kids' first exposure to the
Misty
franchise.
Lives on.
It was for
she'll
me.
live on forever.
Once the
man.
anime sunk its teeth into you, it was a fast descent into Poke Madness.
Yes,
I
it
collected
was.
the toys, the cards, the games, the VHSs. I had to catch them all. I even joined the Toys R Us Pokemon Trading Card Game League.
Wow.
You need medicine.
This is my medicine! I'm still playing
tell
games and introducing my love of Pokemon to the next generation of kids. Pokemon left an indelible mark on our culture and in our hearts. And just like how Ash can never really die,
Yep.
what was it, like 7 times he got killed off? Pokemon will continue to win all, well, most of us over. Okay, you can come back now.
Hey, you know what's like Pokemon, but like so much cooler, like so much better, such a better show, such a better cartoon. Oh my god, it's like so, you guys gonna be blown away. It's Men in Black.
No,
Yeah, because like the aliens are like Pokemon, but they're cooler and better. And
No, they're
it's, like,
not.
so much
No,
better
they're
than
not.
Pokemon, like,
No, they're not, Doug. No, they're not. No, they're not. This is the diet. This is the okay. If the first Men in Black movie is Coca-Cola, then actually no. Here's a better one. If the first Men in Black movie is Dr. Pepper. If the first Men in Black movie is Dr. Pepper, the TV series is Dr. Bob. Yeah, it's that bad.
I remember that.
And yeah, blow me.
Yeah, the diet right of fucking Men in Black.
I don't know about you, but after I saw the movie Men in Black, pretty much all my friends were asking, so when do you think there's gonna be a cartoon show? A lot of people said Men in Black was the Ghostbusters of its time, and that had an amazing cartoon, so I figured a series for this would make sense. However, Ghostbusters was a surreal one-of-a-kind movie, which led to a surreal one-of-a-kind series. Men in Black was a smart and clever comedy, which led to, you guessed it, a smart and clever show. It didn't really push the boundary.
I didn't think so. I think that there were parts of it that were okay, but overall I felt that the show was just it just didn't live up to what the movie was. The movie just had so much to it, and the fact that it was it was live action and had so much going, and it had not only the visual effects but also the commentary. The commentary in this is okay, but it's missing something. It's like it's held back by the fact that it's a kid's show, whereas the movie is rated PG-13 and gets away with a lot more.
In terms of animation or
Still,
intense image.
Sebastian, a nutless monkey in a black suit is better than Men in Black International.
Unless walking weird in the intro counts. But it was pretty well written and represented the source material perfectly. It follows the adventures of J and K as they track down the scum of the universe, working in its trademark odd but also cool humor. The best part is it expanded on ideas that the movies abandoned, like Agent L doesn't decide to go back to the morgue, she stays on as a permanent character. It's pretty cool her job includes slicing up aliens to examine their insides like she did when she was a mortician. Also, I found out she was voiced by Cass from Voyager. That's just neat.
This is Jay's brain. This is Jay's brain running at 78.9% capacity. Jay's head becomes Mount St. Helens.
They even go into more character backstories. Like, remember that brief moment in the film when you see Kay handing an alien flowers? There's a whole episode dedicated to that, and it's one of the most gripping stories.
Actually, I didn't see that.
D just disappeared from the picture.
Who's D?
Your original partner.
You're the only partner I've ever had.
It's nice it didn't just go 100% for the jokes, as the film did have its dramatic moments, too. It's not a series I can say did anything that new or unique, but it captured the voice of the original pretty great. Better than the second one, even.
Yes. Or the fourth one.
Damn it, Malcolm! Stop reminding me that exists!
Don't worry, you won't remember.
Remember what?
I don't remember.
There you go.
If you're looking for a series that continues the adventures of Division 6 in a not spectacular but entertaining enough way, this just might be worth your time.
Worms!
X-Men Evolution.
Yep.
What about it?
I don't know, I just wanted to talk about it and I didn't have a transition.
It's awesome.
Well done.
I love X-Men Evolution. I would say it's... There's parts of it that are better than the original X-Men cartoon, but it's trapped by, like, the fact that they're all in high school.
Teenagers, high school, cool goth rogue, X-Men Evolution rules. The show takes place while many of the mutants are in high school. Not a mutant high school, just a normal high school. It allows for some great high school drama, some stupid fun romances, and eventually led to some awesome growth for many of our characters. I'm not sure if I saw this show at the perfect time or if it really was flawless, but it left an impact. Also, Nightcrawler is so great in this version.
Yes.
Oh, you mean fun and lovable and not... I can't even think of a word to describe him. He left so little an impact.
Blue?
No, even that doesn't feel right.
No.
He might be the best he's ever been represented in any of the series. Everyone stands out and feels authentic despite taking liberties from the source material. Also, the orange and black Wolverine suit is so slick.
You can't stop the juggernaut. Forgive me for trying.
Also, Scott McNeil as Wolverine surprised the hell out of me how good it was. Like, there were, like legitimately, every voice actor in this did so good. Brad Swale, David Kaye, like Scott McNeil. Everybody did so good. Mark Heldreth, dude, everyone killed in this.
This is the most early 2000s show that you could ever watch. It should be put in a time capsule to show people in 1,000 years what this time period was like.
Oh, come on, it's not that. LimeWire guest starring on the OC isn't as 2000s as that.
I loved this show so much as a kid. I always wanted to be Rogue from the comics, but this goth Rogue took that want and made it a need. We also got that great Kitty Pryde Rogue dance gif from this show, so cheers to that, honestly.
Please, Josh Hartnett is going to join Destiny's Child if there's any more 2000s.
Jesus Christ.
It took what was an already amazing comic book adaptation and gave it a whole new spin. It's early 2000s, yes, but it also has stories and characters you can still relate to today. No matter what time period you grew up in, as long as you grew up, you'd find something relatable in X-Men Evolution.
I'll say this, it ended too early. It ended way too early. Yeah, the reason why it ended too early was because, once again, they had 5 seasons planned out. And they did the Apocalypse arc, which, once again, too few episodes in that season. And they were supposed to do another season where it went into the Dark Phoenix saga. But that, once again, was just... that sucked. It sucked not seeing a proper full ending to this. Albeit, that final shot of all the X-Men in front of like Xavier's Academy was still very iconic. I still love that shot. Hey Nate,
Enough
just
this
one
early
more thing.
2000
The Renegade
stuff. I'm
Media
a
is
history
the
man
best reaction
myself.
channel
No, you're
on
not.
YouTube.
The
Thank
history
you,
of
Thunderbolt.
1998.
That's random. Also, no, you're not.
98 was only 2 years before the early 2000s.
That makes it even less history.
When this show made literal history.
Oh God.
Yeah, Tamara. That's how you do a segue.
Damn it, you're right.
Oh no, Hysteria.
Hysteria was another Tom Ruegger-produced show. It was trying to be a sketch comedy series like what SNL is, but used to educate kids
Logan
about
from
history.
Evolution.
Think of
Best
all the
version.
educational songs in
98 was
had their own
0
show.
years before
Once
I
again,
was
this
born.
done.
Logan, stop making me feel old, bro. God. Oh.
To meet
I
FCC
was
requirements
10.
for shows to be educational, and to its credit, it is a noble attempt. There are a lot of great songs and clever ways they teach kids
Why is
history.
Cyclops
My personal favorite
better
being
in
a
both
tour guide
X-Men
named
animated series than
Misinformation.
live action?
You guessed it.
Because,
Always facts.
once again, it seems as though they don't know how to write Cyclops in live action. I mean, they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity with X-Men, with, X-Men First Class / X-Men, Days of Future Past. Like, the McAvoy and Fassbender trilogy. And sadly, it just didn't live up to it.
Wrong. It had a good energy and good
I was 8
animation,
in
but the
98.
problem was it didn't really have solid characters. Father Time was the host, who was just sort of a generic nice guy who sometimes lost his temper.
I was born
There's
in
a
98.
big fat
Ugh.
baby, literally called
Dude,
Big
I was
Fat
14 in
Baby, who,
98.
you guessed it, is just a gross big fat baby. And then there's the kid chorus, who
I was
usually
7
just
at the
had
time.
one joke
Same here,
about
Mel.
each
Oh,
of them.
God.
The worst one being loud.
Melody, honestly...
Can you guess what his shtick is?
Hysteria! The War of 1812! Modius! Influence! Naius!
The town crier. Here's the thing: if I ever encountered somebody like that in my town, I would literally just pull out a thing of pepper spray, and as soon as he started yelling, I'd spray it in his mouth just to get him to shut the fuck up.
Junius!
How dare he steal your thing?
September! October!
It's hard not to admire a show.
Uh-oh. Hello? Hey. That's what I was saying. No, Melody said she was 14. Now, I said I was 10. I said, look... Oh, sorry. Logan said, I was 0 years old in 98. I'm like, Logan, stop making me feel old. I was 10 in 98. Yeah. And then we got other people in here, Star Sailor X, saying, I was -4 in 98. Shut up, you dang youngerns. You dang youngerns. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Yep, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. I'm excited, and well, go ahead. Oh, you did?
Get out of that. Come on. Mickey Mouse. Oh, God.
You all right?
Okay, well, I'll let you go.
Okay, well, I'll speak at you later.
Okay.
All right, take care.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Bye.
The fact that we're here, the fact that we're
Don't
this
try
close
to
to the
teach
end.
something in a creative way, but with shows like Animaniacs or even Carmen Sandiego, the facts were taught better because they wrote for the characters first. They gave us stories and people we like to watch even if they weren't teaching us anything. I don't think I would be checking in on these characters anytime soon.
Sex Toys! September! October!
Oh, man. I will admit, though, I think this is made for a much younger audience, and if I was a little kid, I'd probably get into all the funny voices and screaming.
Pretty good. I'm so hungry I can throw up twice.
It wasn't for me, but it was a noble attempt at a noble cause.
Hysteria! Hysteria!
Hysteria. Wait, didn't Tom Ruegger also work on Batman?
Yeah.
See, that's how you segue, Tim.
Damn. new Batman.
Wait, it didn't work on Superman, though. Neither did you. My life is over.
Oh, damn, Doug.
The new Batman-Superman Adventures was sometimes an hour, sometimes an hour and a half long programming block that started to air in 1997. They would schedule a combination of a Superman the Animated Series rerun, Batman the Animated Series rerun, and a fresher episode of either the new Batman Adventures or the third season of Superman. It's a bit complicated since this isn't actually the name of a separate series and the branding was used for Emmy nominations that pertained to both shows. The block did have its own unique intro that presented clips from each program merged with some original animation and a brand new theme from Shirley Walker. It's pretty good too. Bumpers, commercials, and even the end credits were specially made for this packaged time slot. The crossover episodes between Superman and Batman are more associated with this title, so let's quickly mention them. The only Batman episode that a Superman character showed up on was Girls' Night Out, where Supergirl teamed up with Batgirl to take down the consolidated threat of Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Livewire. I just reviewed it for Batmay, so check that out for more info. On the Superman series, Nighttime saw the Man of Steel disguise himself as the Dark Knight and team up with Robin after Bruce goes missing. A bunch of the Caped Crusaders villains get to make appearances, and we get to see Superman beat up Bane under Batman's cowl. It's a great moment. The best example of these crossovers is, of course, the world's finest three-parter that introduced Batman to Kal-El and saw Lex Luthor join forces with the Joker.
I'll never forget when I saw that the first time. Superman peeking under Batman's cowl, and he was like, "Bruce Wayne?" He's like, and Bruce is like, "You peeked." And then later on, Superman is calling Lois, and Lois is just like, "Yeah, me and Bruce are gonna do this," and he's like, and Superman's like, "I don't know if you should do that with Bruce Wayne. I mean, you don't really know the guy." And then all of a sudden, Superman noticed something hanging from his cape, and he noticed it was a tracer, and then he picked it up and he looked out his window, and outside of his window was Batman with a pair of binoculars, and he noticed that Superman saw him, and he was like. And then he leaped off, and then Superman was just like, "Touché." And he crushed the transponder. That was so good.
A lot of people know it mainly under its home video release name, the Batman-Superman movie, but they are officially episodes of Superman TAS. It's some of the strongest stuff to come out of either show, and you should go out of your way to see it if you never have. Regardless of the somewhat confusing nature concerning this title, these two characters united for some notable adventures that would continue on for years to come. Good times.
Well, I think it's time to take us out of the past and into more modern times with Static Shock.
What year do you think it is, Malcolm?
Yeah, Static Shock was like, dude, Static Shock was awesome. Static Shock was freaking amazing. It's Static Shock
was a gemstone among my favorite childhood cartoons. Created by the late Dwayne McDuffie with Dennis Cohen, it was the first original story with a black superhero as its protagonist to get its own animated series. Only took until 2000.
Hey, for white people, that's very fast for us.
Considering. I mean, if you think about it, you know, I brought this up to some people, and they got pissed at me for saying it, but I've yet to hear anyone disprove me on it. America speed ran slavery. And if you're wondering what I mean by that, there was an unbroken chain of slavery in most countries in Europe for like 800 to 900 years. And in America, it only lasted about, I think it was, yeah, from inception to like abolishment. Now, it doesn't mean everything was perfect after that, but it was like 90 years? Yeah, it was almost 90 years. It was like 89 years. And yeah, still, it doesn't make everything right. And history, and once again, not everything's as clean cut as we want it to be. But I mentioned that to like my, for instance, I have a friend who's Korean, and he's just like, "Oh, Koreans didn't have slavery. You know, the Koreans were this." I'm like, Korea had the longest unbroken chain of slavery for more than 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Think about that. That's fucking crazy.
This show was poignant in not only setting trends for BIPOC and POC representation in comic media, but it was among the first to take a more grounded, slice-of-life tone to contrast its superhero story. Voiced by one of my biggest inspirations, Phil Lamar.
Maybe we should put you on payroll, Static. Give me one of those shiny helmets and we'll call it even.
Virgil Hawkins is a high school teen who develops electromagnetic powers after his town suffers from the effects of fallout from a nearby chemical plant explosion called the Big Bang. In addition to the usual superhero tropes and learning responsibility, juggling aliases, and developing powers, Virgil takes on issues more focused around himself as a middle-class black teen in an urban environment. We get to see unique circumstances
that's true, Logan.
with the
That's
issues
100%
tackled
true.
from a more black perspective. We see topics in bigotry, neurodivergence, gang activity, police racial profiling, and more.
You know, for Static Shock to tackle racism better than... this tackled racism back in like the early 2000s better than most shows nowadays ever thought of. It's freaking crazy, dude.
What your son heard, Hawkins. I wasn't talking about him.
No, you were talking about his kind, that's all. Well, I know your kind, Foley. Fine, upstanding bigot. The world changes and grows, and he's blind to it. Ignorant. And proud of that, too. Richie ran away from you a long time ago, Foley. And because of the way you are, you'll never really know him.
It's all woven together so well with his action and storytelling. I'd argue it set the trend for many comic properties hereafter. Yielding crossovers with Batman and the Justice League, Static cemented himself in the superhero zeitgeist. Let's hope we can continue to see more of Static Shock in the near future.
I want to, dude. I love Static Shock. Virgil's awesome.
Well, seeing how we're back in the 2000s, let's talk about another show that came out around that time, Jackie Chan Adventures.
Wait, isn't that like the only one of these shows that Ayana's seen?
Sad to say, Logan, it's true, but at the same time, here's the thing about it. Everyone wants to paint it as just there were over 3,000 black slave owners in the American South that owned over 50,000 slaves. Yeah. That's the other thing too that they don't teach you in history class. It wasn't just white people that owned slaves. There were 3,000 black slave owners, or actually over 3,000 black slave owners that owned 50,000 slaves. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't mean that slavery is right or anything like that. It's just, once again, history's never as clean a picture as you want to paint it. One more thing.
Oh, do tell.
Greetings. You may remember I gave my thoughts on Jackie Chan Adventures, the greatest show ever made, in our Toonami review. I honestly got everything out about it that I needed to say, so I have enclosed an edited video of those thoughts with clips from the show.
Doesn't help the history teacher.
Oh, that was nice of her.
Yeah, let's see what she put together.
Jackie Chan Adventures! Okay, so Jackie Chan is this archaeologist, right? And he has to travel around the world and find these talismans. There's 12 of them, and they're based off of the zodiac signs, and then he's trying to keep them away and out of the hands of the evil people. They're called the Dark Hand. They're evil. They're working for this demon. His name is Shendu. He's the worst, and he's also trapped in a dragon statue because his regular form is a dragon, and he wants to get back to his regular form. Jackie Chan has to fight all of these bad guys. Easter eggs of his entire career throughout the show. It's incredible. After each episode, there's these children that write in and get to ask Jackie Chan questions, and then he answers them. It's amazing.
Yep.
Dude, none of our videos were that cool. I want to be Jackie Chan Adventures.
She had explosions and stuff.
Heather, does your next one have explosions and stuff?
No.
Well, what do you have? Shame!
Oh, come on. She tried. Poor Heather.
A love poem in terrible French accent. Ah, can you feel that sizzle? The summer is heating up and so are the savings with Summer Dash Pass from DoorDash. I love you, DoorDash, because you'll save me cash.
God.
That makes this
Logan,
officially a poem because it rhymes. I checked, I looked it up, don't check.
Talisman's just season 1. That's the thing. There were multiple seasons
summer essentials. Or
it
get
wasn't
groceries
just,
for your next
there were
summer
multiple bad
barbecue
guys
right to
throughout
your
the
door
whole run.
with Dash Pass membership. Something
Okay, dad jokes. You know what? I pulled nothing but from this book. It's time for the sequel. Here we go. Oh, God. What did the scuba diver say when he needed more air? Tanks. Jesus. Where do people learn to make the best ice cream? In Sunday school. Oh boy. I fell into a hole at the beach filled with razor shells. It made my skin all clammy. Oh God. Oh gosh. What did Sherlock Holmes say when his crime-fighting partner grew a mustache? Watson, your face. I'm not like other dads. Sure, I drive a minivan, but I listen to the college rock radio station. Why do scuba divers sleep so quietly? They use a snorkel. Oh, God. That one hurt me. Ugh. Did you hear Dracula went to the doctor? He was coughing. Jesus Christ. Knock, knock. Who's there? Blue. Blue who? Blew your nose on your sleeve again, huh? Aging is half struggling to catch your breath and half struggling to lose your breath. Oh God, it came back. I'm sorry. So basically that dad joke was manual breathing. Literally. Oh my God. Card Captor.
Trying to chase
Card
the high
Captor
Pokemon,
Sakura.
Kids WB added the anime Card Captors to their lineup in June of 2000. Card Captors combined the monsters of Pokemon with the magical girl essence of Sailor Moon. A girl named Sakura accidentally releases magical cards called Cloud Cards into the world. The guardian of the cards, Kiro, is also released. He reveals that only someone with magical powers could open the book, which means Sakura has magic. She now must battle the personifications of the cards to seal them all back away into the book.
Oh, well.
The version of the show that was aired on Kids WB was...
Let me guess. Heavily edited?
No, they leave it alone.
Really?
Yes, they even have a class at the Home for Infinite Losers.
Okay, keep going, smartass.
In this
Logan.
instance, though, it wasn't as much a censorship.
Logan.
The original series
That's a good
was
dad
70
joke.
episodes.
That's actually
the
it's a dirty dad
was
joke,
only
but
39
funny.
episodes. Episodes were rearranged and key plot points were omitted. That still didn't stop me, personally, from absolutely loving it. I loved this series so much. I spent a summer at 12 years old fan-dubbing the movie with my best friend at the time. She was Japanese, so she had a Japanese copy of the movie, translated a whole script, and we dubbed it together.
Wow.
Really?
Damn, Heather. Damn.
And where is this embarrassing media we can blackmail you?
Unfortunately, it's been lost to time.
Damn.
I truly wish I could share it with you all. Now all I have are my Cloud Cards to remember the great times I had with Sakura and her friends. Still, this show gave me great memories, great animation, and great characters I won't be forgetting for a long time.
Damn!
Now that's how you do a segue.
Jesus, Tamara.
Scooby-Doo, bitch! Pow!
God dang, Tam. Holy shit.
Now that's how you do a segue.
Bryce Rutledge,
yes,
have a happy birthday. Have a very, very happy birthday. Welcome to adulthood.
The ninth version of the
18 years old.
beloved Scooby-Doo gang brings us What's New Scooby-Doo?
Hammer just went Freddy Krueger
version
on
of the
us.
Mystery Inc. with slightly updated everything. The slang, tech, outfits, music, everything was updated from when Scooby-Doo Where Are You first aired in 1969. The theme song, performed by Simple Plan, dare I say, slaps.
I just can't believe that Scooby was the culprit all along.
Right, Amanda?
Huh?
The series premiered in 2002 and ran for 3 seasons before ending in 2006, and overall is an incredibly well done and welcome addition to the world of Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo is one of the cornerstone dogs of our childhood, along with Crypto, the super dog, and Air Bud, obviously. Despite what some anti-K-Knights think!
Dude, I'm good. I'm scared of you this episode. Lasagna!
While this follow-up was not as full of little life lessons as the original was, it kept Scoob and the gang on the map and known by a younger audience. While some of the later Scooby-Doo iterations were less than stellar, this was a creative, true-to-form blast of a show. Also, anything that gives us the Hex Girls is a good thing.
Oh God, the Hex Girls. Here we go.
But who are they getting married to?
Mystery.
That weirdly checks out.
I see it.
So, Tamra, now that you're so good at segues, could you maybe come up with one for Batman Beyond?
Yeah, just say you're doing Batman Beyond.
Oh, that works.
Fair enough. Terry McGinnis.
Batman Beyond, bitch! Wow!
Damn.
God, what?
Never liked the Hex Girls.
The first 2 episodes of Batman.
Damn, Logan. Ah, well, that is what it is.
And Beyond, known as Batman of the Future outside the US, established a concept that became one of the strongest, most unique ideas this creative team ever conceived. It's crazy how this show was basically a mandate from the network that Bruce Timm and company had to pitch on the spot. For a short time period, they were finishing up Superman the Animated Series and the new Batman adventures, all while simultaneously rushing to get Batman Beyond off the ground for a 1999 premiere. Set decades in the future, the show followed a teenager named Terry McGinnis who discovers
Batman
the secret
Beyond
of a now
is
elderly
shit.
Bruce
Also,
Wayne
rest
and
in
becomes
peace,
the new
Gotham.
Batman
I agree.
in a Gotham that looks very different. A couple
Neo
decades
Gotham,
before the main
basically.
time period, Bruce retires after being forced to use a gun to threaten a criminal when his body fails him. It's an epic and heartbreaking start to possibly the late great Kevin Conroy's most impressive performance as Bruce Wayne. He believably sounded like a jaded old man who had more than his fair share of regrets. This evolution of the character is one of my personal favorites because it places him at a point in his life he probably never thought he'd reach. His relationship with Terry is a dynamic that's just as strong as with any of his sidekicks, but takes on a completely new connotation. As the series progressed across its 54 episodes, new characters and distinct villains pushed the overall legacy of Batman forward.
Yeah,
Most
Batman
of the
Return
creative
of the
decisions
Joker.
were excellent additions, considering we were seeing the bookend to a continuity with so much history behind it.
Also, the Justice League Unlimited episode where they showed a more grown-up Terry McGinnis, basically just coming to terms with the fact that Bruce Wayne was his biological father, and also not only that, but also Amanda Waller regaling us with regaling us with Bruce Wayne's dealings with Ace, which again, Ace's death in Justice League Unlimited is it's one of the more heartbreaking ones in the entire Batman continuum. Yeah, Nate would be in an anime club. No shit, I know I would be. And Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker actually fixed the dreaded Joker design from the new Batman.
Now, not everything worked. The romantic relationship between Bruce and Barbara has aged like cheese, but pretty much everything else has held up
Once again, that was such a shit idea. Why the hell would Barbara be interested in Bruce? Why? It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense.
exceedingly well. Comics, the Batman 75th anniversary short, and a phenomenal animated movie have done a lot
Nate,
to
have you been
display
in
the
an
show's
anime
staying
club?
power.
No, I have not. There was a group that I hung out with at one of my community colleges that I went to. They were heavily into anime, and I basically was in it with them, and we talked about like different anime that we were watching and stuff like that. You know, what got us into anime. Yeah, it was fun.
There have been rumblings of a live-action adaptation as far back as the early 2000s, and as recently as last year, with Michael Keaton coming back to reprise Bruce. A new animated film has even been rumored. Time will tell if any of that really happens, but the fact remains, Batman Beyond is a once-and-future classic. Plus, it stars Will Friedle. How could it not be good?
You know, it's amazing. In one short day, I managed to earn the socially challenged rep that took me a lifetime to cultivate back home.
Damn. Batman.
God, I love that show. Have you ever thought about doing it for Bat May? Wait, it could be called Bat May Beyond.
Ooh, and then after that you can talk about the 2004 series.
Yeah, and I know you like Brave and the Bold. You should do that one too.
Beware the Batman is strange. Talk about it, Walter.
No, but serious.
Oh, God. Leave him alone. Hey, kitty. Oh, poor Walter.
Ozzy and Drix was a show.
No.
Based on the box office laws, Ozzy and Drix continues the stories of Osmosis Jones and Drix, who are this time in the body of a boy named Hector, rather than a dying Bill Murray.
Do you mean comedically or physically?
Yes.
Yes.
For a show coming off of a major motion picture bomb, I have to admit, this series is much better than it has any right to be.
I agree.
Okay, it's not great, but the voice actors capture the charm of the original actors.
Knife flashing before eyes. Sorry, man, can't help it. Gotta go, 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 go.
The budget for this type of show seems put to good use, and it actually does teach you a little bit about the human body. I think two big advantages the show had was, one, getting rid of the live-action segments with Murray, which still feels weird to say. Them angels and elephants really threw him off course. And two, it got legendary producer Alan Burnett on board. Yes, that Alan Burnett.
Yeah.
About as much effort as you can put into an idea like this was appropriately applied. And they really did make this world interesting in a unique way that evolved the creativity of the original. I don't know, I really thought I was gonna hate this, and I thought it was alright.
Oh, Bjorn, why would you say that?
My recommendation, but if you've seen some of the worst moments in the movie, you know it's still pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Fair enough.
In 2001, Kids WB continued to cash in on the Pokemon craze with an anime called Yu-Gi-Oh! Spelled with an exclamation point. That's very important. Yu-Gi-Oh! Centered around a boy named Yugi who plays an in-universe card game called Duel Monsters. Duel Monsters, to simplify, is kind of like Magic the Gathering and the Pokemon trading card game combined.
So the worst of both worlds.
You can go to hell!
Okay,
Straight to hell!
Thank you!
Damn.
Yugi also owns a special artifact called the Millennium Puzzle, which he solved. The puzzle contains the spirit of an old Egyptian pharaoh that becomes Yugi's alter ego. After defeating the best duel monster player in the world, Seto Kaiba, Yugi goes on a quest to solve the mystery behind the Millennium Puzzle and the power it holds. On the way, he encounters other Millennium items and of course plays a ton of duel monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was almost presented as a more grown-up Pokemon. The card game felt more complicated. It felt more action-packed with higher stakes and a darker tone. This anime was also licensed by 4Kids and, similar to Pokemon, underwent some heavy editing. As a kid, the editing here was more evident, with invisible guns and talk of sending people to the Shadow Realm instead of death threats. Even though many people did compare it to Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a unique style and concept. The anime, of course, had a card game that I obviously played too. I was drawn to Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it felt deeper and more complex than any of the other monster animes I had enjoyed before, such as Pokemon, Monster Rancher, and even Digimon. It didn't hurt either that I had a huge crush on Seto Kaiba.
Of course
Fruity
you
anime
did.
boys were my type in middle school.
Oh god, he is dreaming.
The series may not have left as much impact culturally as Pokemon, but it was endearing and entertaining to many who felt they were starting to outgrow Pokemon. And though not as big, it still has a massive following all these years later, and for good reason.
Oh,
Exodia!
it's cool. The next one's Mega Legends, and clearly none of us have watched that.
Tam? No. this one sucks.
You know what? Don't judge me.
We are.
But don't.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Okay, hear me out. Baby Looney Tunes asks the brave question, hey, what if the Looney Tunes were babies?
You know, I can stick my fist up all your asses and use you as puppets.
Hey, try that with me. I'll cut your arm off with my sphincter.
The premise is so simple and sounds so boring, but there was something outrageously fun about this show. The babies live with Granny in her mansion, wow, lucky, and spend their days playing and pretending. Also, it's Looney Tunes, so there are pipe throws and physical comedy. Baby Looney Tunes focused on real-world problems that children could relate to, such as sharing and understanding emotions and playing with others. Okay, they're very simple, but they're taught in the most adorable way. It's impossible not to get involved in their tiny little stories. Lasting for 4 seasons and even getting a movie, Baby Looney Tunes was a somewhat formulaic show that made it easy to watch, always had a lesson to learn, and had better writing than it probably had any right to. Though on the list of theme songs, this one is dead last.
It's a looneyful day to have a little fun, the baby Looney Tunes.
Can we not?
I don't know, Tamara. I think your brain's coming in
Can we not?
last.
Can we not?
Yeah,
Can
what's
we move
next?
on?
The show about baby Damon
Moving
Wayans.
on. Waynehead.
Okay, going back a little bit to 1996, Waynehead was another short-lived animated original on the Kids WB lineup. The story is a retelling of Damon Wayans' childhood in the Chelsea neighborhood of the New York City borough of Manhattan. It features the voices of the Wayans brothers, John Witherspoon, Gary Coleman, Frank Welker, and then rising child star Orlando Brown as the lead, Damie Wayne. Despite a recognized and respected cast, the show saw low ratings and ended prematurely. Each episode featured the comedic spirits of the Wayans family, but with the TV-wide rating, their talents were severely undercut. And looking at the credited writers on the show, it looks like the Wayans were more so referenced rather than doing any writing themselves. And it shows, unfortunately. I wanted to like the show more. Even my parents were excited for when this show came out, but it couldn't hold my attention or anyone else's, sadly. It'd be nice to have this project re-envisioned with Damon Wayans more involved in the show's writing. But as it stands, it'll be remembered as that one Wayans Bros cartoon. The idea was kind of cool, but the execution, not so much.
I thought Waynehead was pretty good, man. I thought it tackled some... Once again, it basically tackled, like, Wayne, just, like, the lead character having a disability like that, having, like, the club foot, everything. Again, it's just one of those things. It's just, I thought it had some good stuff to it, but I agree with Malcolm. It definitely needed a little bit more of a punch to it. And if it were presented nowadays, I think if Damon Wayans had more of a control over the writing of it, I think it could be something. Static Shock, anyone?
Speaking of Batman Beyond,
we in no way were.
Quiet. Brilliant segue coming. Let's take a look at another spin-off.
Why?
What'd I do?
Oh wow!
It's the
Zeta
DCAU
Project.
show that nobody remembers, the Zeta Project.
I remember it. I remember there was a crossover with Batman Beyond.
Spinning off of the Season 2 Batman Beyond episode Zeta, this series followed a tactical synthoid built for the National Security Agency to impersonate enemies of the state and kill them for gaining information. Eventually, Infiltration Unit Zeta grows a conscience and refuses to carry out his ordered executions. Thus, he becomes a fugitive and goes on the run, picking up a young friend named Ro along the way. Together, they try to find Zeta's original creator in hopes of uncovering the answers to his growing sense of morality and prove his innocence to the NSA, who thinks terrorists have reprogrammed him to be a danger to the populace. DCAU writer Robert Goodman pitched the show to Kids WB as a version of the 1960s TV series The Fugitive with a runaway robot. He was at first hoping to make it even darker than Batman Beyond and explore deeper themes. While the network ordered the series, they saw it as a way of drawing a younger demographic. Problem was, catering just to 6 to 11-year-olds was not what Goodman wanted for his show. This led to clashes between the showrunner and the network that eventually led to the series ending after 2 seasons. The final episode finished off on an unresolved cliffhanger, but in the decade since, Goodman has tried getting a new version of the series off the ground. with the latest attempt coming in the form of a potential live-action drama. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even know the Zeta Project existed until well after Kids WB was dead and gone. I knew that Zeta came back to Batman Beyond in Season 3's Countdown with a new look and Ro at his side, but I had no idea that he had his own show. So I did some background research in addition to watching a few installments. From what I saw, the series wasn't bad. I could see
the series actually had a lot of decent, there were some good things about it, and there were some decent things about it. I think overall, if they could have just figured out its identity as a show, it could have been something better. It really could have.
Wanted to be peeking through the network's mandatorily bright surface. I was always planning on watching it to complete my DCAU viewing experience, but now I'm not as worried about being bored the entire time. Don't get me wrong, the animation and music aren't very good. A clear downgrade from most shows in the same universe.
Yeah, that's true.
But there is a charm that's apparent in the little I saw. We'll call this a pleasant surprise. I definitely want to hear if any of you remember watching this show when it aired. What did you think of it back then? As for the here and now, the Zeta Project will likely continue to remain in general obscurity.
For now, yeah. But who knows what the future holds?
Speaking of good hero stories, let's talk about the Batman.
Not like baby Batman?
Or Batman's dog or something?
Those stories will be told at a different time. In this review.
Oh.
The Batman.
The Batman is an underrated, hopeful version of the Dark Knight with a unique style of his own. Being the first animated Batman story after Batman Animated Series universe, this show had big bat boots to fill. It follows the story of Batman as we know him and follows canon character arcs and things like that, but it also does a great job of building lore unique to itself. This version of Bruce Wayne comes to us only a few years into being the Batman. He has a more hopeful outlook and wants to have a life outside of being the Batman. He meets villains for the first time, and by the end of the show's 5 seasons, his character arc has led him closer to his gruff older self. The villains in this show especially shine. Mr. Freeze is so cool with his ice head. Maybe my favorite iteration of the Riddler. Clayface? Incredibly told story that I haven't seen in years and I remember so vividly to this day.
Damn.
Hot take, but maybe one of the best Jokers ever. Kevin Michael Richardson is...
Yeah, Kevin Michael Richardson did really good as the Joker here. Not 100% sure about the design, but the voice. The voice is on.
A wildly underrated Joker. His Joker's so scary, so yucky. The huge orange teeth, the green wild hair, the scary huge red eyes. He's such an interesting and uncomfortable character to look at, and it's awesome.
I don't share your sense of humor.
Yet we're linked, you and I, like comedy and tragedy. 2 sides, same coin.
Also, I will be cosplaying this version of Catwoman one day. I will.
Is she the owl guy from Watchmen now?
She is everything and you are nothing.
No, really, what did we do to you?
For a character that has so many interpretations, this is one of the most underappreciated. It needs more love, more discussion, and more time in the Bat spotlight.
Rino Romano also did a decent job with that.
Don't worry, the Looney Tunes will pick up where this dark, edgy story left off.
Right?
I wish I wasn't.
Oh God. Oh God. No. No, not this. Not this. No, this is not what I want. This is not what I wanted out of life. I'm looking at this and I wish that this didn't exist. I don't want this to exist. Oh my God.
Released in 2005, Lunatics Unleashed is a futuristic action series set in a post-apocalyptic world, and the Looney Tunes are the main characters. You see, a meteorite hits the city of Acmetropolis.
A meteor strikes the city planet of Acmetropolis.
I gotta give the narrator credit. I wouldn't be able to say that name without laughing. And admit it, you can't hear it without laughing. And it gives our team protagonists, because of course they're teens, superpowers. Their leader, Sadavia, even as made-up names go, doesn't that sound like the most made-up name? Summons them to stop all the forces of evil from harming the city. And of course, making a few zingers here and there. People hated this show even before it came out. Their reveal got petitions going. Apparently the VP of Creative Affairs always pointed to them as what not to do when designing characters. And I will say, as bad as the show is, yeah, okay, I'll say it. It could have been worse. I mean, yes, this is a dead idea from the start, but the animation is nice, some of the voice acting is enjoyable, the imagination, I mean, you have to be imaginative to come up with something this crazy. It's not the worst, but I think it's pretty clear most Looney Tunes fans are not gonna enjoy it. You just can't get past the idea of it. It's like that new Warriors comic they were gonna release years ago.
Oh my God.
Even if it somehow got the best writing you've seen in a while, you're just not gonna be able to see past this concept. There's worse out there, but that doesn't make it good.
How about something that was meant to be funny?
Well, I think it was... I don't know what it was supposed to be. Yeah, funny would be nice.
Mucha lucha! Mucha lucha! Hell yeah.
Mucha Lucha entered the ring of Kids WB on August 17th, 2002. The premise is pretty simple. It's about three friends, Ricochet, Buena Girl, and the Flea, who are students at the foremost, world-renowned International School of Lucha! This world uses Mandalorian rules, so no one takes their masks off.
That's Lucha Libre. That's literally like a badge of honor. Your mask is who you are.
Mandalorian logic.
People also highly value and hone their...
I'm gonna say, Lucha Libre was around long before the Mandalorian ever existed. I'm just saying.
Signature wrestling moves. The show was fast-paced and funny with a lot of style and laughs. By the time the show was premiering, I was in high school, but I was still drawn to watching it with my little brothers because it was so engaging. It also holds the honor of being one of the first broadcast animated television shows to be fully animated in Adobe Flash.
Whoa. Actually...
It totally shows.
It totally shows, but it's still interesting.
Yeah.
Although it was considered a hit by the network, it was never quite as popular as it should have been. This gem holds a little masked place in my heart. It's a very strange but memorable step inside the ring.
Okay, it looks like we have only one show left that one of us saw, and it's...
Oh, Tam. All right, Tam. Do your thing.
Crypto the Superdog, the superior follow-up to NFT the Cat, was released in 2006 and has the catchiest theme song ever made. I heard it once as a kid, and that's all it took. It has never left my brain. I am humming it to myself as I read this. If you know, you know.
Catchiest song? Really?
No.
Are you sure they weren't just making it up as they go along?
That is something that an anti...
Yeah, very scary. Just keep going.
Just get it over with,
Crypto
Tam.
is a superdog and a good boy who traveled on an interstellar ship from Krypton. He lands on Earth and is adopted by Kevin Whitney, a 9-year-old boy and his family. Superman knows that his dog is with the Whitneys, but says he's too busy to take care of him and lets Kevin hold on to him. Which is majorly effed up if you think about it. Really makes you think what kind of a dog owner Superman was.
Yeah, seriously, he couldn't show cryptocurrency? I know.
Crypto poses as an ordinary dog while living with Kevin's family, but adopts the secret identity of Crypto the Superdog for his super dog stuff. He has many other super animal friends and foes, like Joker's pet hyenas and Catwoman's pet cat. While this show only lasted for 2 seasons, it was a cute and easy watch. Now, I want a whole show talking about Hawkgirl and her pet pigeons, but until then, this is an adorable show to check out.
Alright.
In 2006, the WB network merged with UPN to create the CW. While Kids WB technically survived a little longer, it didn't make much sense to have something called Kids WB on a channel not even called WB. In 2008, Kids WB officially shut down. Even the frog took a bow when the writing was on the wall. It eventually became CW for Kids, which was later replaced by Toonzai, which was later replaced by Vortex. In 2008, it was relaunched as an online network with 5 sub-channels. It just wasn't the same.
Kids WB was similar to other kids programming at the time, but it had a style and a feel that was all its own.
It allowed both old and new ideas to grow and become something that would leave an impact on several generations.
Whether meant for younger kids, teens, and even some adults, it seemed like there was something valuable for everyone in this lineup.
People still look fondly on it years later and continue to talk about the shows and characters that'll continue to live on in people's imaginations.
It was something we were all lucky to experience, and we thank all the artists and storytellers who worked their asses off to bring it to us. You all truly knew how to keep the party going.
Salute.
I'm the Nostalgia Critic, I remember.
Night, night.
I'm sorry, we're really goddamn tired.
Oh, you're one to talk, Doug. Trust me on that. You are one to talk. There we go. Sorry. Had to message Kate back. Sorry about that. Okay, so everyone, it looks like this is going to be it. So I am going to let's see. Yep. I know which one to end this on. I know. I will come back and I will finish the rest of these that are in the playlist. But right now, I'm going to jump into this. It's oh God. What's the last reaction? Well, okay. I know that there's a lot of people who want me to react to this. They wanted us to react to this a long time ago. 3 more hours. No, Evie. No. This is the last one of the day. This is it. The top 11 worst Avatar episodes. Let's go.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. Guy, remember it so you don't have to. If there's anything Avatar The Last Airbender has taught us, is that there's a yin to every yang. For every good, there is a bad, and it's our duty to acknowledge them in order to keep balance. Considering how Avatar is my favorite show of all time, it only makes sense in honor of this philosophy to go over what many of you would probably see as a controversial issue. That, of course, being the bad episodes of Avatar. For no particular reason, I will now dive. Let me go into a little bit more detail. In my opinion, there's really no such thing as a bad episode of Avatar. Even the weakest episodes have something of value and worth that goes beyond what's presented in most family-friendly shows.
I know it.
But if
I know
we
the
want
one
to
which is the
acknowledge
worst,
best,
and
it also
it's
makes
literally the
sense
one
to
the
acknowledge
creators
the
of the show have
worst,
said
so we can
they
figure out how
feel
to
is the worst
continually
one.
make the art grow stronger. So, I see no fault in looking over the not bad, but just not as
I love
good
Avatar The Last
episodes of one
Airbender.
of the greatest TV shows of all time.
Critic, are you sure that's wise?
Look, we're all adults, and we're going to talk about this in an adult way. So what's the problem?
Just that when people see the word worst in the title, they might think the wrong thing.
Well, that's technically what it is, isn't it? The worst or the best? I'm not afraid of a bunch of fanboys and fangirls, especially for a franchise I love so much.
Okay.
Shame your life had to end this way.
I'll be fine, thanks. So, without further ado, do you mind? I can hear you all the way in here.
That's an even bigger shame.
Shut up! Like I was saying, we're gonna look at the top 11 not as good episodes of an all-around great series. Why top 11? Because I like to go one step beyond. So, sit back and enjoy the top 11 technically worst episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Exactly. Number 11.
Number 11. Boiling Rock, Part 1.
Oh.
In this episode, Zuka and Sokka try to break out the prisoners from their failed invasion by getting captured themselves and working with Suki to find a way out. In all fairness, very little is wrong with the premise, the development, and even the kick-ass action scenes that come from it. The problem is minor, but still a noticeable one. That being, why is there a Part 1 at all? Seriously, this could have been just one episode. In fact, if it was, it could have possibly been the most tightly written, action-packed one there ever was. But instead, we get time dedicated to planning an escape from the prison, putting that plan into motion, and ultimately having it fail. Which, of course, leads to the second planning of an escape from the prison and a second attempt to put it into motion. That one succeeds, but, well, why the hell didn't they just edit the first one out then? Were they just short an episode so they decided to stretch one out a little more? Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of character, there's a lot of development, it furthers the story, but I think all of that probably could have been fit into one episode. Maybe with just a tiny cut here or there. I guess in some respects it's a bit more realistic not to have the first attempt succeed, but it's also realistic that Appa would most likely eat Momo at some point, but that doesn't mean I want to see it. When the episode finally does get going with the real plan in Part 2, it's great, it's a lot of fun. It's just seeing through Part 1 that isn't bad, but isn't necessary either. Probably a nitpick, but like I said, this is the worst of the best, so you'll probably see a couple more.
You happy now? I'm never happy.
That's rough, buddy.
Number 10. The Serpent's Pass. Team Avatar has to pass through a dangerous route to get to the
I remember this one, and just several things about it. I was just like, this could have been just a little bit more tightly put together.
Of Ba Sing Se. After agreeing to take a pregnant couple with them and being reunited with Suki, the team tried their best not to get gobbled up by a giant beast while also working out their emotional problems. Again, not a bad premise, but the emotional problems they're working through just aren't as engaging compared to other episodes. For example, Sokka gets overprotective of Suki because he has lost a loved one before. But we know how it's gonna end, right? He eases up as she convinces him that she can take care of herself, despite getting captured later. But come on, that was like setting up bowling pins. Aang is still dealing with the loss of Appa, but we got a lot of that in a much more intense episode prior. So again, it just kind of feels like leftovers. Heck, even Zuko's problem seems pretty mundane. Just trying to get more food with Jet's gang on a ferry. Honor? Not that these are bad problems to focus on, but when you combine them all together and also throw in a mother giving birth, it's just kind of a slow one. Even the serpent, compared to all the other great designs they've had on the show, is not especially that memorable. I mean, what was the combination of animals on that one? The dragon from Zelda 2 with a novelty map? By no means awful, but even as the slower episodes go, this one just felt really slow. I guess if that was the intention of the episode, it definitely worked.
Nothing major.
Fair enough. Wow.
Number 9.
No muscle at all.
Jet. Fresh off the last episode, Jet has a great moral with a great payoff, but kind of a less than thrilling character to do it with. Jet on the surface seems interesting enough. He's like a young Robin Hood trying to teach the Fire Nation a lesson, but goes too far when he tries to take out innocent civilians. This creates some interesting baggage for the character, but for the most part, he's just kind of a good-looking thief. He's there to throw another wrench into Aang and Katara's romance, and mostly just be a good-looking foil.
Jet felt like
it's
a
not
boring
that he has
episode.
no character,
It had some boring,
it's just not very much. Again, by Avatar standards. It's not that he's annoying or unpleasant, it's just we've seen the good-looking hero who it turns out is not the hero and has a stubborn side that's just never going to change. Most of us know it's coming, and we're just kind of waiting for it to take its course. While the moral it teaches about innocents caught in the crossfires of war is certainly a strong one, I do wish there was a slightly better character to get across with. If he was even more memorable, maybe this could have been an even bigger deal. The kid equivalent of Magneto or something. As is, he's not bad. But like the episode proved, he's certainly not everything he was built up to be.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Nothing is ever fair, Jet.
Number 8. Cave of Two Lovers. The romance on Avatar has always been one of the weaker points, at least for Aang and Katara anyway. It's not that I can't see them together, it's that we have to go through a lot of the same cliches we've gotten in other romances where they'll always be overly awkward, which leads to a misunderstanding, which leads to them being angry at each other, and of course, leads to them both realizing they were wrong. Say directed by Gary Marshall, and we got a wrap. In this episode, we go through most of that in a setting called The Cave of Two Lovers. On the one hand, I'm kind of glad all the romantic comedy cliches were kind of gotten out in this one episode, but still, I don't think you needed them to begin with. Falling in love is interesting enough without having to feel you always have to throw in this constant bickering. This continuing formula of the couple that argues all the time but then somehow gets together in the end. I mean, why does there have to be so much bickering in so many romances? Don't they know that's what marriage is for?
Ouch.
We all know they're going to get together, so I never got why they tried to drag it out as long as they did. They can get together early on, there's nothing wrong with it. Have them be a couple afterwards, work through relationship stuff that would happen after you decide to be a couple. Come on, there's other areas to go with this. And granted, it's not Office bad, but it has those romantic comedy trademarks that Avatar just seems to be above. But still, when a nice scene does play out, it does seem legitimately nice, and we do see Sokka deal with this world's interpretation of, well, hippies, so it's by no means a loss. But I think this couple can definitely be strong enough without the Julia Roberts tropes. And God help you if you actually make Katara laugh that way. Number 7. The Waterbending Master. After making their way to the Northern Water Tribe, Katara is horrified to discover that they don't teach women and girls how to fight, but only how to heal. So she faces off with the prejudice of Aang's new master to show sisters are doing it for themselves. I never know how to feel about episodes like this. On the one hand, yeah, there's always going to be people or cultures who are going to be prejudiced about anything. Gender, race, appearance, whatever.
Of course.
So it makes sense to stand up against that. On the other hand, isn't the message done better if instead of preaching about what you want to see, you just show it? Growing up as a little boy, I always loved Gosalyn from Darkwing Duck and Babs from Tiny Toons. I didn't care that they were girls, and that's because the show didn't care either. They were just funny characters that were part of the group, so I never had any problem with them. However, when the trope of girls proving they can do what boys can do comes in, I always feel like it's making the character more a statistic than a person. And Katara is definitely not.
I hate to say it, but they always tokenize in that way. And when you tokenize, it devalues the overall impact of the message that you're trying to portray. Because, that's the thing, a lot of people don't realize when they're tokenizing something, and it detracts so much whenever that happens.
Neither her gender nor any prejudice against her was her identity, so this plotline didn't seem especially needed. As a kid, if the people in the world you love accept something, it's more likely you're gonna accept it too. But, again, on the other hand, we do know all this bullshit does happen in the world, and there's always going to be idiot douchebags out there who enforce it, so it's probably good to be prepared for it, right? It's hard to say what the best route to take is, but with this episode, we all know exactly what that route is going to be. She's going to win him over, and of course, he's going to teach her in the end. Even if you are going to take this road, isn't there a slightly different way you could do it? Some variation, something we didn't see coming? Oh well, we did get some great waterbending action, great shots of the city, and...
No, like I said, at 6 o'clock, like just after 6 o'clock, I'm calling it.
And hey, it's still these great characters being great characters. I guess all I'm looking for is a little bit more variety in the message, or at least the teaching of the message. But again, I still got to see Katara do what Katara does, and it's pretty awesome. So I can't complain too hard.
You can't knock me down! Go, Katara!
Number 6. Sokka's Master. This actually ties into the same argument I had with the last one, only this time it's a bit of a different prejudice. Sokka feels bad because he's not a bender like Aang, Katara, or Toph. Because of this, he feels totally useless. So he finds a master to teach him the art of sword fighting and being a great fighter. He even manages to put a sword made from a meteorite together. So now he never has to feel left out ever again. The strange thing about this episode is that through the previous seasons, they've tried to convince us Sokka had a point. And in my opinion, they succeeded. Sokka was more than just the comic relief. He was the idea guy, the one who thought out of the box, the one who at times could be a little too nutty, but always came through with what he needed to come through with. He even already had a weapon, his trusty boomerang, and we all associated it with him. So the idea of acting like he had no part in everything that was going on didn't seem necessary. He was important, not just for laughs, but for strategic planning. And he was good at it. Great even. So this whole episode about him trying to feel redeemed and valuable didn't really pay off because we already...
It has been officially 23 hours and 53 minutes since I have started streaming. I am tired. I am just,
Thought he was. Again, it's drawing attention to a prejudice you probably weren't prejudiced against and possibly didn't even know was a thing. Sokka's fine, no improvements needed. It's almost like the creators were anticipating a backlash for him that, as far as I know, never came. Who can't love Sokka? Sokka's great.
Sokka's
never
awesome.
change for anyone, big guy. Keep it real.
Water Tribe.
Number 5. The Swamp. A lot of things are hinted at in this episode, but many of them don't turn out coming very far. The team is lost in a swamp that gives visions of the past, present, and even future. While trying to figure out what it means, they're also trying to outrun a couple of swamp rats who want to eat their animal companions for dinner. The ending is definitely interesting as it delivers a message about how all things are connected, and to its credit in a very creative way. But there's one major problem. You're in the swamp! A disgusting, dark, bug-filled, gloomy-ass swamp! Who the hell wants to be in a swamp? That isn't any fun. Couldn't this be in like a nice forest or a creepy forest or I don't know, just anything but a swamp? Do we really have to focus on this world's version of Duck Dynasty? I think we can survive without that. We also get the return of Zuko as the Blue Spirit, as well as haunting memories from Katara and Sokka's past, but none of them seem to especially go far in the long run. The only thing that really plays a big part is Aang seeing a vision of Toph, who would eventually become his earthbending teacher. But aside from that, we're just stuck in this nasty-ass swamp. And don't get me wrong, I know a lot of it is don't judge a book by its cover, and honestly, they did get a lot more wisdom and entertainment than I would have thought they would have in this environment, but yeah, the Avatar version of Deliverance? Not a fan.
Deliverance? I was gonna say, man, they ain't Deliverance. Jesus. It's like Tucker and Dale versus Evil. It's like they always expect the rednecks to be the villains and the evil bad guys, when in truth, they're just trying to live their lives.
Number 4. The Painted Lady.
Oh.
I think we all kind of cringe when we hear an episode of anything is going to be about the environment. And yes, the environment is important, save the earth, all that good stuff, but let's face it guys, it's so rarely done well. Truth be told, there's only 2 family-related shows I can think of that handled it with any subtlety or intelligence. Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm not even joking, there actually is a subtle environment message in there. Much better than
that other show.
And of course, Avatar. The whole show definitely has a strong tie to nature. Hell, the nations are named after the 4 elements. But it was never rubbed too much in your face. That is, with the exception of this. While no way as bad as other environmental messages, why did the show feel they needed one addressing pollution and saving the Earth? The show's
4
already
minutes
kind of been doing that with...
I'm gonna finish this video, but
its subtlety,
4 minutes,
hasn't it?
dude. I
Katara's
can't
concerned
believe
because
it.
while they're not supposed to interfere with the Fire Nation yet, a village is starving and
Painted
losing
Lady's
their home to
basically Ariana
pollution.
Grande.
So she
It
disguises herself as the spirit of the river, known as the Painted Lady, to feed and kill all those who need it.
Woo!
It brings
That's
up a
good.
good
I like
debate on
that.
how far does one go before interfering with other cultures, but like
Relax,
many of
baby.
you, when you see a big bad factory spewing sludge and young kids who control the elements try to help, I only think of one thing.
Fire!
Wind! Water!
Your powers
Again, as
combined,
most environmental
I am Captain
episodes
Useless.
of family shows go, this one is not honestly that bad. But compared to what the rest of the show had been naturally giving us all this time, this one's just a hint too obvious.
You wouldn't mind keeping that a secret, by the way, would you? No problem.
Number 3. The Headband. Now I'm just gonna say it, Avatar. Really? Really?
Yeah.
Of all the movies for Avatar to joyfully rip off, we get a bizarre version of Footloose? Footloose? Aang and the gang have to sneak through the Fire Nation dressed as civilians, but Aang gets picked up by a school, and sure enough, he's now getting an education. The only downside is the kids aren't allowed to have fun. What to do? Throw a party inviting all the kids and show them it's okay to enjoy yourself, be silly, and of course, even dance. A part of me really laughed that this episode even exists. I mean, Lord, Avatar does Footloose. It's just so strange that you know the creators of this just had to do it. But, dude, this is the second episode of the last season, and the last one was pretty heavy. This is the follow-up we're given? I mean, yeah, okay, maybe you need something light after so much drama, but this is really light and really friggin' corny. Yeah, Avatar has had a lot of corny moments, but this is throwing a prom in the heartland of your enemy. I don't know, isn't this just a little... really? Footloose? Kevin Bacon ate it Footloose? On top of doing the obvious follow your dreams message, it does give us a nice chance to see again that not all the Fire Nation is made up of evil foot soldiers. There are normal people with normal kids, and unlike the ones before, we get to live a bit of that gentleness rather than just see it. It's cute, it's innocent, but if I told someone this was my favorite all-time show and this was the episode they saw, they think I was fucking mental. If you like seeing Avatar do Footloose, that's fine. It's not like I can't see why, it's just... Footloose?
Could be worse.
Number 2.
Uh-oh. We're getting in the top.
Bato of the Water Tribe.
6 o'clock. It has been 24 hours. 24 hours. I've finally done it. God. Holy shit. I can't believe it. I did it. 24 hours. Yes! Oh my god.
First saw this, it was my least favorite episode. Why? Because I felt it went against everything that Aang was. Our team comes across an old friend from the Water Tribe named Bato. As Bato recommends them to look for their father, Aang finds a letter from exactly him, Sokka and Katara's dad. Afraid Sokka and Katara will leave him, he actually hides the letter, destroying the possibility of them being reunited. I couldn't believe it when I saw this episode. This is Aang. Friggin' Aang, who destroyed this opportunity for his two best friends whom he owes everything to for seeing what's left of their family.
You have to do 15 minutes for you sleeping.
It didn't feel like it.
Shade Enigma, come on, dog. Come on, dude. Give me a break. I'd seen that review like 5 times. I couldn't help myself. The fucking Jeremy Irons. I can't help it. I'd seen it so many times already. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. I know he's a kid and kids make emotional mistakes, but they've established him as being smart and sensitive. He grows up in an environment that is nothing but this. With everything that Aang's character seemed and what he was taught, this just didn't seem like him. It seemed downright alien.
No more reviews.
Even Sokka and Katara seemed a little harsher than usual, but to be fair, it's kind of hard to blame them. This was a pretty big deal. Now, with that said, there are a lot of good elements looking back on it again. We got to meet June the bounty hunter, there was still some awesome fighting, and it does, I guess, cement them as a family unit. It's the only time, though, I've ever seen this character not feel like the character. Which, I suppose is good, seeing how lots of shows make that mistake often, and this one only slips up once. Some good fighting, and still an overall good message, but, man, I will never get that choice. Number 1
Great
worst
Divide.
episode of
Has to be Great Divide.
You know it's the Great Divide.
Yes! God, this episode is so stupid.
Yep, the universally hated episode by practically every Avatar fan. It doesn't connect much to the grand story, it doesn't further much character, and it's considered by many to be a complete waste of time. So,
Congrats,
is it really as bad as all that? Well, let's take a look at the setup. Two feuding tribes find they have to cross through a canyon called the Great Divide, and Aang decides to help them through it. Trying constantly to be the peacekeeper, all the tribes can do is bicker, complain, shout, yell, and blame each other forever. And I hope you're a fan of that, because that is literally what takes up the majority of the episode.
Check
After
your memes.
listening to, I don't know, 24 minutes of this.
Check my memes, huh? I made it. Oh gosh. Okay. Sorry, I have to respond to this. Oh God. I did it. I freaking did it. I can't believe it. I did it.
Aang finally lets them know that their feuding was all based on a bogus history. That this great big warring feud was actually based on two little kids fighting over a ball. And that's actually a pretty funny idea. The tribes decide there's no reason to hate each other, and that the honor they were fighting for can be reached if they all decide to forgive. The catch? Aang is a fucking liar.
Yep.
You could call it lying.
What?
I made the whole thing up.
You did not. That is so wrong.
Now where's that custard tart?
And good lord, remember how we talked about breaking character in the last one? Where in the peaceful airbending philosophy of balance and truth does it say just make shit up? If you can't find the best route, just lie about it. No harm done. So, not only do you have an episode that's mostly complaining and arguing, even among the main characters, but you also have what would have been a clever message about prejudice reduced down to if someone's a racist, lie your ass off.
Yeah.
Sheesh, we could have had something if Aang just stopped talking and the two separated, but straight up making up a story explaining years of real hurt? This is a weird message they're trying to convey. I'm not even sure what you're supposed to take out of it. Sometimes lying is good, the needs of the short-term solution outweigh the needs of the long-term solution, the truth will set you free only when it's convenient. This episode was so hated that even in the series recap, they act out the scene pretending like it never happened.
Look, it's the Great Divide, the biggest canyon in the Earth Kingdom.
Let's keep flying.
It's clunky, it's misguided, it's confused. Much like the Great Divide, it's a great mess.
Let's keep flying.
I agree.
But even with that said, I still don't think it's a bad episode. Because I still stand by that there are no bad episodes. Even at its weakest, Avatar was fantastic. Because no matter what, it always had great characters, great story, great animation, and the ability to take children and...
Hold on. Hello? Hey!
There's a big accident up here.
Oh shit, where at?
Right near our house.
Real? Oh shit, what happened?
I don't know, I can't tell. I don't even know if I can get to our house.
Jesus.
I don't know if I'm gonna have to go all the way around or not. There's a big fire truck blocking.
Well, that sucks.
The thing. Oh, it looks like somebody hit the guardrail.
Oh no. God. Well, you be safe. I mean, you be careful. Getting back here. That's.
Oh shit! They hit a police officer.
Oh, what?
Holy shit! Somebody hit a canine unit.
Oh no. Oh.
Woo! Holy shit!
That's not good.
Hang on, I didn't mean to interrupt the stream. Let me call your mama real quick.
No, go ahead. Do what you need to do, Kate.
All right, I'm almost home.
All right. See you in a bit.
Right. I was wanting to give you. Okay. Anyway, I will see you in a second.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Bye. No, she ain't lying, dude. Kate wouldn't lie about something like that. Yeah, I hope the pup's all right, man. I hope the puppy's all right. Oh man. All right, let me finish up the stream and then we can. What a bittersweet
Adult,
end to the
100%
stream.
serious.
We'll
It's a show
see.
unlike any other we've ever seen. Yes, there's a lot of things that aren't good in the Great
Steven.
Divide, but the animation is still great. I still like following these characters. I still like hearing their performance. I still want to see where the story is gonna go. That's the incredible whole that the show has. Even when it's not great, there's still great things in it. And that's why Avatar will always
EMS,
be
or maybe
one of a
you'll
kind.
need to. I think she'll be all right.
And seeing this is all about keeping the grand balance, it only makes sense next week to do the top 11 greatest Avatar episodes. There. Will that calm you the fuck down?
I don't know, Critic. There's still 2 minutes left in the time bar. something could still go wrong.
Yeah, like there's somebody out there who could possibly do something bad to you.
Oh, yeah. What are people gonna do? Complain on message boards? Write mean comments? Show me one person who'd actually be crazy enough to cause me physical harm because of this list.
Uh-oh. I think I know who. Dante. It's Dante Bosco.
Sir, I just received word from the Avatar fanbase. They say the Nostalgia Critic has disgraced the franchise by doing a top 11 worst episodes list. How do you wish to respond?
Tell them I'll be arriving in 1 week's time.
Yes! Yes! Dante freaking Bosco, baby! Hell yeah, dude!
Sir, Dante Bosco!
Oh. Root feet! Oh! Oh, God. Nostalgia Critic versus Dante Bosco. That's awesome. Yes! Okay. Man, you stupid man! Oh, God. Okay, Steven. Just for you, dude. Just for you. I'll look at that clip you sent me. Hold on, Steven. Let me get it pulled up. No! No, not this. Not this. Oh, my God.
For it.
Oh, my God. I can't believe this.
For it.
Oh, shit. Sorry, everybody. There it is. Okay.
For it.
Right, it all.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Ghost that tries to tongue you in the, by the way.
You said, okay, Steven. God dang it! Look, the red, the sunglasses, the hair, the mustache. It is Dr. Disrespect. What the fuck? Why? Why is Dr. Disrespect here? Why? Oh my God. Oh, it is Dr. Disrespect. I can't believe it. Holy shit. And look at the soulless eyes of these children here. Like, he's already taken all of their souls. And he's just like, yeah. For it.
There you go. There you go, Steven. That's the... He really was disrespectful. God dang it, dude. Come on, Steven. Oh, gosh. Oh, Steven, you friggin' maniac. Oh, I can't be mad, though. I literally can't be mad. Hold on. Invite people. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send invite link. Okay. So, you're looking for a way to join the Discord. Here you go. There you go. Okay. Hold on. Paste and boom. There you go. There's the way to. Did you read my apology in Discord memes? Oh God, Steven. What did you like? Hold on. Renegade related memes. Freedom. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Steven. Okay. So, everybody, I want to thank you all very much for sticking with me throughout this entire friggin' ordeal. This has been 24 hours of the Nostalgia Critic. I can't believe I frickin' did it. I still can't believe it. 24 hours of the Nostalgia Critic, and now I can finally rest. I can finally just give it a rest and just go to bed. Oh my God in heaven. I am still alive. What?
You don't have enough energy.
What? Do what?
I don't know, like some kind of...
It's like, I will survive.
Yeah.
I can't remember the lyrics right now because my brain's so deep fried from all the Nostalgia Critic.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. How many videos did I watch? Oh, it's right there.
Hello.
Yeah. Kate is here, everybody, and she's here to basically just tell me to go the fuck to bed.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Basically just to make sure he makes it up the stairs.
I will. I'll be all right. But everyone, thank you all so much for sticking with us through this. Really, truly, and totally, thank you all so much. And Kate, thank you for being patient with me.
All day.
Yeah, she's been watching ever since she got to my mom's house and started working there. And oh god.
If I didn't have it on the TV, it was on the Alexa or my phone. So.
Yeah. Oh god. So,
and then they were freaking out because they heard me call you and they thought I had been in an accident.
no, it wasn't her being in an accident.
Yeah.
She just came across someone who had been in an accident.
It was a head-on collision with the K-9 officer.
Oh no!
Mhm.
Dang.
Yeah, the K-9 officer's airbags had deployed, and you could see. And then, I guess from the impact, that the other car went into the guardrail on that one side. So anyway,
Steven sent me one more. He said, "Thank you, Nate, for suffering for us." Yeah. So there you go, everyone. Once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. 24 hours of the Nostalgia Critic.
Nate's tired.
I am not. I might do something like this again, but it's gonna be a while. I'm gonna take a break
Yeah.
from doing stuff, from doing a 24-hour stream. So everyone, thank you all so much, and I guess until next time, I'm Nate. I will see you in the next one. Doug, if you ever see this, if you come back in here, just know, thank you for supplying all this content throughout the years. And until next time, everyone, I'll see you then. Peace. Oh, there it is. End the stream. And we are done.